not as well defined as it was earlier. So back to you.
All right, nice job. Okay, so good news, folks. This tornado has lifted. It has lifted just southeast of Cordell, 3 miles, and about 8 miles west of Cloud Chief. That's down in southwestern Oklahoma. Let's go back to Lynx 1, take a look, and the big view, it's right here. See the hook? See how it wrapped up? Right there, right there. That's what it was producing. It was crossing 183, and it came out of the rain. It was tucked back in the rain. Brandon and Tom, we've been talking about this through the 4 o'clock show, the 5 o'clock show. They were looking right at it, and wham! It took about 1 minute. It tightened up. You got the tornado on the ground, and there you go. And again, now it's moving east still. And that's what I was talking to the guys earlier. It was moving northeast. When it turned right, the helicities, they go higher, and you can get a tornado, and it tightened up just right at right at that perfect moment. And when it tightened up, you got the tornado. All right, so again, moving due east, big hail in here, tennis ball size hail coming into Cloud Chief. That's going to be a big, big hail storm for you folks. Golf ball to up to tennis ball. That might have come down some. That's a good sign. And there's your velocity couplet here. Let's see what it does. And you can see it, boom, right there. See it ramp up right over 183, just south of Cordell. That's when it wrapped right there. That's when it wrapped up and produced a tornado. And now it's moving due east at, again, about 15 to 20 miles per hour. Not very fast. Shear rate still there, but even shear rate has come down. So the tornado threat, at least for this moment, is lessening some. It is coming down as it makes its way off to the east. Again, not very fast. Okay. And you can see
those are still strong.
Yeah. It could cycle. It could do it again. Yeah, no, the storm itself is still very impressive as it makes its way towards Cloud Chief. But the circulation itself, that has weakened just a bit. And the hook that we had, notice we have it right here, and then the hook kind of becomes a C shape. And that's a classic sign that at least the mesocyclone has weakened. Doesn't mean what's going to happen is it's going to try to cycle. It wants to live. It wants to breathe. It's going to try to cycle, and we'll see if it does. All right? If it does, we might get another tornado out of this as it heads off to the east towards Cloud Chief. All right, so the big view, let's kind of back out of this just for a second, Cassie. We have severe weather ongoing now up into Blaine County. Nothing tornadic up here, but that's what we have all of our trackers out today. And Jim Gardner, we're watching all of this move to the east. And here's the deal. Any one of these storms, it just takes a few minutes to tighten up, ramp up, and you get a tornado, all right? So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Other severe storms going on in northern Oklahoma. Let's go up here real quick, take a look at that. Val's up here near Medford and Marty. These storms are severe, some nickels and dimes, but nothing too crazy and nothing rotating off the charts right now with that. Okay, let's come back to the southwest. Nothing in Oklahoma City. These storms in Watonga are going to go through Hitchcock towards Dover and Kingfisher and Greenfield and Watonga getting hammered with some big hail here coming up. And then the storm down near Colony, that's the one we're talking about. That's the supercell. And as I've always said, a lonely storm is a dangerous storm. And look, this storm is completely V-notch supercell. It's a classic. It's a classic supercell for sure. Okay, let's go back in the field now. And again, by the way, guys, let's get that video flipped and we'll get that ready to go. All right, so there's your hook. The storm down at Hobart to Godibo, it is strong. It is severe. Golf ball size hail with that. But this is the storm that is rotating the fastest, the strongest, that again is moving through. We're talking about Ouachita County, right? Ouachita County. Excuse me, earlier I said Kiowa County. My bad on that. This is in Ouachita County. Moving east, right? Now, you folks in Equally, you're down the line of this. It is to your west. It is moving your way, and we'll see what it does. And it's trying to go right down and just south of 152. All right, so let's zoom back in here, and we'll check in with our trackers, and let's see what it's doing here on radar. All right. Definitely a big storm. Definitely a big supercell. Let's go back to Brandon Pennell. And Brandon and Tom, it might be trying to tighten back up again.
And David, we do have confirmed damage in Cordell.
In Cordell, south of Cordell.
That's what the Weatherford Police Department is saying, tornado damage in Cordell.
Okay, yeah, it's going to be a little bit south, but it's not in downtown proper Cordell. It's going to be, yes, a little bit south of Cordell is where there's going to be, it looks like, at least some damage. Okay, let's go to Brandon. Brandon, it looks like it might be trying to tighten up just a little bit. Go ahead, Brandon. Give us an update.
Okay, David. So as we were coming north, we actually came all the way into Cordell, and this is how far that funnel had stretched in vorticity all the way out. The funnel was actually on the north side of Cordell as we came into Cordell, and I didn't even realize how far north we had come. So now we're going back south to get back into the storm. So that funnel had stretched from the base of the wall cloud and stretched all the way back to the northwest to where it was whenever we came into Cordell. Like I'm saying, the funnel was on the north side of Cordell, northeast side of Cordell. So there may very well be damage in Cordell just because of how far it had stretched away from the wall cloud. As we're coming south, I can tell you that the storm continues to look very impressive. It's not as defined as what it was earlier, but you know how this goes. They produce, they quit, they recycle, and they try to do it again. So we're getting back into position just in case this thing decides to do something like that again, to where we're going to be right underneath it and be right there to tell you about it. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job there, Brandon. And we'll see what it does. If it tightens up, we'll get that video here for you coming up. We'll replay that when we had it live right here on News 9. All right. Let's go back to radar. And there's the hook. It's tightening up again, folks. It's tightening up. Tom and Brandon are right there. Let's go to Tom Pastrano. And Tom, it's tightening up. A little bit of the hook is becoming a little more pronounced right above your windshield wipers. And what do you think when you're looking right at it? Give us an update on the bowl. It's right there. There it is. What do you think, Tom? Anything hanging down? Any tags? What do you think? Give us an update.
Yeah, at the moment, I don't see anything hanging down. I can see that the tornado from the occluded tornado, that's still spinning kind of towards my north. And then it's kind of reforming right ahead of me. But I don't see anything low to the ground, nothing at the moment. I don't even see rotation, but it does have that look. So we really need to pay attention closely because, just like that one, it could do it at any moment. Back to you.
Yeah, and, it was getting stronger. No doubt about it. It was an extremely strong storm, and it still is. Producing the wind and the big hail. We get all that, but, man, when that thing did it, it did it. And I mean, it took like that long. And welcome to the end of April, going into May, folks. This is how things happen. This is why on a day like today, this is why we go out. This is why Jim's in the air, trackers are in the field, and we go out and cover all these storms. And that's why we have 2 trackers on this storm that produced a tornado. All right, let's go back to the video here, and we'll get back to that storm here in just a second. Here's what it looked like, and for both Tom and Brandon. And we have the video there. We can go ahead and roll it. I'll show you. And again, the tornado was hanging out. It was hanging out. I don't think that's it, but it was hanging out from the top, and it was really kind of wrapped up in the rain for a second, and it just kind of came out of the rain. All right, let's go back to links 1. And, oh, there it is. See how it's coming out? There it is. Hang on. Stay with me. Stay with me. All right, see how it's coming out of the rain? It's right there, and it's right here. See that? And that's all the way to the ground. So this is where we're going to have damage. The question is, how far north is this? Is this in Cordell, or was this just barely south of Cordell? Might have been just a little bit south of town. We're checking on that right now on the damage in Cordell, but the tornado goes all the way to the ground.
And David, they're saying damage is at Maine and Magnolia.
Okay, that's Cordell. So it's in Cordell. So we have damage again in Cordell. And wow, I'm telling you, that thing.
And David, we have another tornado warning coming for south of Hobart.
Okay, that's the next storm down. All right, let's get back to it here. And tornado warning now coming for this storm down here. And I tell you what, we're going to get Brandon. Let's go back to Brandon here, or Tom. And a new tornado warning coming for this, south of Hobart. Look at the hook on this developing.
Going south.
Okay, Brandon, thank you. Brandon's going to bust south. He'll be down there. But, folks, new tornado warning. And look at the velocity, couple it on this. Look how fast that happened. This thing, I mean, honestly, this is in weather terms, this looked like junk, which is great. Looked like junk about 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, and it is now wrapping up. There you go. There's your developing tornado. The good news, it's going to stay south of Hobart, but tornado warning now for Kiowa County. There's your rotation, south of Hobart. And Cassie, go ahead and lapse this. Let's see what we're doing here. Let's lapse it and watch it move just about due east. Okay, and so that's going to cross 183 again. So we have tornado damage in Cordell. We had the tornado live on News 9. It was in Cordell. It looked like it was just barely south of town, but it was not. It came through Cordell and then kind of made a little bit of a loop. It like looped into Cordell and then off to the east. So, wow. I mean, this thing is really, really putting on a show. All right, so tornado warning continues for southern Ouachita County. New tornado warning now. There it is for Kiowa County for good reason. There's your area of spin right there, south of Hobart. And that's going to be moving off to the east. All right, let's go to reflectivity here, Cass. We're going to jump south. There's your tornado. There's your hook. Let's go ahead and go in, zoom in tight. Let's zoom in tight on this. And this is Hobart. Big hail moving through Hobart. Okay, big hail in Hobart. And then right here, watch this. Watch that right there. There's the tornado. Let's go to shear rate on that. It's going to be just west of Babs. You folks in Babs, safe spot, lowest level, and you got to go now. Safe spot, lowest level, and you got to go now. If you live in Babs, the tornado is going to be 2 miles west of town. It's moving almost due east towards Babs at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. Not that fast, okay? You folks in Babs, tornado coming your way. Let's check back north now. Let's get an update on the storm up in Ouachita County. And this storm, again to the north now. Let's see what it's doing. Shear rate still has it. Tom's still there. Brandon is breaking away. And this is going to be moving east towards Cloud Chief. Tom's right there. And let's turn radar on. You folks in Clouds Chief, lowest level, center part of the house. The hook where the tornado's been is back in here. We're going to try to get another area of spin out of that. Tom is underneath it. Let's bring back Tom and get an update from Tom Pastrano. And Tom, you're underneath it. You're looking right up at the mesocyclone. Remember, from this cloud, from the base of this upwards, 40, 50,000 feet up, it's a spinning like a top, and Tom's right there. Tom, go ahead. Give us an update on the rotation. Nothing on the ground, it doesn't look like, but go ahead. Give me an update. Thanks.
Yeah, that's right. I just got out of my truck so I can look up above me to see if there's anything coming down. I don't see any rotation right now, but it still looks like it could do something. But at this moment, there's nothing on the ground, and it doesn't look like it's going to do it in the next couple of minutes. So just looking right above me, really, for any rotation. So back to you.
For 1 second. Go ahead and take it here. Just give me 2 seconds.
Okay, yes. So again, yes, we are going to continue to watch these 2 tornado warnings. Again, we're talking about Ouachita counties and also Kiowa counties. The latest tornado warning that came out was going to be just south of Hobart.
Okay, and also,
okay, David's mic is still hot, so you might be hearing a little bit of him. But let's go ahead and we're going to just kind of zoom in on that one new tornado warning that's going to be south of the town of Hobart. So again, this is going to be good news, at least for Hobart right now. The main circulation looks like it's going to be just a mile or 2 west of Babs, but it is headed towards Babs and it's moving at about 20 miles an hour. So base velocity kind of confirms the same thing. Shear rate, again, that's going to be 1 mile west of Babs. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer here and look at some of these streets. So we're going to get these streets on. And again, we're looking at East Road 1430 and also north-south roads, and that's going to be North Road 2180. And so that's where our shear rate is. Looking at max rotation, it all matches up right now. And you can see that max rotation just a mile now just west of Babs. If that continues to move off to the east at about 20 miles an hour, and the hail sizes, that's coming up too. Now we're looking at least up to tennis ball size hail. That's certainly going to be a possibility. We have a lot of quarters and golf balls, but tennis ball size hail will also be a possibility with this one tornado warning that's going to basically be just south of Hobart. But the main shear right now is going to be just west of Babs, but it should be in Babs pretty shortly, David.
Yeah, and here's the deal. I mean, look at the size of this storm. Look at the magnitude now of the hail core, which runs from Hobart back down to Babs, and then right here, watch the tornado develop right there. There's the hook. That's how fast that happened. And today, folks, the jet stream winds are not extremely strong, but this time of year, it just doesn't take much, right? It's that April going into May kind of deal we have around here, and it just doesn't take much. Let's go to shear rate and get an update on that, and watch it, and oh wow,
Yeah.
Did you see that? Like you were talking about, Cassie, look at the jog that it made to the southeast at, at a slow rate, not that fast, but the tornado now is just to the southwest of Babs, about ready to come up on 183. Any reports of this tornado on the ground?
I have not
Have you
seen
heard
any
anything?
just yet, not
okay,
yet.
because Brandon's going to be almost coming into view here. He's not that far away from the north. Okay, so tornado warning for you folks down in Kiowa County. If you live from Babs back down to north of Roosevelt, you need to be thinking about your safe spot. Lots of farms in here, and again, it's moving east-southeast now. The tornado itself, it was moving northeast, it was moving east, and now it's changed directions. The tornado is right here. Let's go to CC. Let's go to debris. Cassie, let's see what we have in that. And hang on a second here. Let's take a look. Comes in, And I tell you what, Cassie, give me like 30 minutes a lap, maybe 15. Give me a lot of, yeah, okay.
This is the last 15.
All right, last 15. All right, okay, see this right here? Now, stop it on the last, and then also let's go to velocity real quick. Let's match these up. Let's see where we are. Okay,
Yeah.
Nope, okay. I'll make sure. All right, I don't see any debris lofted out of that right now. I don't see any debris out of that. Okay, let's go back north. Again, if you live in Babs or south of Babs, tornado safe spot. This is down in Kiowa County, lowest level, center part of the house. You got to go now. Tornado is trying to develop just west of 183. Now the tornado we had on the ground that has done damage in Cordell is right here. Tom is underneath it. It's moving off towards Cloud Chief, and it's moving easterly. Not that fast though. Let's go to reflectivity, and let's see if we can see the beginning of the hook trying to develop. It is not. It looked like it tried to intensify. It's kind of becoming what I think is a little bit what we call elevated, and that's good. That means the higher it gets, the lower the tornado threat. Right? And from Cloud Chief up to Cowden, you're going to have some big hail in here. But it looks like this might be weakening now, which would be a great thing down in Ouachita County.
Look at Bill's real quick.
All right. And,
yeah, that is coming down some.
Yeah, definitely weakening. See, we're losing all the purple. So that's coming down. Let's go back to Tom Pastrano and get an update from Tom. And Tom, it looks like your storm is weakening. But Tom, we've got damage in Cordell. We have damage in Cordell. So stay with us a little bit longer. And then we're going to have you probably head back to the west-northwest. But there's where that circulation is right now. Tom's right there. Tom, go ahead. Give us an update.
Yeah, David, the base doesn't look as pronounced as it did about 10 minutes ago. So it's definitely looked like it's weakening. But it kind of looked like that earlier, so I definitely need to stay with this to make sure that it weakens completely. But, yeah, it's shrinking right now. So the whole base is shrinking, and I don't see any rotation or any rising scud at the moment. So back to you.
Okay. All right. Good news. No tornado on the ground on the northern storm, the one that did damage in Cordell. No tornado on the ground. You're looking right at it. And this, no doubt, is weakening. All right. That is a weakening, rotating supercell. But we don't leave it until it's all over with. All right. No, we don't leave it until this thing is just about nearly gone. We know it's not going to produce another one. All right. Let's go back to shear rate, and we're going to back this up, and I'm going to see what this looked like as it was coming through Cordell. And again, God, it's so far south of Cordell. It's just so far south. And let's go back. Okay, it's on the southern sides of town. So it kind of came into town on the south sides of town. And what about CC? What about debris? Let's see what that looked like. It went on the south. I know it's Main Street. Okay, back that up right there. Back that up. Okay, now advance that. 528. Yeah, that's probably going to be it.
Yeah.
Wow. Yep, it went right over. Okay, all right, went right over Cordell. All right, here's the video of the Cordell tornado, and here's what it looked like. And that's Tom's shot, and that's when it was leaving Cordell. That's what it looked like when the tornado was in and moving through Cordell. How about that? So that's what the tornado looked like. The mesocyclone's right here, and it's just basically straight north to south, up to down, out of the mesocyclone, and it just, what it does is it just keeps spinning down, spinning down, spinning down, and then eventually it just went away. But that is the, again, tornado, and if you look down here, you can see what looks like a little bit of a mist, and that's going to be some of the debris that's falling out of the cone as it begins to weaken, and some of the debris that is still being spiraled on the ground, but also some of the debris that gets pulled up into the cone, into the funnel, into the tornado. And then when the tornado weakens, it can't support what it's lifting into the air, and all that debris, whatever that is, starts to fall back down to the ground. And that's what we're getting right here, a little bit of that going on with that. So, wow, there's a lot going on for sure. Okay.
David,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I got some pictures and videos from viewers.
Let's do it.
Of the tornado, really long elephant trunk hanging out there on Lynx 5.
Lynx 5 control room. And yeah, and this is exactly what Tom and Brandon were looking at. And this is going to be in Cordell, and you can see clearly what we're talking about here. And this is what Brandon, they were looking at, and that's what Tom was looking at. Another shot there. There's your Cordell tornado, and there it is. So, wow, there's the video of that. Look at the video, and it almost looks like it's stationary. Just incredible. The sun's on it, rainbow. Wow, right? Something so peaceful, but yet can be so violent and deadly. We all know that. Okay, Anything else? There we go. All right, looking at heavy rainfall, by the way. We've had tons of rain in here.
Yeah, we've got a flash flood warning over Kiowa County because these storms are moving so slowly.
Yeah, so now we've got that on top of that. So big flooding down here, at least in a localized area around Hobart. There's the hook. And again, Brandon's coming in from the north. He's going to be there shortly. And Tom's storm continues to shrink. And I tell you what, Tom Pastrano, let's bring Tom back in here. Tom, can you hear me? Tom Pastrano?
I can hear you.
Okay, are you comfortable with leaving that and going back to Cordell?
Yes, I think we can leave it now.
Okay.
It's shrinking fast.
Okay, Tom, go back to Cordell. Thank you. Get back in Cordell. Tom's just a few miles away. All right, great job, Tom.
This is Marty. Do you hear me?
I hear you, Marty. Go ahead.
Okay, this is for OHP. I need to find out if we have another tornado headed towards Cordell.
Okay. No, we do not, Marty. There's no tornado for Cordell. It's east of town now. Yeah, it's east of town.
All right. He's on a wreck, so I needed to find out for him.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, okay. No, we're good. We're good.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. All right, nice job, Marty. All right, let's jump back down here. Let's get back south. And here's the hook. Here's the screaming eagle. Here's the beak. And look at this thing wrapped up. We have, again, Brandon Pennell's coming in from the north. And he is now moving through the hail. And Brandon
let's go to Links 1 also.
Yeah, let's go to Links 1 control room. Brandon is, well, that's Brandon's shot. Brandon, give us an update. You're on the north side. You're going to go through wind, hail, and you're going to come out of that thing, and it's going to be right on your front nose. It's going to be right on your front nose as you come on into that storm from the north. And Brandon, it's nearly stationary. It's crawling east, and the tornado is going to be just west-southwest of Babs by about 1 mile. So, Brandon, give us an update. What are the winds like in the storm going southbound? Go ahead.
Yeah, David. So we're probably about, I'd say 7 miles north of Hobart right now. And I mean, going southbound, like you were saying, the winds, I'd say, are about 40 to 45, gusts to maybe 50 at times, and this torrential rainfall, as you can see. So we're passing the Highway 9, 183 intersection coming south into Hobart. I can't see anything visually right now, so I can't make one cloud from the next it's just blinding rainfall. So I'm sure there's a tremendous amount of water that's falling in Hobart. We're probably about, I'd say, 8 to 10 minutes away from being in position to see what's going on. So as soon as we get there, we'll let you know. Back to you.
All right. Nice job, Brandon. He's busting south on 183. He's coming in hot from the north. Okay. Let's go back to Links 1. Take a look at it. And there's the tornado. It's right here. It's basically over Babs. It's pretty much just over Babs right now, or just west of Babs. So anybody in Babs, around Babs, the small community that's north of Roosevelt, this is the tornado. It's right here. It's right here. I mean, literally, it's almost on top of the city. It was moving southeast. Let's go to shear rate, and let's keep zooming on in here. And there it is. It's right here. So it might be, folks, the tornado, it's going to be on or just west and southwest of Babs. This is down in Kiowa County by about 1 mile. That's the tornado. We've already had one tornado on the ground that Brandon Pennell and Tom Pastrano had live, only on News 9, and now we're trying to do it again here south of Babs. And we have Brandon coming in hot from the north. He's southbound and down, and he's going to be here in just a second. And we'll get a closer look at this. But this is a big storm. It's a supercell. It's a rotator. It's spinning. And the good news, I'll just get this out of the way. These are not going to go on like they did Saturday night all evening long. This is not that type of a setup. We had a completely different environment in place. We do have some jet stream winds overhead. It's late April. The low-level jet today is up there. There's enough, obviously, shear to get tornadoes. But this thing, again, is going to hang on a little while longer, and then it's going to begin to weaken. But right now, we are in it to win it. And it's going to be just southwest of Babs. It's right here. There's the tornado. And to me, it looks like the mezzo is almost sitting and spinning in the same spot west of Babs. And again, this thing continues to crawl to the east-southeast, and then it looks like a new area of spin begins to develop. Let's go back to debris detector here, Cass. Let's see what's going on with that on debris detector. And let's see what we have here. I don't see any debris being lofted into the air. Ignore this. Anytime you see the blues, we start to get a little bit nervous because that's going to be debris in the air. But I don't see anything right now that makes me think that we have debris in the air. I don't see that. But it's close. It's close. There's a little bit of a hiccup right here. That's the only thing that has me concerned, that we might have had some debris barely south or southwest of Babs. Okay, Andrew, if you get anything at all, let me know, okay? Any pics, vid, or whatever you got.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, so tornado warning continues. This is going to be for Kiowa County, and there's the hook right here, and this thing is, it's stationary. It is stationary on and just west of Babs.
Okay, Brandon's getting hail as he's getting a little bit closer to Hobart.
Okay, yep, he's coming in from the north. He's right here. Brandon is about 8 miles. No, I take that back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Brandon's going to get into the big hail, and then he's going to punch out of the hail. He's going to come out of hail, and you know what's going to be in front of him? A big lowering and the possibility of a tornado if it ramps up. So Brandon Pennell's coming in from the north. Let's go back to Brandon. Brandon, you're coming in hot from the north. Your hail's going to get bigger. You're probably going to have some tennis balls, at least golf balls. Go ahead. And it looks like that tornado again is coming almost stationary, Brandon. It's almost stationary right now, pretty close to Babs and just west of 183. Go ahead as you come in from the north.
Okay, David, so we're south of Hobart now on 183. We've taken quite a few golf balls, a lot of quarters. I've had to slow my speed down quite a bit just because the hail seems extremely hard, and I don't want to lose a windshield before I even get there. So we're starting to somewhat come out of the rain. The visibility's trying to clear up. I think I can see what is a pretty large lowering. I don't know if you can make it out in the shot or not. You can kind of see what looks to be dust, a real dusty looking deal on the ground, and then right above it, kind of in the middle, you can kind of start to see what probably is the lowering. I'd say we're probably still 3 to 4 minutes away from being in a position to see it, but I mean we're closing in fast. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Brandon, coming in from the north. He'll be in that tornado or close to it here in the next couple of minutes as it moves from north to south. All right, let's go back to radar here, and this is shear rate. It's going to be just west of Babs. And notice how I hold my finger here for the last 15 minutes, how it doesn't move. That's because the mesocyclone is sitting just west of Highway 183, and it's just sitting and spinning over the same area. So we're not going to do a big tornado warning for you folks down the line because right now it's on top of Babs, and it's almost stationary. It's barely moving at all as it makes its way off to the east. So guys, you anchors at the desk, I know we've had some damage in Cordell. Give us a quick update on what you know right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, we are getting damage reports, David. Just for our viewers, too, Cordell, we're talking about an hour-and-a-half drive west of the Oklahoma City metro area. Looking at some video that viewers sent us, what I'm seeing from the video, a lot of trees down, but we're hearing more from officials as well.
OHP is in Cordell right now. We're hearing officially from them that there are overturned vehicles, and they're trying to help out with that. Washita County Sheriff's Office also confirming damage there. So OHP, Washita County Sheriff's Office working together to kind of figure out how bad the damage is in Cordell.
They're really focusing on the south side of Main Street. We also have a crew heading that way so we can get eyes on it ourselves and bring you the video of any damage. As for any injuries or fatalities, we have not gotten any word on that, but as soon as we hear, we'll definitely let you know. David, for now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, here we go. Now, Brandon's coming out. He's coming out into the Bears cage right now. Let's go to Brandon Pennell, and the tornado is going to be just west of 183. There's the lowering. There's the wall cloud. Brandon, what do you have? What do you see, and what's it doing? Looks like it is not on the ground, and we haven't seen any debris, at least looking at radar, but your eyes in the field, you're looking right at it. So what do you think? What do you see? Give us an update. Go ahead.
Give me 1 second. I'm turning around to get you a shot.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Definitely a lowering. I haven't been able to really put my eyes close on it yet to see how good the rotation actually is. But this is going to be it right here in the shot. So, it's not spinning as fast as what the Cordell deal was, but there's kind of two areas, and they're trying to localize. So as I pan to the left, you're going to see the other side. So they're trying, the whole thing is spinning, and it's trying to tighten into the middle. So you know what that means, and you know how this goes. So we're right underneath it. If it does anything, we're literally going to be right in front of us.
Okay, all right, nice job. Well, here's the deal, Brandon. You don't have to go anywhere. Just sit and watch it spin because it's right here. So this is the other tornado warning now. The northern storm has weakened. No longer a tornado warning in Washita County that we had live, the tornado on the ground as it was leaving Cordell and moving into Cordell. That was live on News 9. Now we are down in Kiowa County with the other storm that is rotating. And you can see what's going on here. Everything's lifting, right? This is a mesocyclone, area of low pressure above your head, and it spins. And as you get higher up, it spins faster as you get higher up in the atmosphere. So as it spins faster, it tightens. You start to see the wall cloud redeveloping or developing as the pressure, as low pressure gets lower above your head. You're bringing in warm, moist air, and the level on the base of the cloud begins to drop as the wall cloud gets lower to the ground. And then sometimes, if it gets tight enough and the winds are just right or just wrong, you're going to get a tornado. We have to watch this because we've already had a confirmed tornado that did damage in Cordell, again, just to the north, about 25 miles. So that's our concern. There's your wall cloud. That picture right there from Brandon Pennell is that right there. And it is getting a little bit stronger. And I tell you what, it's stationary. If anything, it's moving westerly now. That's because the steering winds today are not that good. They're fairly weak overall. But obviously, we have enough steering winds or jet stream winds overhead along with the low-level winds to get that. And that's our problem right now. So there's the wall cloud. There's a mesocyclone coming out. And there's the wall cloud being produced by that. All right, let's go to shear rate. And let's take a look. And this is where Brandon is. That's his shot. He's looking west-southwest. He's looking right here, right at it. And you can see how this, again, continues to stay in the same area. Let's go to reflectivity. It's kind of messy, a little bit of rain on the backside. And what Brandon is looking at is maybe, possibly, another lowering developing back to the northwest. So that's why he says there's two areas that he's watching. The one area is right here where the hook is, right? That's what he's looking at. And there's another hook back here. And what's happening is we're getting new storms developing into the line. And what's happening is this is the flanking line that's feeding into this storm, right? And the flanking line is now beginning to become filled with storms. Those can produce tornadoes, right? But the original tornado warning, the original spin was out of this right here, and that's the main one. All right, Cassie, let's go to Max Rott and just see what it looks like with these two areas. Okay, so this is the main area still. This back to the west-northwest. We're watching it. I'm not worried about it too much right now, but this is going to be west-southwest of Babs. Again, this is where the tornado is going to be. And if it happens, you're going to see it live on News 9 right there. All right, let's go back to Brandon. Brandon, we have your shot up still. It looks good. It looks clean. It's hot. Give us an update. And what's the rotation like right now? Go ahead.
Okay, David, so the rotation is fairly broad at the moment. It doesn't look quite as good as what it did the first time I talked to you just a couple of minutes ago. But one thing I've noticed since we've been sitting here, since I pulled in, is our inflow winds from the northeast are starting to pick up. So that tells me that even though it might be going through a little bit of a cycle stage, like it's getting the fuel that it probably needs. I mean, we're sitting at 72 degrees with a strong northeast wind feeding back to the southwest. So even though it's looking a little bit ragged, up above where it's ragged, as I pan up just a little bit, you can kind of see the collar is really starting to firm up, and it's starting to wrap back around to that lowered area right in the middle. So as that happens, and then it's also starting to feed in back from the west on those southwest wrap on the RFD. So we might be 3 or 4 minutes away from possible tornado. I wouldn't say that there's something screaming that it's gonna happen in the next 30 seconds, but I would say in the next 1 to 2 minutes, if the trend continues, we might have a tornado on the ground. If it does, we're right here. Back to you.
All right, nice job there, Brandon. And Brandon's right there looking right at it. And again, this thing continues to rotate. It's actually trying to, what we call retrograde. It's trying to back up. And again, yes, it can produce tornadoes, and it can produce, any size at this point. It would be a weaker tornado. It's not going to be a violent tornado out of this, but we're going to keep an eye on it. And this is what it looks like. And we're looking right at it, looking at the spin. Now let's go back to Lynx 1. Brandon's right there. And here's kind of your big view. We have storms up near Watonga. Those are severe. The storm that we had the tornado on the ground live on News 9 as it was in Cordell and just south and southeast of Cordell. It's now moving to the east, but it continues to shrink. And I don't think there's any more threat of a tornado out of that at all. This is the only game in town right now back in southwestern Oklahoma. So that storm is just basically gone. All that's left. Let's go to Tom Pastrano and get an update from Tom. Tom's in Cordell. Let's bring Tom in here. Tom, Give us an update on the damage. What have you found? Tell me exactly where you are in relation to downtown Cordell. I know the city well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just off of Main Street at the school right now, and right now it looks like some of the outbuildings have some the roofs that were peeled back. I do see an uprooted tree in between these two buildings, some fences down. I do see a power pole that's down, and there's emergency vehicles everywhere right now, so I am looking for more damage. This is just the first damage I've come across. Back to you.
Hey, Tom, do me a favor. If you can, either turn your camera or take your camera off your mount and show us what's going on. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care how shaky it is. If you need to rip your mount out of the floor, it's fine. We'll get you a new one. Help me out here, but show us what's going on. Yeah, just show me give me a walk and talk here. This is live from Cordell. This is Tom Pastrano in Cordell, and there you go. All right, Tom, what am I looking at right here? What building is that in Cordell? Go ahead. This is serious, folks. Go ahead. The damage looks like it's minor damage. It's minor damage, but that is still tornado damage.
Yeah, so this is, it looks like outside of the football field, and there's a roof that's been peeled off. Right here, you can see some fencing that's down, and then there's a pole that's laying on the ground right there. So they are getting to that. Lots of just trees that are down, but I haven't made my way down into town. There's just emergency vehicles everywhere. I can hear them. So I am going to look for some more damage, but this is the first damage that I have come across.
All right, nice job. Hey, Tom, now we also have reports of vehicles flipped in Cordell. So you're in a good spot. You're right in the thick of it, but not too far away from you. There's got to be vehicles, and there's probably some worse damage if we're going to get cars flipped. You got to have winds at least 80 miles per hour to get some of that going on, and higher. So no doubt about it, this is going to be some light tornado damage. And like you said, Tom, is this the high school? Is this the high school in Cordell? Power pole down.
I do believe it is the high school.
Okay. All right. So this is a high school in Cordell. Tom's right there looking right at it. And Tom, we'll try to find out where the cars were flipped. But we know that that was reported by OHP. And you can see we're assessing some of the damage here. This is live on News 9, tornado doing damage there in Cordell. And again, Lacey, we were looking at the exact path of that. It's because if you looked at radar said it was just barely south of Cordell.
Right, and then Brandon said the tornado was hanging so far out away from the wall cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was way up here, and it was hanging out. So it kind of did the old, I like to call it the, Howard Bluestein, Cordell tornado. Matter of fact, it was the Cordell tornado that did the plant Howie shot back in the day. It's a famous video. And also Wizard of Oz. It started here, and it makes that loop. I'm thinking it kind of did that. It started maybe north of Cordell or east and wrapped back in. I don't know. It's weird the way it looked like on radar, but I don't know. It was interesting, but it definitely have tornado damage in Cordell.
David,
all right.
if you want to show that Wizard of Oz look, I got it on Links 5 again.
Let's go to Links 5 control room.
About the tornado shape.
Okay. All right. Let's take a look at it here. And yeah, there it is. So this whole thing, look at the rainbow. So peaceful, but yet so violent.
Yeah, blue skies on the left-hand side there.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, and there you go. Okay, that's how you do it. All right, let's get to it here.
This is just taking you back.
Yeah, and this is what we're looking at. All right, so there's Cordell. This is south of town. And okay, so it came in from the southwest, so that it was, but here's the deal. It was so wrapped up that it was tucked back in there. Wow. And it ramped up. You folks in Cordell, it looked like a severe storm. It had a hook on it for sure, but several of these had hooks. Yeah, it was just bad timing. It ramped up right here. And see, normally we're looking down in here, right? It was tucked back in the rain. And it went right there. There's the tornado. I mean, it's right there. That's when it was going through Cordell. All right, so that thing's gone. There is another storm now southwest of Cordell that's going to give you some rain, so keep that in mind. You're going to have some more water coming in on you. All right, let's go back south now. And Lace, is your mic hot? Are you good?
Yes, we're good.
Okay,
yeah.
Just making sure. All right, so Brandon's down here. The couplet is right on top of Brandon. Let's get an update from Brandon Pennell. And Brandon, there you go. Give us an update. We have your picture. We have it. And still turning. How fast is the rotation? This is down in Kiowa County. This is going to be a tornado warning along Highway 83, 7 miles south of Hobart and right over the small community of Babs. And the hook is basically on and just west of Highway 183. Brandon's there live. There's his shot. I don't see the tornado. Brandon, give us an update on the rotation. Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, David. So since we talked last time, the wall cloud and the lowering is trying to still consolidate. It's becoming a little bit more defined. I know it's probably hard to see in the shot because we're so close to it. I mean, I'm zoomed out all the way, and it looks like it's setting on my bumper. But it's probably a half a mile to my southwest, and it hasn't moved an inch since I've been here. Actually, it tried to retrograde back to the northwest, and as it did that, it pulled everything in from the north, and now it's kind of shifted back to where it originally was. We're still taking strong northeast inflow, which means it's still feeding. And as you can see on this left side of this shot right now, this is what it continues to do. I'll zoom in just a little bit. It continues to try to tighten. As the collar comes around, it tries to tighten, which is exactly what the tornado in Cordell did. And then it just continued to hang out and get stretched back to the northwest. And I'm going to pan to the right here, too. Now you can start to see all this being pulled in. So this thing is figuring itself out. It's a well-defined storm. The good thing is that right now it's over open ground, and it's not in a hurry to go anywhere. So if it does produce a tornado, I mean, you're going to have the mountains in the background, and it's going to be in this field, and it may take 10 minutes before it even moved 100 yards at the pace that it's going right now. So if it's going to do it, it needs to do it here in this area to where there's no damage at all except for to the grass. Back to you.
All right. Okay. Great job, Brandon. So, folks, if it's going to produce another tornado or a tornado, you're going to see it live right here on News 9. That's the wall cloud. And there's several things going on here. This is the beginning of what I call the cigar cloud, coming out of the rain and the hail. This is making its way, being pulled in from right to left, right? This is moisture, rain-cooled air being pulled in. And then down to the south, we're bringing in warm, moist air. These two are coming together, and this whole thing is spinning from here all the way up. That's the mesocyclone itself from here all the way up. And it's going to try to localize maybe in here. This might be the area that, if you watch this right here, see how this is going back behind this feature of the wall cloud. See how that's going tucked in, and this feature right here is coming right at me, and this back here, this little right here, this is going in and wrapping around and forming this, right? And that's what's going on right there. That's what that's doing. And so we'll see. If it tightens up enough, it'll produce a tornado. All right, that's what it's going to do, if it tightens up enough. All right, great shot there from Brandon. And we have Tom up in Cordell with the damage there. So let's go back to Tom Pastrano here, then we'll jump back into radar. And let's go with Tom. Tom, you're live again. Well, I'll tell you what, I think Tom's talking to somebody. It looks like probably an official, trying to figure out what's going on. All right, Tom, if you can hear me, can you give me a quick update from Cordell? Anything new? What's the latest?
Yeah, right now I'm going south of 152, and there's supposedly some substantial damage to houses, so I am looking for that right now.
Okay, all right. The second you get there, let us know. The second you get there, do not hesitate. Jump back in. We want to see it. All right, great job, Tom. Great job. Okay.
David, right now over downtown, we have those mammatus clouds, the anvil from these storms, and folks just asking, are these coming into central Oklahoma or some of those tornado hit areas right now? Because we know we've had tornadoes since Friday off and on for days. Yeah, and they are not. So let's come back to the metro here real quick. There's the only tornado warning we have in Oklahoma right now. It's right there. If it's going to produce a tornado, folks, you might see it before I do. You're looking at it live right there from Brandon Pennell. All right, so northern Oklahoma, severe storm up in Grant County, south and east of Medford. Not a big deal. Val and Marty are on that. Bigger storm in Blaine County. That's still hanging on. But the trend has been, these are weakening. We're losing the beginning of the loss of the daytime heating. And these were driven by the sun today. Yes, we have the jet stream winds overhead. They're not extremely strong, but either way, that's what's happening right now. They're beginning to kind of come down. The tornado producer earlier, it's basically gone. That produced a tornado that hit Cordell and just south of Cordell. David, it's gone. Yeah, go ahead.
David, check out this video on links 5
control
of
room.
That Cordell tornado. You can see, I mean, it looks like it's basically taken from underneath it, but it's actually looking up into the storm. It's kind of another unique angle to see how displaced that funnel becomes as it goes toward the ground from the parent thunderstorm. Yeah, and folks, that is looking up at the mesocyclone. There is the skinny, thin elephant trunk tornado. And it was a little bit fatter when Brandon and Jeremy saw it. No, Brandon and Tom saw it. It was a little bit thinner and thicker when they saw it. This is a little bit thinner, but either way, that is a tornado right there. All right, that's when it was moving through and just outside of Cordell. All right, let's go back to links 1. There we go.
And notice how we just sit here for 10 to 15, 20 minutes, and what this thing does, it does not move. It's right over. There's the hook, supercell, right here, V-notch, screaming eagle, the beak's right here. Like I've always said, you don't want to be in the beak. It's a bad place to be. Looking at the tops of the storms, we can see the mesocyclone. We can get in on it, and we're going to zoom in here, and we'll take some of this away so we can see what the vault looks like up in here, and you can see exactly what this thing looks like in. Wow. It's an impressive storm, and look where Brandon is. He's right up against the mesocyclone, which is right here. It's right there. There's a mesocyclone that's coming up and then rotating downstream. There's your mesocyclone in 3D. It doesn't get any more amazing than that.
The gust front kind of wrapping in from Lone Wolf up into Babs too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Nice. Look at that. Yeah. And as long as that gust front doesn't cut it off, as long as it comes in right into it. Okay, let's go back to Tom Pastrano now, folks. This is live from the south sides of Cordell. Tom, exactly how far south are you from downtown Cordell?
So I am just a couple of blocks from downtown right now, and it looks like a couple of houses took the brunt of this. Looks like a lot of fences. Part of their roof looks like it got torn away. There's another house right here that got some substantial damage. All of it maybe looks like EF1 possibly. Lots of trees that are down. They lost their whole fence right there. So it does look pretty bad for these unfortunate people. Everybody's out here. There's tractors out here. Everybody's helping each other clean up everything. But it does look pretty significant over this area. Back to you.
All right, Tom, a couple of questions here. Are any homes completely, roofs torn off? Is it light damage? And have you had a chance to talk with anybody? Any injuries at all? Any injuries at all? To me, it looks like EF1 damage, at least with this, EF1. At this point, I haven't seen everything. I've only seen what you're seeing. But what do you think on the EF scale from what you've seen? And have you heard of any reports of any injuries at all? And again, if you have or you haven't, take a couple of minutes here, get out and talk to a few people.
Yeah, I just pulled up here, so I'll go talk to someone. But I haven't heard any injuries. I haven't seen any emergency vehicles with any ambulances or anything. But it does look like EF1, just a couple of the roofs that are peeled back. It isn't whole roofs that are gone or missing. So it looks significant. They have a lot of cleanup to do, but it doesn't, look like some of the tornadoes we've seen all week closer to Oklahoma City and southern Oklahoma. So you can see this house here, the roof got peeled back.
Okay, hey, Tom, do me a favor. Leave that shot up for a second. I want you to get out of the car. I want you to go talk to one of the people in the neighborhood here that's been hit. See if they'll get on and do a phoner with us if they were in the tornado. See if you can grab somebody, bring them over to your car, give them your headset, let them talk to me. Don't tell them who it is. They might not like me. Just tell them the guy in Oklahoma City wants to talk to them. Anyway, if you could do that, that'd be great. I mean, honestly, just go find somebody, say, hey, I know this guy in the city. He wants to ask you a question. But if you can do that, that'd be fine. Leave that shot up. That tells the whole story. This is some of the damage in Cordell. All right, back to it. Links 1. There's the hook. It's still there. There's the hook. It's still there. And we have damage from downtown Cordell to south of downtown a few blocks. It is tornado damage. It came in from the west. It was tucked into the rain, and then it came out of the rain quickly, and boom. And I mean, it went up fast. And I mean, really, really, really fast. The storm itself didn't. That's why we were watching both these storms. But man, when it went into tornado mode, it certainly did it. Let's go back to Brandon Pennell. We'll take his shot, and that's his view right there, and get an update from Brandon. Brandon's still an ominous looking, lowering. It is still turning. It's still spinning. What do you think? What do you know? We know we have obviously some significant damage in Cordell. Looks like EF1 damage right now in Cordell to the north of you. But what's your storm doing? Go ahead.
Okay, David. So it's finally made a little bit of a move. I think it's probably moved about a mile or a half a mile to the south and a little bit to the east. It's still west or right. Probably the eastern flank of the wall cloud is right over the top of 183. One thing that's changed since the last time we've talked, I'm going to move my truck just a little bit since we're wall to wall and we got a little bit of time. I want to show you what's coming in from the southeast now. So you can see as I pan to the left, you'll understand what's going on. But all of this is coming in from the southeast, pumping back up onto the north side and on the southeast side of this wall cloud. and then it wraps completely around. And since I'm so close underneath, so all of that right there in the shot is being pulled from the southeast to the northwest, and then it's wrapping up into this on the right-hand side, and then it pulls back around to the south. So the wall cloud itself is not it's a lot fatter, it's a lot wider. It looks actually a little bit meaner than what it has. It's not near as ragged. It's a pretty substantial wall cloud. It's just a matter of time to see if it's going to figure itself out. I'm starting to get a little bit of rain now. There's nothing telling me that, there's a tornado imminent. Not at least in the next 30 seconds to a minute, but we all know how fast this can change. I mean, the Cordell deal went from, barely, nickels and dimes, maybe some quarters, to an elephant trunk on the ground 5 miles to my north, well removed from the wall cloud. So this is kind of an evolving situation. I'm right underneath it. If it's going to do something, you're going to see it basically the same time I do. So we're still right here. We're sitting underneath it. I'll let you know if anything changes. Back to you.
All right. Nice job. Nice job. So this is the tornado warning. You're looking right at it. This is it that's spinning. Let's go back to reflectivity here. And quickly here, Canton Lake. There is a hook right here.
Right north of me.
We are watching. Yes, Jeremy. It's going to be just to your north. There is a small hook north of Watonga. That storm is weakening, but the storm back here, right here, a little bit of a couplet. It's not crazy strong, but these haven't been crazy strong. We've had tornadoes out of them today. They've been small tornadoes, but nonetheless, right here, Canton Lake, a little bit of some spin going on, and Jeremy is headed to the north, and he'll be up there shortly. And matter of fact, we have his shot. Let's go to Jeremy Carter's shot. He's coming north. There it is. The lowering is going to be right here to the left of the highway. Jeremy's busted north here, and he's going to be in place here in about 10 minutes. So, Andrew, make sure that Jeremy goes into Canton. I don't care how he gets there. He go to Canton, take Highway 51 to the west. It's all good. He knows what he's doing, but that's going to be just west-northwest of the lake, just west of the lake, actually of Lucky Star Casino in Canton.
Hey, Andrew.
So anyway, Andrew, let's go ahead and kill his mic. We don't need him hot right now. All right, let's come back to it here. And just get him west on 51, Andrew. Get him west on 51. All right, that's going to go to Canton and Canton Lake. Big hail, golf ball size hail or larger. The hail north of Watonga has come down. All right, let's go back into southwestern Oklahoma. And lots of heavy rain down here. Tornado warning continues. And this is where Hobart is. Again, this is south of Hobart. It's nearly stationary. There's your wall cloud and your lowering right on Highway 183, which is right here. We have tornado damage in from Cordell from the other storm that produced the tornado in Cordell. Let's go back to Tom Pastrano, and let's get an update from her, and let's get an update from Tom. And Tom Pastrano, you are hot again. It looks like we have found somebody that will give us an update. Tom, if we can go ahead and do this, let us know when she's ready. I just want to ask her a few questions, if she doesn't mind giving us an update on the air, folks. This is live. This has not been rehearsed. We have no idea how this is going to end. That's all I know.
Yeah, David.
But, go ahead.
I'm with Mila right now, and she owns the house that got hit. All of that debris you're seeing is actually at her garage. So I'm going to let her tell you her story.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. What was her name again?
Myra.
Myra.
Hi,
Myra. One more time.
They let us off work early. They said there was hail coming, and so I came home, and I sat down. I put my car in the garage, sat down, and then I heard something at my kitchen window. When I pulled back my curtain, I saw it. It was taking my garage, and it took my garage, and it did damage all to the south side, the roof, and my back bedroom, and I had some really nice men stop and got the wall off of my car and backed it up. It has minimal damage, but my house is damaged.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
I was expecting.
Okay, so which house is yours? Is it the house right behind you, or is it the one up the street here?
Across the street.
Okay.
From where.
Okay, and just to clarify, you were not injured. You don't have any injuries, and do you know of any injuries in Cordell? Any of your neighbors, are they injured?
It looks like it hit here. They got the neighbor over here, and we had a rent house next door, and it took the porch and did roof damage. And I've heard on the north side of town there was some damage possibly over by the school, but I don't know. I haven't been able to get my car out of the driveway.
Okay, so were you... Any of your neighbors, are there any injuries that you've heard of? Any injuries?
And I haven't heard of anything, but there's been a lot of great people stopping to help.
Of course. Of course. So is there anything you need right now? Is there anything you need right now from anybody that can help you?
A lot of prayers. I'm pretty shook up. My boys are coming in from Texas right now. They're on their way. And they both live here in town, but they work in Texas. And we'll figure it out. I have insurance, thank you.
Well, there you go. Well, Myra, thank you so much. We're so glad you were safe and you're not hurt. I know you've got a mess to clean up, but this is, by the way, this is David Payne from News 9 in Oklahoma City, and I just want to say...
yes.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. We appreciate it. And thanks for putting up with Tom Pastrano there and taking up your time. I know you're busy and you've got a lot to do. So thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay. All right. Nice job there for Myra. And Oklahoma Standard, kids are coming home to help her, neighbors and all that. So that's what we do around here, people. That's what we do. All right, let's get to it. There it is. Tornado warning continues now for Kiowa County.
It's a little tighter now, David. It is a little tighter, the storm that Brandon's on, just to the southeast now of Brandon.
Yeah, and notice how much it's moved in the last 40 minutes.
I'll lap this here for 30 minutes.
Okay.
And, I mean, you can see the circulation is crawling. It may have lunged just a little bit further east when it tightened up.
Yeah, it has moved.
Flash flood warnings are in effect, by the way, for this area. 3 to almost 4 inches of rain has fallen with this.
Okay, and the flooding is going to be a little farther north up in the Hobart area, right? Just barely north of there?
Yeah, those rainfall totals are on links too.
Okay, all right, we'll take that here in just a second. All right, let's talk about shear rate and the area of spin. It's fairly broad, but that's the thing that's been weird about this whole thing. It's been broad, but then it tightens up. And we get a little area that tightens up and we get a tornado, all right? That's what happened in Cordell. It was kind of a broad area in Cordell. It was like, it was a mesocyclone. It was spinning. And really, folks, we had looked at it probably 5 minutes before, and it looked okay. It was a supercell. Tom was right there. Brandon was right there. And then suddenly, out of the rain, this tornado just comes and just drill bits. And right then, it's in Cordell. So the circulation right now is going to be just south of where Babs is, the small community of Babs. That's where Brandon is. Let's go back to Brandon. Look at the hook. Brandon, your storm on radar is getting better organized and it's tightening up now on the highway. Pretty much, well, you're looking right at it, obviously. Give us an update. What do you think? What do you see? And I know it looks like right now you probably have a north wind. What's going on to your south? Give us an update on that. How fast is that motion down there? Go ahead.
Okay, David. So the motion continues to become better organized. The wall cloud, you can see the left side now. It has moved right over and just on the east side of 183. I would say that this is probably the most organized and the best that it's looked since I've been here. And it started to happen as the storm has finally started to move. You know, it's been sitting in the same place, and it's been having problems getting itself figured out. Well, now that it's starting to creep at least to the east, the wall clouds become better organized. The rotation is increasing. I would say right now, even though I don't think a tornado is imminent, again, when I stress that, when I say imminent, I mean in the next 30 seconds to 1 minute. But the trend over the last 5 minutes has been for this storm to become more organized. And the one thing I want to really harp on, I know this is an open country, but if it does what the Cordell storm was to do, the Cordell storm really ramped up, it tightened, it produced a tornado, and then it almost flatlined and went away within, a 15 to 20 minute period, maybe a half hour. And the trend is up on this. So I'm actually going to move. I'm going to drop south about 1 mile to 2 miles and then start going back to the east where I'm on the south side of it. Another thing I just noticed is we just had 2 random tennis balls fall out of the sky just out of nowhere. We haven't had any hail for probably since we came through Hobart, 30 minutes ago, and we just had 2 tennis balls that come from the northwest or northeast. So the storm still needs to be watched. We're going to drop south about 2 miles and then get a little bit east on the southeast side of it and see what the difference in the appearance is from the south side compared to the north side. Back to you.
All right, stay there. Stay with it. All right, let's go to Jim Gardner, and I think we have his shot. He's up top. He's trying to find the damage here from up above, and big hail, by the way. And Jim Gardner, we have you hot. Jim Gardner, we have you hot. We have you live. Tom Pastrano's right there on the ground. Jim Gardner up top. I think we have this thing covered from the ground and the air. Go ahead, Jim. Give us an update on the path and what you see from Jim up top. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, that's right, David. You're looking at those houses that Tom was talking about. Now, it looks like there's going to be around North Glen, English Street, around there is where these two homes got hit. Now, as we were coming in, David, at the school, we actually saw part of the roof peeled back, and we saw a bus that had scooted the bus all the way up against the building there. We'll go back and show you that, but right now this is what we're showing you, where this tornado just quickly touched down. They don't have to be very big, David. They can be small rope tornadoes, but if they come down, this is what's going to happen. People think, oh, well, that tornado's not that big. That ain't that big. What are you showing that for? But this is what happens. If it ropes down and it touches, it's going to take whatever it's going to touch, and that's what happened here, David. So we're going to fly around Cordell here. I see some more damage. Let me try to get my cameraman to come in here. And so where you are, let me get around here. The wind's really strong up here where we're at, David. Just give me a minute as we come around. Okay, down towards the bottom, Greg, right there. Stop, zoom in that block there. I think there's a look around in there. No,
right here, right there.
Not it.
Is that tornado? There,
yeah, there you go. There's trees down.
Tree, tornado. Oh, there you go.
There's the house there.
Trailer.
Yeah, there you go.
Right there.
So that's some more damage.
Yep.
There. And this is going to be on this, actually on the southwest side of town. This is going to be on the southwest side of town.
Yep.
Right there. So it's going to be Highway 183. It's going to be Highway 183 that it's just to the east of Highway 183. Right along in there, just on the east side, about a block of 183 is where this tornado touched down. So again, there's some more houses that are damaged. I see some more, Greg, I'm trying to get you in. We got some clouds moving in here. But that looks like the biggest part, David, right there is where it really set down in that 2-block area right there and did a lot of damage up in there. You know, and of course, you're seeing it from our vantage point. You can see, you know, the camera and the helicopter can tell a lot better picture from up in the air than when you're trying to look at stuff on the ground here. So this kind of gives you an idea of just how extensive the damage is and where it was traveling and what it did. So it looks like it may be a 3-block area here that homes are damaged in there, David. But again, this is 183, just on the east side, and I'll try to find a cross street for you, David. It looks like the closest cross street may be Highway 152 and Cordell Street. So that's going to be south of that.
Okay.
So it's just on the southwest side of town where this touched down. Now we're going to go back up towards the school and see what we can find up there. But like I said, it's about a 3-block area in Cordell on the southwest side. East side of 183 is where this rope tornado touched down. As we get more, we'll toss it back to you, David. We'll run up here to the school and we'll see what we can find and get back to you.
Okay, all right. And Jim's going a little farther north. He's going to find more damage. We'll check back in with him. So the school's been hit, but as you can see from that shot, the bus has been moved. See the bus up against the building? We think that's been possibly moved with the damage, and you can see the light damage on that building. But again, we'll see if that bus was actually picked up and at least shoved across the parking lot. And then from there, it was a little more severe, obviously, what Jim was showing you there as you moved a little farther south, a couple of blocks south, that Tom and with the lady we interviewed, Myra, gosh love her, at her house, and the damage that she had, and the damage on the south side of Cordell was more significant than it was at the school. So at least maybe a half dozen to a dozen homes have been hit. Right now, from what I've seen, EF0, EF1 damage. It doesn't matter if you get hit by a tornado, whether it's an EF1 or an EF0, it'll still scare you, and that scare you to death sometimes, and that's what's going on with that. All right, we want to jump back south again one more time. Let's talk about the tornado warning that does continue. It's stationary. It's not moving. There is a shot of the wall cloud right there from Brandon Pennell, and you can see the spin going on. Let's go back to Brandon and get an update. Tornado warning continues if you live 2 miles south of Babs and nearly stationary. Brandon, there's a wall cloud. It is rotating, but I see a lot of lifting going on. How fast is that rotation right now? That's a big storm.
Yeah, that's right. So I think we're about 3 miles north of Roosevelt now, just south of Babs. So you can tell what a big difference being on the north side and the south side looks like. So the rotation is definitely there. I still think it's fairly broad. Like the wall cloud itself is really, really impressive. I mean, just visually, everything is there. One thing I will say is I think that we're lacking a little bit of surface winds. Like we've gotten south now. They're not extremely strong, even out of the southwest, which is the way that they should be right now feeding into this. I would say they're probably in the 7 to 10 mile an hour range, which you know as well as I do. I'm not saying it can't produce a tornado, but that's pretty weak surface winds flowing into this. Now, that doesn't mean that 2 miles to our east, we don't have strong southeast winds. I know I had 40, 45 mile an hour northeast winds on the backside. So there are some things that continue to impress me about this. We're staying right with it. Nothing has really changed with the storm over the last half an hour to 45 minutes. I mean, like I said, I can't tell you how we can't be any closer unless we were up, like literally up in the cloud. I mean, it's literally a quarter of a mile in front of me. So if it does anything, you're going to be the first to know. Back to you.
Nice job. And it's moving. That's what me and Cassie and Lacey were talking about here in Andrew. It's moving off to the southeast now at literally like 5 miles an hour, maybe. I mean, it's almost stationary. And this is what it's been. Okay, let's go back to radar here. And there it is. And there's a circulation just southeast of Babs. Circulation is right here. What's shear rate look like on it now? Let's take a look at shear rate.
It's still stretched out.
Yeah, it is. It's broad. But it's kind of what Cordell looked like, a little bit broad, and it just tightened up. We had problems.
Right.
But Brandon's right here. He's looking right here at it, and that's his shot.
And it's almost drifting down just north of Roosevelt now.
Yeah.
I mean, it is south of Babs now.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. You folks in Babs and west and north of Babs and really east of Babs, I think you're good. Now, there's still rain and hail up here and all that, but it's come down now.
Yeah, and you can see that with the lightning count too.
Okay, so this might be the beginning of the end for this thing.
It's 6:45, so we're a little past peak heating. It's crazy. This all happened right as we were getting into the hottest part of the day.
Yeah, and that's what it took. Peak heating, and we were talking about how the winds and the atmosphere were just pretty favorable today. We had a west wind at the jet stream level. Low level jet was basically from the south, so you had 90 degrees between a south wind and a west wind, and at different heights. So it was pretty good. Okay, it is really, look at the hook on this now.
It's an impressive storm.
I mean, and that's why we call them supercells, because they're very strong and they last forever, and that's just what they do. As long as they have fuel and instability, they will last, and that's exactly what's going on down here. And Brandon's right there looking right at it. Let's go back to Tom Pastrano, and the guys, I'll come to you here. Let's go back to Tom and get an update from Tom. And he's in the neighborhood where we talked to Myra here a little bit ago. We've got more damage, and it looks like locals and friends and family are coming in to help out. Tom, give us an update again. What have you learned here in the last 20 minutes since we talked to you last? Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody's coming out to help, neighbors helping neighbors. But this is right across the street from the Cordell Junior High, and it looks like their garage took some substantial damage. A lot of the shingles and the boards are just mangled. I just pulled up, and it looks like there's quite a few people just hauling all of the debris to the curb. It's a pretty big pile of debris there. I'll show you there. But yeah, it looks pretty bad, and unfortunately, it looks like it might start to rain a little bit. So there's a few people with holes in the roof. So everybody's trying to work pretty quick. Back to you.
Oh, that's what you get done when you get a lot of people working together, right? You can knock stuff out, and we love to see that. I mean, these people need help, right? I mean, just like we all would and all do when we get hit by something, a natural disaster like this. And this was a low-end tornado. I think it goes down as an EF1, the way it looks right now. Winds 80, 90, 100 miles an hour, give or take, the way it looks to me. And this will be surveyed, and we'll get the official coming up. But another day in Oklahoma and another tornado, right? Welcome to springtime. If you're new here, this is how we do it. All right, let's go back to the news desk. Guys, I know you have an update on more of the damage, obviously, from the high school south and southwest sides of town is where the damage is worse. Go ahead, guys, take it away.
All right, David, thank you so much. We have been checking. I just want to say right off the bat, no reports of any injuries, no reports of any fatalities with this storm. So that is the good news. What we are hearing is a lot what you've been seeing, the damage around town. Talked to James Lindsay with King Lindsay Farm Supply, and he said they were inside their shop when the tornado went through. They looked outside, and sure enough, it was right there. They went right into the center of their building, and he said they had enough time to look outside so far and see roof damage. Some of the roof's been peeled back, trees down. They had one of their shipping containers get moved across the street from the wind as well, but they are all okay.
Also, just kind of talking about Myra, how she didn't, she knew it was kind of bad. She looked out her kitchen, and then she saw part of her garage going away. So I talked to a guy named Mike Reimer who said he knew it was kind of bad just because of the the wind and hail. He is the owner of Mike's Meats there in Cordell, and he sent his employees home. He thought they were fine, kind of fine, until he contacted a police officer who was right there, who told him, take cover.
Get back.
And so that's exactly what he did. I know this kind of came out of nowhere, but at least in Mike's case, he was able to get in the shelter. When I say came out of nowhere, I mean just like obviously wind and hail, but probably not expecting this thing to drop a tornado like it did.
As well. Some of the places we're talking to right around Main Street there in Cordell. If you're not familiar with Cordell, it's just about an hour-and-a-half drive from Oklahoma City west. So that's where we are seeing some of the damage. Again, we've been checking around. No reports of any injuries or fatalities, but what a beautiful scene to see neighbors coming out immediately after this happened. David, we see Good Samaritans come out helping each other.
Yeah, and that's what you do, right? As a human, you help your neighbor and your fellow neighbor and the person that lives next door to you, and that's exactly what they're doing in Cordell right now. And there's Jim Gardner's shot. We'll check back in with Jim coming up here in a minute, give you an update on the tornado warning. Brandon's right there. Brandon's inside the cylinder, and that's how we like to chase. And you're thinking, really? That's what we want. Yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to be able to see the tornado, you get inside the cylinder. This is where the mesocyclone is, and this is where Brandon is. He is inside that cylinder. Let's go to Brandon Pennell and get an update again. Brandon, I tell you what, your storm, as far as reflectivity goes, looks about as most impressive as it's looked all day. The hook is tremendous on this thing. Go ahead. It's getting tighter.
Yeah, David, that's 100% correct. I've noticed here in the last 2 minutes, I was just fixing to holler at you. Our rotation is finally localized. It's really turning right here. I mean, I would say, if we were if the environment was just a little bit different, I'd say a tornado was imminent. But you can see now that there's dust
right there
being pulled up off the ground into the base.
Yes. Hang on, Brandon. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just talking to myself.
Well, what I was going to say is this is almost identical to what Cordell did. The wall cloud was to the south, and then it stretched back out the north side, and it started, I think, as a column of dust and stuff being pulled up, and then it condensated all the way to the ground on that line and just snaked back to the north. I'm not saying that that's what this is going to do, but the trend right now over the last 2 minutes is definitely up. Like there's a lot more turning going on in the base of the wall cloud, and a lot of rising motion. We don't have a lot of scud being lifted right now. I think that's the saving grace.
Yeah.
But if that starts to happen, it's going to condensate, and we're going to have a tornado on the ground if that continues.
Okay, Brandon, here's the deal. Keep looking. What's that right there to the left of this pole? What's going on? Is there any dust back in there to the left? Do you see anything? I see the dust over here. Okay, what has me a little concerned is that little wavy motion, that little wave on the left side of your wall cloud right there. When that starts to wave like that and starts to tuck and pull, that's when I get a little worried. What's that thing doing? Do you see anything on the ground? I know. I cannot see anything on the ground. Okay.
But that does not mean that there couldn't be a small vortice on the ground. I was talking about 5 minutes ago about we had no surface winds from the southwest, and now we're taking northwest winds, which is where they should be, probably at 40 to 45, and now you can really see the dust starting to pick up in the distance.
Yep.
Right underneath.
Yep.
Right underneath where that is, and it's being pulled in from the north and rising.
183, 3 miles north of Roosevelt. It is drifting southeast. The tornado warning now includes Roosevelt and Cooperton. Go to your safe spot now. No tornado on the ground, but it's close, David.
No, I mean, it's right here. Okay, Brandon, let's see if this attaches. Let's put Brandon's shot over here. We're going to try to get another tornado. Look at the hook. My gosh, look at the hook on this. Again, here's Roosevelt, and like Lacey just said, again, crawling east-southeast or southeast at about 5 miles per hour. Roosevelt down Highway 19 to Cooperton, lowest level, center part of the house, and you got to go now. This thing is ramping up right now. You're seeing it live. There it is right there, and I see dust. And folks, what happens is when it starts to suck from the ground up, when you start to get the vortex coming down from above, it might be an invisible vortex where you don't see the condensate because it's not strong enough yet, but you'll see dust lifting off the ground sometimes way before you get condensate, and then sometimes you might not even get condensate on the ground. You just get a tornado, right? The cone and then maybe hanging halfway down with the debris on the ground. So that's what we're watching for, and Brandon is right there looking right at it. So I see dust in Brandon's shot. This is where the tornado, if it's going to happen, it's right there. There's Brandon's shot. I have blowing dust, and that's being pulled up into the mesocyclone. But blowing dust and dust being pulled up into a mesocyclone is not a tornado. I know a lot of amateurs, tornado. No, it's not. It's got to be lifting and it's got to be turning, and it's got to be connected, right? You get a lot of wind flowing around this thing. So this is where the tornado, he's looking off to his southeast. What does shear rate look like? Is it trying to localize at all? Yeah, I mean, it's trying. So if you're in Roosevelt, okay, if you're in Roosevelt over to Cooperton, and especially in Roosevelt into the south and east of Roosevelt, safe spot, lowest level, center part of the house, storm shelter first. This is the hook right here, and look how it's doing a whole swirl right on top of Brandon. I mean, he can't get any closer to it or he'll be in it. All right, he can't get any closer to it or he'll be right in the middle of it. All right, so that's where your tornado is going to be. Let's go back to Brandon. Look at the dust. Look at the dust. Let's go back to Brandon Pennell here. Look at the dust being pulled up. There it is. Brandon, it's not turning, but that is dust being pulled in. What direction am I looking there? And what direction is the wind blowing that dust? That'll tell me a whole lot. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm looking due east, almost just a hair north of due east. I am on 183 about 3 miles north of Roosevelt. That dust is being pulled in directly from the north. And one thing I'll tell you,
we lost you.
Being lifted, as it attaches to the base of the cloud, it is turning as it's coming up off the ground. Now, it is not a tornado, not yet anyway, but it is not very far away from becoming one. It is, I mean, it's trying. It's most impressive this storm has looked to me all day. It's really trying. I mean, the clouds right above my head, literally maybe an eighth of a mile to my east, are really cranking. They are really cranking.
Brandon, what's the dust? What's going on ahead up here to the right? Is that more dust? Okay, look at the motion here. Look at the scud cloud on the backside rotating around. This whole thing is spinning. What's behind this tree? Is there any dust up here?
Yeah, it almost looks like over that building.
Is there any more dust being pulled in? Go ahead. Okay, what is this? Yes.
Here's what we got now. So here's what we got now.
Go ahead.
Now I don't know if this is still. I don't think this is still a tornado, but it's either trying to gust out maybe just a little bit, or we're really starting to get the broad circulation trying to tighten up into one area.
It's not there.
Because man, you can really see it right over the top of that tree.
It's right there.
You know, there's dust being pulled from the right. And there's dust being pulled from the left, and it's all condensating right above this tree.
Yep. Look at that. Look at the dust coming hundreds of feet off the ground. If it's going to produce a tornado, it's going to be right here, and you're going to see it live on News 9. Look at the motion. It's getting faster. Brandon, we might have a tornado here. The dust is getting stronger. It's getting thicker. That's the dust.
Shear rate's coming up. Radar is showing exactly what you're showing, David.
It's coming right into it, and so we are south of Babs. We're going to be 1, 2, 3 miles north of Roosevelt. You folks in Roosevelt, this is what's to your north. Okay, this is going to be a developing tornado. This is going to be tornado warning, obviously, for you folks north of Roosevelt, down Highway 19. If you live north of Roosevelt and to the east of Roosevelt, safe spot, lowest level, and we're going to see if this thing produces a tornado. We know it's sucking like crazy. Look at the dust being just sucked into this thing from the north, and then at the same time, we have dust being pulled in from the west. And look at that. Look at this right here. Look at this. You know what it takes to get that kind of air to go up into that? What has to be going on above you? All right, Brandon, what do you think? Give us an update. Any tight spin going on? I know you're looking on the ground. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, man, I can tell you right now, look at this explosion of dust. It almost looks like smoke from a fire. It is just ripping up off the ground from the north, being lifted up into this. I mean, there is so much turning going on, literally probably 300 foot above the ground. I mean, 300 to 400 foot above the ground. I mean, this is super, super impressive. And now look at the scud trying to form.
Right here.
Yep.
That's the first time I've seen that.
Right there.
Since this has started. Like, now we're starting to have scud interjected into that. And the question is now, is that going to continue and plant a tornado on the ground on the north side of Roosevelt? I still think it's not quite there, but we're splitting hairs because it's not very far away. If I live in Roosevelt or Cooperton, after what has happened in Cordell, I would take this serious and I would go ahead and take my tornado precautions. The only good thing is at least we can see this one. It's super visible. This may be trying to turn into a funnel right here, right in front of me, right over that tree.
At the very least, damaging winds coming into Roosevelt.
Yeah. What are the winds on velocity? What do you have there?
50 to 60 is what we're showing.
Okay. Brandon, that's right now looking at velocity data. That's 50 to 60 mile an hour winds coming into Roosevelt from the northwest on the wrap. So Brandon, you might need to go south a little bit here. I see rain trying to come in on your dust. You might need to get south.
I agree.
The wrap is starting to come in, and you might want to get south and back east. And your roads are all good. I know you know that. See how it's disappearing? So Brandon's going to bust south, and then he'll be back in position here in 1 minute. So here comes the rain. Here comes the hail to his right, which is going to be to his west. That's going in and around the tornado, right? And where the tornado is trying to develop. Okay? So he's going to head south. He's got a northwest wind, and he'll get down here, and he'll end up with a west wind. And as he gets closer to it, he's going to end up with a southeast wind. So tornado warning again for you folks in Roosevelt. This is going to be in far southwest Oklahoma. And again, this is a developing tornado right now. Tornado warning continues. We have damage up in Cordell from the tornado there. We had that live on the air from Brandon Pennell, who's down south now, and Tom Pastrano and Jim Gardner. He's up top too. So again, Cordell, you do have a new storm over you, I want to point out. But it's not tornadic, and it's nothing crazy. But there is rain now coming back into Cordell, which isn't good when we have roofs that are partially missing with the damage and all that. That's not good, but there's nothing tornadic in Cordell. I just want to stress that. And there's nothing headed for Oklahoma City.
Yeah, just some anvil precip now in the South Metro.
Yeah, but nothing crazy.
Right.
Nothing, a little bit of light anvil precip, Blanchard down to, Dibble and all that. Let's go back to Jim Gardner, and then we'll jump back south here. Let's go to Jim and get an update. And Jim, give us an update. You've been flying around here the last 10 minutes or so on the path. And what do you think? I think it was up and down as it moved, like you said, from the west and southwest through the southern sides of Cordell. Go ahead, Jim.
That's right. So we found a defined path, David. So now this is going to be, if we tilt down just a little bit, this is where that bus barn was, where the bus was scooted. You'll see it right there as we tilt. Keep going there just a little bit right there. Okay, now we're going to go back to those two houses we were on. Okay, so it took that roof off the garage or whatever, then the house just to the left of the screen there. As we pan over to the left a little bit, there's another house right there that was damaged. It had a lot of damage. Now, we're going to follow up. We're going to tilt up. This is a diagonal path from the southwest to the northeast, and we're going to keep tilting up. We're going to find a container, and so right there. So you see the blue container that was rolled over, and some damage at that shop right there. But that container was rolled over and rolled over towards the road. Now, if we keep going, tilt up. There's a damage on that house. We go down a little farther. Just keep following through there. There's fences down. You'll get to houses in there. We're starting to get some heavy rain here, so we'll try to get through this as quick as we can, but we keep tilting up. You see that house is damaged, and we keep tilting up a little more, and we go over to 183 to the left right there, and you'll see that's where the major damage was in those houses. Tilt down, Greg. It's right there where the 3 tarps are. So that was the path of the tornado as it came through Cordell there. So you can see it just hopped and skipped, and we're starting to get some really heavy rain here, David. So I'm going to have to get out of here. But that was the path there. I would say it was probably about, estimate maybe a mile that it went through there. But again, that's the damage in Cordell. Jim Gardner live from Bob Hill, Sky News 9. Back to you.
Okay. Hey, Jim, I know you can hear me. If you just, the rain's about over with you. There's nothing to your west or north. So if you just get out of this rain, you're going to be right back in the sunshine, and then you'll be out of it. I want you to stay there if you can a little bit longer. Look at the sun here coming in. So, Gardner, how long? You said the damage path is about a mile long on it hit the high school, and that is in that same path, correct?
That's right. It's just a diagonal, kind of perfect diagonal path from 183, where those 3 blocks we showed at the very first, and traveled northeast up to the school. So all through there, it didn't,
Okay.
Not some of the houses had significant.
Okay, we just lost him.
Hopping.
Oh, hang on, he's back. Go ahead, Jim. Okay. Well, and by the way, one of the prettiest courthouses in the country is in Cordell, downtown Cordell. If you've never been to Cordell, their courthouse, it's like something out of a movie. It was not damaged. It doesn't sound like it was damaged, but it's one of those that it just stands out. It's just a beautiful building all the way around. We're losing Jim there a little bit, but when he comes back up, we'll get an update from him. Let's go back south and get an update. Brandon is back in it. And let's see what's going on down here with our big rotating tornadic supercell now just to the north of Roosevelt. Roosevelt, lowest level, center part of the house. From Roosevelt over to Cooperton, there's the hook. Brandon's right here. Brandon, you're now going down Highway 19. You went through Roosevelt, Brandon Pennell. Give me an update on what you see. You're back under the bowl, looking back to your northwest. What do you think? What do you see?
Okay, David. One thing I can say, unless this storm changes path, Roosevelt is going to be missed to the southwest. We got a little bit of rain in between us and the circulation now. I'm trying to get into visibility, and then we're also dealing with the mountains, so things look just a little bit different than what they, you can get really obscured with the amount of rotation and as low as it was with the rain curtain. I mean, there's a lot of rain curtains, so I was just trying to make out right before you came to me. I thought maybe we had a small tornado on the ground, but then it looked kind of wispy like it was rain curtains, so, I wasn't ready to say that yet, but the storm visually, there's just a vault. And, for viewers at home that maybe not understand what that means, you can clearly see the right side and you can clearly see the left side. And it's just, it's a well-pronounced, it's an impressive storm, and it just continues to churn along. I'm going to stop right here and turn around and give you a shot back to the northwest. Give me 1 second here. So let me make the loop. That the visibility isn't very good right now. So probably what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hold right here because of the speed of what this is moving. I may even creep back just a little bit west, but you can clearly see that's it's low gray, just a wall of water between me and the circulation. So really what I might have to do is go back west just a little bit just so I can put my eyes better on the circulation to identify if there is something on the ground. I can tell you that as these rain curtains are being pulled in from the south, you can kind of see in this clear spot right here to the right, it's really dark in the middle right over my hood, and then there's a clear spot right in there, and all of that is being pulled in and back around into that circulation. So there's a lot of turning going on. See, now it's fully obscured in the rain, so I probably need to creep back just a little bit west to see if I can get a better view of it. So I might be too far ahead of it now. Back to you.
Well, or Brandon, or you might want to go north and have it backlit by the sun. If you go north right there and just creep up inside the inflow notch, you might have a view looking back to the west or southwest. I'm just throwing that out there. Maybe since you're right there, just go a little farther north, stay east of it, but go a little farther north and see if you see anything where you get the sunlight in behind it, because there's a lot of sun in behind it right now. And it's going to be right there. It's going to be right across this field. And we've got winds now of 60 miles per hour coming into the northeast side of Roosevelt on the wrap, which is just to your west. Northwest winds.
Yeah.
So, okay, great job, Brandon. We don't see it on the ground, but there's a circulation. They're damaging winds now coming in from the northwest. And this is going to be winds of 60 miles per hour along Highway 19 to the north. Tornado warning continues. Right now, the circulation is just to the northeast of Roosevelt. It's up in here. It's up in here, and there's your hook. There's your inflow notch, and it's all happening right in here. There's Roosevelt. The spin, if you will, is right here. Okay, it's right here, and it's northeast of town, right? It's northeast of town. It's right in here, and that's where the spin is. And Brandon's right there, and he does have a great shot looking right at it. Okay, so tornado warning continues, and once again, this is going to be for southern Kiowa County. This is south and east of Hobart, and Hobart's had anywhere from 3 to nearly 5 inches of rain. And the strength of this storm has come down. It has weakened. Look at the intensities here.
It's a far cry from what it was.
Yeah.
It was all the way in the whites 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
But it's still spinning like crazy.
Yeah. And now we're back down into to this level, which is down here's weak. But you know what? It's all about shear sometimes. And you can have a storm that's right in this green area and it's producing a tornado. So, but as far as intensities go and huge hail and all that, the hail sizes have come way down. The intensities have come down. And it's a supercell, and now the hook is trying to collapse on top of everything else. So it looks to me like it's on the weakening trend overall. Just look at the radar.
Andrew.
And who's talking to me?
I think it was Brandon talking to Andrew.
Okay. All right. And let's go back. Okay.
There's severe storms to the south as well that are pushing to the northeast, still on an upward trend, David.
Yeah, those are coming up. And this is developing shear too.
Yes.
Which is a problem just northeast of Tipton. Let's go to velocity data on this and see what it's doing. Yep, there you go, right there. Okay. It's nothing crazy, but it is spinning. And we need to keep an eye on that.
And then just to hop back up north really quick to the storm up over Canton Lake.
Yeah.
Give you a view of that. The storm that's kind of riding down the Highway 33 area, that's still holding on with maybe some nickel-size hail. And then this storm has been weakening, but it's just parked itself over Canton Lake.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Look at that.
Which, you know what?
Well, actually, the hail core just came up a little bit in the last scan.
Canton loves the water. And Jeremy Carter's got hail in his shot, too. So there's nickels and dimes and quarters.
David?
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Just an update on Brandon. He's got to fill up real quick, but he also said that his winds picked up a ton, like 70, 80 mile an hour winds.
Oh, yeah. Wow, okay.
Okay, and that's what we see on radar coming into Roosevelt. All right, so here's your big supercell. This one's coming up. We'll see what it does. It's still severe now. It's northeast of Tipton. It's going to Snyder. It's going to try to go to Cache, but this is the monster storm that has so far not produced a tornado. It's been close. Brandon's right there. There's the area of spin. Look at the damaging winds now where Brandon is. These are winds 70 mile per hour plus from just north of Roosevelt down State Highway 19. And these are just moving off to the east-southeast. I mean, it's just crawling. Circulation is right here. This is on the wind here you see is on the wrap, on the westerly part of that storm. So the winds are coming in here strong, and the spin is right here. And there's your wind coming in, but there's the area of spin now, northeast of Roosevelt, 1, 2, 3, about 4 miles northeast of town. So if you live northeast of Roosevelt through east of Roosevelt for now, safe spot, lowest level, take your tornado precautions, go, go, go. And even if it does produce a tornado, at least at this point, it would be a low end, a fairly weak tornado, the way it looks right now, just looking at it. Lacey, what you got?
Well, I was showing you Tom's shot there. He's got a different perspective. He's found additional damage, but also Cassie drew the path for folks in Cordell of that confirmed tornado.
Okay.
May not have been on the ground the whole time, but it also could have been intermittently about a mile, mile and a half of damage. So you've got Tom and Links 3.
Okay, where's that? Let's go to Links 3, and then, all right, so here's what we're thinking. And again, wow, the high school's here.
Yeah, and there's Tom where he's at with kind of the beginning of damage he's found.
And wow, so it just hit this one neighborhood? No. He was up in here earlier.
Earlier, now he's down south.
Yeah, okay.
He's showing you that, I think it's a silo of some sort from what I can tell.
Yeah,
my monitor's small. But
okay, so there's your Cordell tornado path. And again, we're doing this on the fly, but what we've seen from Jim Gardner right here. And Tom's down here with some more damage, and it went here, across 2 of your highways in Cordell, folks. Not the first time. By the way, this is over in the same path that the tornado took. Hang on a second. That would have been October 9th of 2001. October 9th in 2001.
Were you there 23 years ago?
I was going to go to Cordell. Well, 3 hours before that, we found out we were having a baby girl. We were having a baby girl. Then I said, hey, honey, that's great. Congratulations. I'm going to go see a couple of tornadoes. And I did. And I did not go to...
Audrey's 22?
Yeah.
23?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's 22.
Okay.
So anyway, I did not go to Cordell. I caught the Elk City tornado, which was an EF3, almost an EF4. That was in October of 2001. Anyway, but at the same time, Cordell got hit. I couldn't be at 2 places at once. I like to be, but I can't. But I was on the Elk City tornado, which became an EF3, really almost an EF4. This was an EF3. October 9th, 2001, and it went right here. It came right across the eastern sides of Cordell. You folks in Cordell, you know what I'm talking about. And it was a violent tornado. It was a strong tornado. And you had damage there. And then we had a baby 10 months later. Anyway, all right, so there it is. There's the path of today's tornado running from west of 183. It set down to East Main Street, and then from there, it died basically at the high school.
And if it went further north, we just haven't drawn it further north because we don't know for sure.
Yeah, it could have.
Yeah.
And we'll examine our video
But Tom has a new shot. I'm curious what that is.
Yeah, let's go to Tom. And Tom's going to be Tom Pastrano. You're well south of where you were earlier. Give us a quick update on more damage down there. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, so this is going to be just to the west of 183, probably about 2 miles southwest of Cordell. and this is an ag center. One of the locals came up to me and showed me this picture. This looks like where the tornado originated. It did take away probably about 4 or 5 power poles, and they're working on that. All the power lines are down in front of this center. I'm going to pan over this camera, and you can see over here where they're putting that. And it looks like about 4 or 5. And then behind that, it looks like some structural damage, a little bit more than this pile of metal here. So it did some significant damage. It looked like it was right when it was starting out, heading towards Cordell. So it looks like they have a lot of work here, a lot of twisted metal, some big beams that are just twisted here. So this could be the strongest damage that I've seen so far out of this tornado. Back to you.
Wow, look at that. So are those, did you say those are big metal beams? Are those metal beams that are twisted?
Yeah, they are completely twisted.
Wow. Wow. Okay, that changes things. Yeah, is that from a barn? Is that what you said? This is from, I'm guessing, some kind of a outdoor barn. I mean, a barn that was just destroyed. Is that what that was, Tom?
Yeah, it looks like it's part of a silo here, and then it looks like they may have stored some equipment.
Okay.
Up there. I mean, the metal on top is very kind of weak, but those are some beams that got twisted up in the tornado.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, Tom, that's going to be for sure a solid EF1, and this might be EF2 damage. Right there. Yeah. I mean, this might be EF2 damage right there, right now. Okay. Great job, Tom Pastrano on the ground. All right, Tom, if you can, we're rolling on you. Try to find some more damage. You're south of Cordell there, and that's where we know we have damage there. Okay, let's go back to radar. Great job, Tom Pastrano. Going above and beyond today, my friend. All right, there it is. There's the hook. What I like about it, the hook is disappearing, but here comes the storm now, leaving Hobart slowly, and it's going to sag into Roosevelt from the north. So you're going to get more wind in Roosevelt. You're going to get some hail. You're going to get some flooding. If this, how much is falling up north? 4 inches?
Near Hobart?
Yeah, you're not on. Are you hot?
I am now. Can you hear me now?
I can. You sound
That
great
was me.
now.
3.5 to 4 inches were the latest radar estimates. So there may be areas a little more, areas a little less. Cassie's got it up here on links 2.
Okay, links
on
2.
Highway 183. So from Hobart to Roosevelt, 4.8 is the latest there. So splash flooding is occurring in and around Hobart for sure.
Yeah, you folks in Hobart, again, I don't need to tell you this, but I have to. Don't be that guy or gal. Don't drive into water. Right? I mean, let's not do that. We have enough news to cover today in southwest Oklahoma. We don't need to be covering a drowning. We don't want to do that. We don't want to cover, we don't cover water rescue. So let's not do that. Let's just drive around, stay home, but just, let's not get weird on us and drive into water. All right, let's go back south and talk. I love the fact that the hook is nothing like what it was. It's a completely different animal. There is your supercell. And remember, they spin till they die. They spin till they die. And the cylinder of air that's spinning is right here, and it's spinning like a top. And then on the north side, we have all the wind and hail. And that was your screaming eagle earlier. Now we've got a screaming eagle without a beak. And that's what we like. We don't like beaks. All right. So, Lace, what do you think as far as the tornado now? Roosevelt, you're out of the tornado threat for now. It's well to your east. The storm is weakening, but now we still have our concern. It's right here. It's just to the west of Roosevelt. And storm intensities, it's gone up, it's gone down.
It's pulsed in the last 20 minutes or so. And you can see it's kind of 2 separate storms. The hail cores actually increased a little bit on the portion that came south of Hobart.
Yeah.
So they're kind of interacting with each other a little bit.
Right. So if you live east of Roosevelt, over to Cooperton, still tornado safe spot, lowest level, center part of the house. Tornado's going to be right here. What is shear rate? What's it showing back in here? Anything? It's right here. That's trying to come back up. Let's go to Brandon. I see a lowering. Look at the bowl now in Brandon's shot. So he's looking at that. See that big red dot? That's that.
Localized a little more on radar in just the last scan.
Brandon is trying to tighten.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, it's trying to tighten up. Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, David. So we ran back into Roosevelt real quick just so I get a little bit of diesel because we're kind of in no man's land out here as far as gas stations once it starts to get dark. What I can tell you I think has happened is that old circulation, when it was really tightening up north of Roosevelt when we had all the dust, it moved off to the east-southeast, and then it either fell on its face or it occluded back up into the rain as all of that rain was pushing in from the south. And what I think is happening now is we have a new area that's trying to localize back to the west and southwest of the old one. I can see two areas that are kind of fighting for their lives with each other right now. So the one that's in my shot right now is looking due northeast of Roosevelt from the gas station at the intersection of 19 and 183. And then I'm going to flip my truck around, and I'm going to show you looking straight back up to the north on 183. There is another area right here that is continuing to try to strengthen, and I would say they're probably 2 miles apart, one over 183 and one about two miles straight to the east. The one straight to the east is by far more impressive. It's still pretty broad, but as we've been sitting here, honestly, I think this one right here is looking better and better, and it's almost retrograding back to the west. So this whole area may be trying to get pulled back to the west to this one that's north of 183 right now. When you first came to me, this circulation was probably a half a mile to the further to the east than what it is right now. This is actually moving west or maybe just a hair southwest, and now you can kind of see a little bit of a needle on the left side of this. It's not close to producing a tornado yet, but it is continuing to. It's turning pretty rapidly, pretty good, and it's continuing to try to find its way. If it can continue to do this, we may be in another situation where we have a tornado north of Roosevelt. I'm not ready to say that just yet. It doesn't look near as impressive as it did earlier, but the storm is going through a cycle stage clearly. So we're going to stay right here with it. We've got enough diesel to make it for the rest of the way, and we'll get back to you if anything changes. Back to you.
Yeah, he's kind of low on fuel at this point. We're glad we're not moving very fast. And his diesel mileage isn't good.
It's on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great now.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
I was saying his mileage is not wonderful. So.
No, he gets about 10 miles a gallon. Does he get 10?
On a good day.
On a good day. With a
No, it's better than that.
Oh, it's better than that. Okay, I
spoke
too soon.
He's going to defend it.
Okay,
He's going to defend it. All right, great shot, Brandon. Great shot. There's the lowering right there. Okay, let's go back to the storm now, which is coming into Roosevelt. Let's go to shear rate. Tornado warning continues north of Roosevelt. You folks in Roosevelt, you've had a long day. I guess the sirens have been blowing, I'm guessing, for the last hour now. And there's a circulation right here. Brandon's right here. It's right there. That is that right there, okay? This right here is that right there, all right? So it's spinning. She's a spinning, and it's a mesocyclone. Big cylinder runs from there straight out into your living room, and this thing is spinning. Then you have all your rain and your hail wrapped around coming into the mesocyclone. Everything is flowing in and up and around into the mesocyclone. Right, and so it's going to be just north of Roosevelt. So the tornado warning continues for you folks again, north of Roosevelt. But if I'm in Roosevelt, I'm watching carefully. It's just north of you, and it might make a turn back to the southeast. Okay, there it is right there, clearly showing up with the velocity data, shear rate. There's where the tornado, and you see it right there. Is that trying to tighten up? Yeah.
And the first hook's coming over Cooperton.
Yep, and that's the
northwest. That's kind of the old one.
Yeah.
Which is weaker.
And what does shear rate look like on this? So the tornado warning does include you folks in Cooperton, but we don't see anything crazy over here. What's velocity data look like? This is the old mesocyclone.
It's nothing like the new, stronger circulation.
No. Doesn't mean that you won't get a tiny tornado. So if I'm at Cooperton, I'm either in the safe spot, close to the safe spot, I got the door open or the closet open, and I'm watching, right? I'm watching.
And David, just so you know, you're aware of the storm that's going to be down by Frederick. There has been a report of a funnel cloud just northwest of Frederick as well. All
right. Thank you, Cassie. Let's go down and take a look at that. And that's that storm down the line we were talking about. And here's Frederick. Here's that couplet on that. And well, that's a big storm, too. Wow. Big storm. Yep. Okay. If you guys see any pictures or anything at all, yippee-yi-yay, cowboy, holler.
Okay.
All right, so northwest of Frederick, And severe thunderstorm warning, big hail, golf ball size hail, maybe larger. There might be some tennis balls in here. And
radar is saying tennis balls farther south of Highway 183 has been the hot spot all day, right where that dry line set up. We thought a broken line, and it's been a broken line of supercells for sure. So we know we had 3.5-inch hail where Jeremy Carter was up near Canton Lake.
If you get that
we'll get that picture. Andrew's working on that.
Yeah,
but
that was
spotter. Go ahead, Cass.
No, and that was on a smaller storm.
Yeah, we just wanted to. Spotter just confirmed a tornado was on the ground northwest of Frederick.
So with this storm producing tennis ball to baseball size hail.
Okay.
Right there. So it's going to be back near Burt, southwest of Tipton.
This is a tornado right here. Okay, so let's lapse this. And this is another slow mover. So
and it's drifting
south, east, maybe.
Yeah.
It's probably going to do what its cousin did to the north. It's probably going to do the same thing, same environment by a few miles. There's the tornado now. It's over Burt, or near Burt. Tornado on the ground now. It's being reported. And it's going to be northwest of Frederick, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles, 6 miles northwest of Burt. Tornado is going to be right here, right? And this is going to be Manitou, Lake Frederick, lots of wind, lots of big hail, and tennis balls to baseball-sized hail right here, northwest of Manitou. This is going to be Frederick, downtown Frederick. This is where the tornado is. And a tornado is going to be on the ground, it looks like, just near Burt. Small little farm community, and there it is right there. Okay, what does shear rate look like? Yeah, it looks it hasn't localized, but it doesn't mean that it's not there. Okay, so tornado warning now for you folks down in Tillman County. Tornado warning for Tillman County. And because velocity is supporting strong rotation and getting a report now of a possible tornado on the ground.
And even like we were talking about the hail up in Lone Wolf, David. The picture we are getting in of the hail has just been tremendous. Baseball, maybe softball size hail near Lone Wolf from earlier.
Yeah, from the supercell that nearly produced the tornado that the storm that Brandon's been on. Look how.
Did you see that picture from Lacey? I'll get it in the system, but we do have the picture of the tornado in Tillman County.
Okay, go put it up.
Emergency. Well, it's going to take a second.
All right. Okay, so here's the deal. Baseball-size hail, tornado on the ground, northwest. It's right here.
I'm going to look at CC.
Yeah, look at CC. And here's the deal.
Very close to the radar.
You can see the stinger right here. Right? Here's the stinger.
I'll take it back a minute here.
And maybe.
Yeah.
I think it's it looks like it's if it is a tornado, it's so close to the radar that I confidently say that I don't think it's a violent tornado or a really, really strong tornado. Still could be possibly a deadly tornado.
Watch how the storm got pulled up into it and it produced the hook. That energy transferred. That was wild when you lapsed that.
Yep, May 31st, 2013.
Yep.
I mean, many events, but
sure.
It always, right?
Yep. They transfer energy and they do
boom.
Crazy things. Yep.
So this was going on and this comes ripping in. Now watch it, boom, hook. And you think it would disrupt it, right? Sometimes it does, but other times doesn't. And this thing comes ripping in and it eats it, and it is a transfer of momentum. And that's what happens. And we have seen that happen over and over again. And sometimes it'll be a tiny little cell. You're thinking, what's that little thing? A little shower? And it hits it and it goes, boop, tornado. And the game on. Okay.
David, that picture's on Links 3 now.
Links 3 control room. That's what I thought. It's a weak tornado, but nonetheless, that's a tornado. And this is going to be, once again, northwest of Frederick, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 miles northwest of Frederick, near the small community of Burt. And so if you folks live in the Manitou area, down to Frederick, tornado warning for you, lowest level, center part of the house, safe spot, whatever that is, interior closet, interior bathroom. That's what's happening right now, or at least just happened.
And that's the second tornado of the day. The first one, David, looked somewhat similar and did not, horrendous damage, but for folks that have roof damage and the chance for flooding whenever, inside their house and leaky roofs and some damage to outbuildings, it's a bad day and that can do damage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's going to be an EF1 if it were to hit your house. EF0 for sure. EF1, maybe. And this is just one picture. We don't know what it looked like 5 minutes before or 5 minutes after. So we'll go with that. But that's the Frederick tornado from Mike Thornton. And that's the Frederick tornado right now that is either on the ground right now, could be still. It looks on velocity data. It does look fairly impressive still on radar. Okay, great job there, Cass, getting that figured out. There's the tornado, 5.5 miles southwest of Manitou. Folks in Manitou, it's right here just to your southwest. Let's lapse that and see what it's doing.
Velocity?
Here. Yeah.
Okay.
Just to see if we can kind of get some idea. Stationary.
This is a 15-minute lapse, and it hasn't moved, really.
It's doing what it's doing what its brother did to the north, and that's nothing.
Yep.
And that's sitting and spinning.
So the circulation is basically east 1750.
Yep.
Between north 2180 and north 2190 road. That's south of State Highway 5C, which is Highway 5.
Yep. And folks, there's your tornado, right here. So, like she said, 2 miles south of the highway, and 5.5 miles southwest of Manitou, and
shear
about
rate,
1, 2, 3,
strongest
4.
it's been.
Wow, that's definitely on the ground. That's definitely on the ground.
I'm going to take off some of this color so you can kind of see the terrain really quick around the area.
Obviously, farm areas, rural areas, we get it. But you zoom in here, and people live here.
There's homes. There's
ranches, farms, farms. Lots of irrigation down here in southwest Oklahoma. Lots of irrigation rings. It's pretty cool stuff. All right, and there you go. There's your tornado. So tornado warning now. This is for Tillman County. Tornado warning for Tillman County. There's your spin. There's your tornado. It's right here. And this is going to be 5.5 miles southwest of Manitou, and this storm is stationary along with the tornado. It may be doing a swirl in the field, but it's stationary. Okay, so what's going to happen is this is a big storm to the southwest. This might disrupt it enough only because it's already developed and it's already mature, and if this comes in, and this might bring it down. We can hope that happens. We'll see. This might bring it down if this can interact with the updraft and really, really disrupt things. Okay, so tornado warning for Tillman County. There's a hook. It stands out like a sore thumb. And there it is over Tipton. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Tornado, tornado, tornado.
And look at the hook now developing. I think this is behind the gust front.
On Brandon's.
But it's trying. I think there's probably a lot of outflow there west of Brandon.
See that green line? That's a north wind. But let's go back to Brandon Pennell and get an update from Brandon. And Brandon, you're on the right mesocyclone, but like Lacey was pointing out, there is another area, a little bit of a hook back to your west, west of Roosevelt here, about 5 miles. That's it is rotating. But what's the original mesocyclone doing? Go ahead, give us an update.
Okay, so we're still in the same. We're right in Roosevelt, still where we filled up with diesel at. Just trying to let this thing evolve. I didn't want to go too far east or too far west. Trying to figure out what it's going to do. I believe that the one to the east has been absorbed and completely occluded, and it's pretty much gone away. I mean, the visibilities aren't great, but I don't see anything that looked near like what it did. But what I was saying earlier is that it was trying to develop back to the west and to the southwest. We're looking off to the southwest right now. I know the shot's probably a little bit skewed, but we're starting to see what looks like another base try to develop. So we're probably gonna creep a little bit south and then look back up to it and see if it's been disrupted by the gust front and it's all outflow, or if we still have inflow winds and this thing's gonna try to recycle and do its thing again. So I'll get back to you here in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna go about 4, 5, 6 miles south and look back up at it. Back to you.
All right, great job there, Brandon. So no tornado on the ground with that. That area of circulation is still there, but it has weakened, all right? And it continues to weaken, and the storm itself continues to weaken. Here's our problem. And have you noticed what's happened here today in the atmosphere, how things work? You get the first tornado to the north with the Cordell storm. The next one down the line produces or tries to produce. Brandon's been on that. We were on the Cordell tornado. And now we have the third storm down. But the first storm is weakening and gone. The second storm is weakening. And then the momentum is down here now. It's just boom. Chain of pearls, boom, boom, boom. From north to south. Doesn't always happen like that, but it happens more than you think. That's incredible. That is getting stronger. Oh, my God.
Look at shear rate now.
Okay, that is on the ground, and it's a stationary tornado, 1, 2, 3, 4 miles southeast of Tipton. And, okay, zoom into velocity here. What's velocity data look like on this? How strong What some of the blues
values are not high.
Okay, 30, it's broad. Okay.
You got a base
It
here.
sure looks like it's on the ground.
a little stronger. So 50.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah.
30, 80.
40, 50,
Okay.
40.
So this tells us by looking at that,
Look at ooh. I'm going to see if I can get, if there's any debris.
Okay.
Yeah, there is.
There it is.
There is. So it's hitting something. It's hit something.
Yeah, there's your tornado.
And we showed you there are sporadic homes. Hopefully it's trees. Maybe it's irrigation.
Yeah. That's a tornado.
Would show up.
That's the debris from the tornado being lofted into the sky. Basically, you can count that as where the tornado is.
I'm going to do some adjustment here.
Okay, so ignore this in here. Ignore this in here. That's the tornado right there. There it is. So in between Farm Road 2170, 2180, and East Road, Farm Road, East Road 1750, which puts it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How far are you?
Yeah, 3 miles.
What's wrong with me?
Well, you were counting quarter miles because I'm zoomed in so tight.
I was counting the swirls and the small squares.
Yeah.
Irrigation.
Yep.
My bad.
Okay.
Another failure.
You got it.
3 miles, southeast of Tipton.
I zoomed in.
Okay. So, okay, that's the tornado. It's going to be about 3.2 miles southeast of Tipton. And storm strength is, okay, LabSat, let's see what we're doing with the strength. Yeah, it's holding its own. It's not going crazy. It's not pegging it. Doesn't have to, right? It wasn't in the peg level. It wasn't crazy up here, and it produced a tornado. All right, so tornado here. And gosh, I hope we don't get one out of this because it has that tilt to it, and that's what they've done all day.
Yeah, and that is the farthest south storm now.
Gee, many Christmas. Okay, so this storm is severe now coming into Burt, but this will come into this storm. They are going to become one. This is obviously the dominant storm. It's producing a tornado. It is stronger. And, oh, man, golly, look at that.
Yeah, it's the winds have come up with the circulation, too.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. For a second, I wish I was sitting at Highway 5C and Farm Road 2190. Just for a second.
Just to get the view.
Just to look at it. It's right here. There's your tornado. It's right here. I think it's still on the ground.
The numbers aren't astronomical still. I mean, this isn't.
Nope.
But.
It's not a strong, violent tornado. Any more pictures, Andrew, Cassie, anything you guys see coming in?
It might have moved a little bit, did it? Did it jog north?
Check my...
I was just kind of looking at the 3D version of that Frederick storm.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, that is... If it's not on the ground, then it never will be.
Let's see what debris looks like. We just got another scan.
Okay.
Maybe some
Maybe.
debris
right
still.
Here. Okay, LabSat, let's see if we... But it looks like it might have... Okay, might have weakened some. Maybe not as...
Or it hasn't hit anything recently, too.
Yeah.
Is always a possibility.
Yeah, that's true. There are areas where there is absolutely nothing. Okay.
Look at the hook. You can still see the hook on precip, though.
Yeah.
Even though the next storm's coming in.
Yeah, now we're getting rain into that. And so this is a big enough storm, it might disrupt it. And also, look at this, Lacey. I want to point this out. Here's the hook from this. Notice how the storm, when it comes into it, it starts to... See that?
Yep.
How it's like, nah, I don't think so. That's a big updraft. We're not going to go through that.
Yeah, it's completely changing the characteristic of the storm to the south.
Yeah. Yeah. And watch it might tighten up down here and try to produce something down here. So we might get a tornado out of that, but we know we've had one out of that. Hey guys, also check all of my, for fun, kicks and giggles, check all of my social media, all my messages too.
Has this, I think it's almost lifted northwest.
It has. It's trying to occlude.
It's trying to get away
I just noticed
from,
that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the most impressive it's looked all day.
It is. And now it's much closer to Tipton. It's just to your east, Tipton.
Yeah. And Tipton, yeah, lowest level, safe spot. Yeah, you should have already been there. Look at the winds now. Now we're over 100. Okay, so it's got to be on the ground. I'm not saying it's a strong, violent tornado, but it's got to be on the ground. We need to get an update from somebody down here. It's got to be on the ground. There's no way that it's not. If you live in Tipton, folks in Tipton, you're thinking, tornadoes come from the southwest. I've lived for 90 years. I know what I'm talking about. Not today. It's moving from the southeast to the northwest. It's moving from the southeast to the northwest. If anything, if you live in Tipton or north of Tipton or east of Tipton, you got to be in your safe spot. You got to go, and you got to go now. I mean, really, it's 2 miles east of town.
And back up to the northern storm, David, it has strengthened again just a little bit. So we'll go back up to Cooperton.
I see Brandon shot. Okay.
I'm going to turn back on reflectivity.
Yeah, and look at the hook. And you know what? The gust front's gone. Okay, let's go to Brandon. Let's bring Brandon back in. And
there's an area south of Cooperton and Roosevelt. There's still that old hook.
Yep.
And then also south of Roosevelt.
Yeah, Brandon, go ahead. It still has a fairly impressive hook on it. Your storm is still alive and breathing. Wow, what a storm. Go ahead.
David, there's no doubt about that. We were just noticing this thing is really starting to crank. I'm about, I'd say, 3 miles south of Roosevelt, and I'm going to zoom in on this cloud base, and man, you can really see that it's really starting to turn. It's wrapping back around to the front, and then you can see all of this is moving from right to left, and then all of that over there is moving from left to right. So this thing is really starting to crank. We're right underneath it. We're going to stay underneath it. Obviously, we're going to be right here, and you're going to be the first to see it. Back to you.
Okay. Hey, Brandon, getting a report of a possible land spout just south of Cooperton. Tornado on a day like today, things get kind of watered down, but possible land spout or maybe a small tornado.
I mean, it's under the mezzo.
Yeah,
there is a hook there.
And it's back where the old mezzo was, the original mezzo. So what do you think when you look off to your east? I know you're about 5 miles away, but oh, there it is. It just updated.
Yeah.
Okay, Brandon, looking at velocity.
So where's that going to be from me?
It's due east of you, straight east, and I mean as an arrow. Same road, same dirt road, just to your east.
Let me take a look.
Okay, 7 miles. 7 miles to your east. Yep. If you can get east, it's trying to tighten up. 1, 2, 3, 4 miles south of Cooperton or 7 miles directly east of you. This is where the next tornado might be developing right now. And
there's the hook to his west. He's in between. Do you see, David, the one to his west also?
Yeah. Here's this one, and here's this one.
And the velocities increase a little bit to his west.
David, there's a picture of that the land spout tornado on 5.
Let's go to Lynx 5 control room. Let's take a look at this, and let's see. So
this was from that same circulation that Brandon was tracking
That's
earlier,
a tornado.
Where the dust was coming up. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's the same circulation.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call that a tornado.
Yeah, that's with the mezzo. That is with this circulation. That is south of Cooperton currently.
And here's the deal. It looks like the Cordell. It's hanging out. It's tilted. That's a tornado. Yeah.
That's number 3.
And I get it. It does look a little bit land spoutish, but that's motion that's moving in there. Okay. Wow. Look at that, folks. Wow. And that was the area that's your tornado. That's your tornado right there. And that's right here. It's right here. It's just south of Cooperton.
Here, I'll turn the velocity back on.
Right here.
And gives you kind of the streets here.
Yep. So it's going to be...
There's Highway 54.
Yeah, 54.
Down to
19.
East 1520, and north is going to be 2030 Road.
Yep.
Kind of in that area.
Yep. South of the main highway, Highway 19.
South of Cooperton by about 3 miles.
Yep. And that's that picture we just showed you. Okay. Yep, that's what that is.
And then if you look, the hook is actually tighter south of Roosevelt.
I know.
Also.
I know.
Look at this storm. I mean, this is a monster storm, too.
Still is. And by the way, the hail core, I think, looks bigger now, too.
It's baseballs again on radar.
Baseballs northeast of Roosevelt. Baseballs. Yeah, it's coming back up. Okay, what do the vills look like? Look at the hail core. Okay. You're having some small hail in Roosevelt. Oh, man.
Okay, I'm going to lapse this.
I think I probably have this one to the east in my shot.
All right, let's go back to Brandon's shot.
They both merged, David. We were talking about the one to the north coming in.
Is that the tornado? Brandon, is that it right there?
I think so. I think when we first pulled up, it looks just like the Cordell did. So if you look on the left side, right on the left side of what looks like that dead tree, it's going straight up vertical, and it's a white cylinder. And then it's probably, from this distance, it doesn't look real wide, but it's almost on the right side of the dead tree, and it goes straight up too. It's literally exactly like, it looks exactly like what the Cordell did.
Yeah.
And I can see the rising motion I can see it turning, and I can also see it. So look right there to the right. You can see another one right.
And he's looking east,
right
David?
there in the middle. And I'm looking due east.
Okay, so he's looking south of Cooperton.
Yeah, there it is.
Even though he's sitting south of Roosevelt.
Wow. So that's the tornado. That's it again. It looks like. It's hard to see, but that is probably it. Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just going off of, what we saw earlier from a distance, and it looks almost identical with just a vertical column of a cloud, and from that distance with the way the landscape is out here with mountains, I hate to say it's on the ground, but just from what you were saying, you had a picture of it, and then I can see the motion. I would assume that was it.
Yeah.
And while you're looking at
I
that,
think you're
David,
right.
2 Brandons west, about 1.5 miles, that other hook has gotten a little bit tighter as well. So the opposite direction, he's kind of watching those 2 circulations, is also a little bit tighter.
Yep.
And I'll kind of put back on reflectivity. You can see that.
Let's
Imagine
go back.
that. I'm in between 2 tornadoes.
I know, right? Well, you're close enough to see everything. All right, so Brandon, we can do 2 things here. We got our choice. We can go east or you can go back west. I'm a little worried about the gust front trying to come out of your backside on this thing here and trying to undercut what's going on.
Yeah, and the problem is my road network in these mountains right here, so I'm trying to figure out what the best avenue is.
Yeah.
Because I got the lake just to my south too.
No, you're right. Yeah, you've either got to go back west and play the western circulation, or you've got to go around the lake. So.
The hail core is coming up. The Vills have completely pegged the scale. This is a very strong storm now, David.
Yeah, it's Brandon.
So I'm thinking if I
back up where it was. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm thinking if I drop south, I can continue southeast with it around the lake, and then I'll have an east option.
That's fine, but remember, it's only moving at about 1 mile an hour. It's almost lapse that, Lace. What's it look like to you? If you lapse it here.
This is 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's dropping to the south. It is moving.
It is moving.
All right, it's coming into Roosevelt with the hail right now. All right, Brandon, that may not be a bad call, is to drop a little farther south, get around the lake.
Ate another shower, consumed it.
Yeah, ooh, let's go to Lynx 1. Look at the octopus on this. Look at this. 1, 2, look at this. 3, 4, and that is a sign of a storm that is pulling everything into it so hard and fast that it's pulling in all these bands and these bands of rain. Look at that. It looks like a turkey's foot, right? Is that an ostrich? I don't know.
They have similar feet.
Yeah, I guess similar.
Just different in size.
Yeah, that's right. Well, no, hang on. Turkey has more than an ostrich has 2.
Oh, okay. An emu has 3, don't they?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to Google that, but
What's
that's a different story for a different day.
What happened?
Okay.
I have no idea. I'm just kidding. But anyway, see these bands? These bands are developing, and it's because there's so much turning going on and shear that these bands out ahead of this are being pulled into. Look at the hail now, northeast of Roosevelt, possible tornado developing to the west and southwest of Brandon. And there we go. So it did produce a tornado south of Cooperton. We showed you that picture. Brandon's right there, and he's in between storms. And then we have this new area that's going to go right over the lake. So Cold Springs, Tom Seed Reservoir. Right now, Brandon's looking at, there's no tornado back here right now. The tornado was over here near Cooperton. It looks like it might have lifted. It looks like for now. But if I live south of Cooperton, near Tom Seed Reservoir, Cold Springs, Mountain Park, safe spot, lowest level, center part of the house. Okay? And you got to go.
And big hail southeast of Cooperton now, where that shower got pulled into the storm.
Yeah.
It caused that updraft to just go nuts.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, did you adjust those colors?
No.
Okay.
Do they look adjusted?
No.
Okay.
But I mean,
okay, I just thought maybe, okay, they're good.
Just asking. I'm not trying to split, but it looks weird. It kind of, see right here, a little bit of weakness going on in the middle?
Yeah, and watch what happened with the circulation over Cooperton, right along Highway 54.
Yeah, there
produced,
it is.
And
Boom.
now it's stretched out, yeah.
Yep, that was it. That was a tornado. Wow. So that was another tornado.
That's 3 for the day so far.
That's going to be, 3 more, or 3. And then we have what's going on down here. So Brandon's going to come to his south. All right, so let's go back down into Tillman County.
Okay.
And God, this thing will not.
It's crossed the highway, crossed Highway 5, farther north. It started lifting north, like we said.
Yeah.
And it's still trucking to the north. Let's look for debris within that.
Okay, it's occluding, but the wrong way.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, instead of doing like this, it did like that, and now it's trying to go back this way. All right, look for any debris in here. I don't see any.
No, it's not in the right spot.
No, that might have been something earlier. I don't know. It's hard to say. Ooh, God, that thing was really, man, right there.
Yep. Right as it was very close to Highway 5.
There was a lot of yin-yang going on in that deal.
Any...
Look at that. Wow, look at the spin. Look at the green up against the red here. Classic occluding cyclone, mesocyclone, lifting northwest. And I think what's happening now is it might be weakening, but man, shear rate says it's not as strong as what it was. But see how it's spun northwest and now it's turning back to the northeast. And you're thinking, why is this happening? Well, the jet stream winds are not that strong today. Like 25, 30, 35 miles per hour from the west. So they're strong enough to get a tornado and tornadoes. And the low-level winds are 30, 35 miles per hour. But the steering winds aloft are obviously weak. That's why these things are not moving. And they've just basically have taken over their environment around them. They're like, we can do what we want to do. Why? Because we're big. And we're going to sit here and soak up all the moisture and all the instability that we've been building up all day today. And so we're just going to sit on the couch and do what we're going to do.
That's what it looks like on reflectivity. You wouldn't know anything's going on in there based on that.
No, and look how broad it is now. So that's a good sign. It is broader.
Further south, we got that storm south of Tipton again.
Okay, that looks better in a good way.
Right.
Okay, yep, I like that. So we have this now northwest of Manitou.
David, we do have a picture of that Tipton tornado from earlier from Chavez.
Links 4 or 5?
Links 3.
5 has a video of it.
Let's go to links 5.
Yeah.
And then we'll go to 3 after that. Links 5, control room. And let's see what it looks like. There, that was the tornado northwest of Manitou. And there's the video of the tornado. Like we said, it was weak, not very strong, but I'm hoping at this point they probably went, you know what, I think it's time to go to the cellar or the safe room. Yeah, you know what, it's still far enough, but I'm kind of over it. Yep, goodbye, thank you. Okay, so there it is, weak tornado, EF0, maybe an EF1. That's a weak tornado, but hey, it's a tornado, right? Okay, so there you go. And that's the tornado that was near Burt, northwest of Frederick. Okay, let's go to links 3. And is that right, Cass?
Yes.
3?
Yeah.
Links 3, control room, and then we'll jump in up north. And now that is a little bit stronger. So that tornado was kind of taking different shapes here. That's a little stronger tornado there. Still on the low end, okay, still a weaker tornado, don't get me wrong. But that is, again, the tornado. That was down near Tipton.
And the good thing, at least in that shot, there's no homes in the shot, and it was very stationary for a while. So hopefully the debris we were seeing on radar wasn't home, parts of homes, roofs, things like that.
Yeah. As a storm chaser, if you see that in today's environment with what's going on with the storm itself, I would drive right up to it, go up and touch it. Awesome. It's incredible. But luckily, again, didn't hit anything, and we're doing okay. Big rural area. And again, farm equipment's expensive. We don't want that going on. We get it. But, and we did have debris. So something was hit, whether it was a barn or a house, something was hit down here. We know that. But that's what it looked like. Wow. Okay. Have we had enough fun yet? All right. So real quick, the storms up north, they're severe, but they're not crazy up in Alfalfa County and Grant County.
Here, I'll switch radars for you.
And they're not tornadic. They are severe near Byron. And Val's on that. They're moving east-southeast towards Medford. They're going to go along and north of Highway 11. Winds up here are going to be 50 to 60. And they're kind of sagging off to the southeast. Okay, so we're tracking that. Val's up there on that. He's up into Kansas right now, just across the border. And we'll track these into northern Oklahoma here. And that's what some of the data have overnight. Complex up northern and northeastern Oklahoma. And up north near Jeremy, Supercell, near Southard, and east of Southard, north of Hitchcock, a little bit of a hook. Jeremy's there, and I'm looking at his shot.
And that produced very big hail earlier
Do we have
today.
a picture of that?
Andrew, did you get the picture from, I think it was Eagle City?
Okay.
Or Jeremy, or the one Jeremy had.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremy's is big.
He's got so many pictures over there.
Grab Jeremy's.
But folks, there you go. There's your big hail in that. That's going to be north of Hitchcock. It's going to Loyal. If it hangs on long enough, Loyal and north and west of Loyal, you might get some big hail, and also north of Hitchcock, some big hail
David,
there. Yeah.
Lynx 5 has that hail from Jeremy.
Lynx
from earlier.
5. All right. And this is from Jeremy Carter, our News 9 storm tracker. And is that right? Is that 4 inches?
I can't tell based on his, I mean, are those actual inches or is that?
We got to ask him.
Jeremy, can you hear us?
I think so.
It's hard from that perspective to tell if those are actual inches. Is that a ½ inch to an inch? It looks too small. Jeremy, can you hear us?
He's in the system.
You see, that was west of Watonga, and it was 4 inches, possibly bigger. I got there, it had melted already by the time I had got there. But yeah, there was massive hail that crossed just right at 59 and Highway 3, south of Eagletown, between Highway 3 and Highway and Eagletown. Anyway, so yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah, there was ginormous hail.
Man, so give
Back
me help.
y'all.
Okay, nice job, Jeremy. Look at that. Wow, that's. I mean, folks, that'll come through a roof. That'll take out windows and everything else. Okay, well, all right. Let's go back to it. Lynx 1, storm up north has weakened now. That's going to be Jeremy's storm. To me, it's severe still. I wouldn't drop the warning on this. No way. Just because it's got hail, it's got it suspended. I'd at least keep it going between Hitchcock and O'Keene, crossing the highway. And then there, a little farther east, and I think we can drop the warning. But if I live in between O'Keene and Hitchcock, I'd prepare for at least golf balls and 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right? Nothing in Oklahoma City. A couple of showers down near Etowah and Purcell.
And then for the folks, David, cleaning up from the tornadoes from Saturday, south central Oklahoma, this is slowly drifting to the southeast and maybe getting an easterly shove. But a lot of the data says it fizzles. You may get some showers out of it, but
it should go away.
It should go away, yeah.
That's what the data has. But these supercells like this, man, they have the model data doesn't have any idea sometimes. And you're just like, yeah, it's going to go away. But it's supposed to go away at 8 o'clock or whatever, and it's 11 o'clock at night, and it's still crawling to the east towards Pauls Valley and Wynnewood.
Yeah, and some of the data earlier did bring at least rain to those areas.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah, that might still happen. But either way, 2 big supercells, rotating thunderstorms. Again, there's the hook. Right. Oh, wow, it's really starting to try to come back. Brandon's right there. Okay, so Brandon's back on this. Okay, before we go to big hail in Roosevelt now, tornado warning continues. It's just not localized anywhere. I see this, but okay, and I see the hook back here.
But out of velocity, there's no tight towards and away.
There it is right there. And notice how it fans out. Goes away. Okay, let's go to Brandon and bring Brandon Pendle back in. Brandon, your storm will not die. And again, you're right there looking right at it. There's still an area of spin there, but it's not quite as impressive as it was. What do you think? What do you know looking right back at it there? Go ahead.
Okay, so we are south of Roosevelt looking back to the southwest. What I can tell you is it's disorganized from what it was earlier. It is still there's still a pretty broad circulation. It's not near as confined or condensed in a small area like it was. It's really broadened out, but it continues to turn. And I'm getting, I'd say, I don't know, quarter size hail right now at the moment in my location, and I have strong east northeast winds feeding into this environment to my southwest. So, I hate to say that it's on the downward trend because we know how this goes. As soon as I say that, in 5 minutes, it's on the upward trend. So I'm going to say it's holding its own, and it's going through a cycling stage, and we'll see what it does over the next 15 to 30 minutes. Back to you.
All right, nice job. Okay, so let's just stay with it here. We're going to stay with these until they're gone. But, man, these are 2 big storms, and they're gnarly. They're nasty. We've had tennis ball size hail, again, up north. And up on Jeremy's storm, but that has weakened some. But wow, there's that lowering right there. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1. And we've just got 2. Well, we got 3 storms, 3 supercells, 3 rotators. And look at the hook. I mean, there's a hook on that. That's one Brandon's on. And that's in that shot right there. He's moving now. He's going to get back in position. But you're not hot.
Hello?
Now you are.
The ostrich foot that you were talking about on the east side of that storm, we've had viewers now sending in messages about that, and you are absolutely correct in your thinking. Ostrich has 2 toes.
Oh.
But emus do have 3, and turkeys do have 3. So just to clear that up.
Let's look at it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. How about that?
For those that know or don't know, now you know.
Well, avid bird lover like I am.
Yeah. And I grew up helping my uncle with an emu farm, and they definitely have 3.
Those things are kind of ornery, though. You got to watch them.
They are. They are. Okay, David, look at the latest now, south of Cooperton.
Look at the damaging winds here, for sure. Okay, so tornado warning continues. Oh, it's starting to wrap up here.
There's another area southeast of Cooperton now.
Okay, so we need to tell Brandon he might need it. Is he going east?
His roads are
Man, that poor guy.
not
He has
great
been
where he is.
Yeah, that was his road east right there, though, I think. No, I don't know if that goes through. Does it go through? I don't think it does.
I can't, from this it doesn't.
This one does, right?
He has his next.
Nope, he's got to go down.
I think 49 is going to be his.
Yep, he's got to go down south. Okay, tornado warning continues. This is beginning to increase again.
Man, the hail core too.
Yeah, no, it's nasty and gnarly. Big hail and damaging winds. They already have spins right here, and it's getting stronger, for sure. Okay, so Brandon's just a few miles west of that. Okay, so yeah.
Look at the hook on the far south storm. You're talking about how it's kind of backwards.
Yeah, look at that.
South of Tipton now.
Okay.
Velocity is not as impressive, but I'll lapse it, and you can see that trying to localize.
Oh my gosh. It is so crazy. I mean, I feel like I'm looking at this being held on my
It almost looks like a left split, or that'd be anticyclonic or something.
Yeah, well, hang on. Is it? Hang on. Why is it not? Let's go to velocity data. Okay, let's go to base, see what it looks like. That is weird.
That is wild.
Okay, zoom into that real tight here. Okay, there's a shear. And then go back to reflectivity.
There's Burt and Tipton again.
Okay, there's Tipton. Go back to reflect, just what it looks like. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Yeah, look at that.
Definitely a stinger hanging out.
Yeah, no, it's right here. It's right here. We have a weakness in reflectivity. It's, yeah. Okay, what does shear rate look like? Okay, yep, it all lines up. What about velocity?
There's the latest.
Yep.
A little tighter.
Yeah, and you're out of Frederick.
This is out of Frederick.
Okay. All right. It's still.
Yeah. Still cyclonic.
It's
South
still
of
cyclonic,
Tipton.
but it's definitely on the wrong side.
3.5 miles south of Tipton.
Wow. It might
try to. New circulation.
It might try to. I mean, that is a swirl. Wow. Look at that. I mean, that thing completely just comes right out. It's just like it flexes its muscle. Look at that, just raw. And wow, that's impressive. I mean, look at that. Wow. But it's on the weird side. Usually it's this side doing that, not on that other side there. I've seen it, but it doesn't happen that often like that. Okay, we might get another tornado warning out of that.
And now the Cooperton storm, if you look, it's still pulling in showers on the backside.
Yep.
I mean, this thing has so many areas that are trying to spin along it.
Okay. And Brandon's making his way south. And then we're going to go east from there.
It's coming into the mountains for sure.
Yep. Okay, well, let's, okay, so Brandon's going to make his way to the east. Okay, there's an inflow notch on this thing right here. What's going on here?
Yeah, that is that area. That is the same, that's the same circulation.
Okay, there it is. All right, what does shear rate look like? Okay, there that is. Okay. All right, then we have another area.
Over the reservoir.
Yeah,
and the hail south of Roosevelt.
Yeah, big hail, for sure.
I mean, radar's still saying baseballs, and we know we've had baseballs to softball today.
For sure.
So.
Yeah, okay. So if you're just now joining us, we've had 3 tornadoes today, at least 3.
At least.
Cordell was hit by a tornado, looks like by an EF1. We had damage there. We had it live. It's crazy from Tom Pastrano and Brandon Pennell of the tornado. And then Jim Gardner was above the scene, and we showed you the damage live of the damage. And Cordell, you're good now. Tom is still there. We're going to go back to Tom here in just a minute. But it's all about northern Oklahoma. Showers and storms up near Medford. Not tornadic. They are severe. Wind and hail will come into Medford, and then from there make its way towards Bremen and Newkirk. These will come out of Kansas here tonight, right, and move to the southeast. Does overnight data bring these just up here? Do they keep them up here?
I'll have to look.
Okay, just curious.
The latest.
And then we have nothing in Oklahoma City. And for the areas hard hit on Saturday and Saturday night with the tornadoes, we don't have anything down in southern Oklahoma now, all right? We have storms to the west we're watching. And even if they get to you in southern Oklahoma, the rain gets to you, it's not going to be anything like this. These will weaken and fall apart.
Yeah, around midnight to after midnight, some data brings the storms in the southwest towards the Sulphur area, our four southern counties, okay. Weakening for sure. Yeah. And the storms up north kind of clip our northern counties and move to the southeast.
Okay,
Southeast.
In Osage County and all
yeah.
that?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so tornado warnings continue for southwest Oklahoma. Nothing headed towards the Oklahoma City area. Everything down here is moving almost slowly east-southeasterly. And Brandon's getting back in position here. He has been east-west, 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 east-west.
And we know we had the one storm lifting north. I mean, the direction of these storms, because the flow is so weak, has been wild.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they pretty much have taken over the atmosphere down here. They're doing their own thing. And they're just gobbling up everything they have and all that. All right. Okay, so let's check in with, let's see what Brandon's going east now. And where's that area of spin again? Let's take a
southeast
closer look.
Of Cooperton. Here, I'll zoom it up here.
Yep. Okay.
Right there.
He's not too far from it. Okay, there, yeah.
It's the mountain range, so.
Yeah, it's not good travel, I know. Roads are horrible. We've had damage, by the way. We talked about tornado damage in Cordell. Andrew, let's go back to Tom Pastrano, get an update from Tom.
And I know we've got a news crew there as well.
Okay, well, yeah. Okay, let me check back in with Tom, and then we can do that too. Tom, well, yeah. And there you go. Something's been destroyed there. Tom, give us an update back in Cordell. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this tree is kind of blocking the view, but this is about a 20 by 30 garage. And it completely imploded on itself. And I've seen a lot of garages actually do that out here, more so than the houses. So this tornado it looks like it took almost a continuous path. It didn't look like it might have hopscotched a little bit, but it was almost a continuous path for about maybe 6 miles from the southwest to the northeast. And, there's probably about 20 or 30 houses that had some kind of damage to either their roofs, siding, windows blown out. But it looked like the most substantial damage was about maybe 2 miles southwest of Cordell. And that looked like a solid EF1 type damage. And there could also be some EF1 damage in town, but southwest of town is where it did look the strongest. So this is about the last of the damage I've seen from to the southwest and then up through the school. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job there. Tom Pastrano, and Tom and Brandon we had it live on the air. Started at 5:30 tonight when the tornado was on the ground in Cordell. And they were just south looking back and watching it, and it happened and came right across Cordell and didn't last very long, and it really set down. It really formed and set down on the southwest sides or south-southwest of Cordell and lifted to the north-northeast right through Cordell, crossing both highways. So. And the damage is, EF1 damage. Looks like quite a bit of that. All right, so let's go back to radar here. Let's talk about the areas of spin we have going on. This is the tornado warning. It continues. And it's going to be for parts of Comanche County and also southeastern Kiowa County and also parts of Tillman County.
And this area over kind of the northwestern portion of the wildlife refuge, David, that's 6.5 miles to the southeast of Cooperton, has become more localized again.
Yep, right here. Man, it looks like it just, on radar, it just doesn't stand out. I mean, on reflectivity, looking at the rain and the hail. Until you get the last couple of images.
Yep.
And then right there, we get a little bit of that. You can see that in the rain. Right there. Yep, there it is. Okay. Well, the roads are horrible up here. I mean, it's inside the refuge, and there's no roads. They are, but you can't. It's hard. There it is. They're hard to travel on, hard to get through. All right, so tornado warning continues. Well, let's, if you don't mind, lace this back out. Guys, any more pictures or video you guys have or anything? So
I'm sure Andrew's got some stuff, but on Links 3, I just wanted to go ahead and it's kind of a messy track. I just kind of did that whole storm because of how it's moving. It's kind of going in south and it's going different directions. But I do keep getting messages about, is it coming to Lawton? Is it coming to Medicine Park? So I just wanted to show that if it were to continue going southeast at 15 miles an hour, and again, this is going to wobble quite a bit. It would be at Mount Scott at 906, Medicine Park at 916. If it were 50 miles an hour going southeast that whole time.
Yeah. So thank you, and that's great to point out because people are camping out or doing whatever, and they want to know, and I get it. And it's a big storm, and it has big hail in it and big wind, but it is crawling southeast, 15 miles an hour. It's a long ways away, so it'll take a long time to get there. I mean, we're talking, like she said, Mount Scott at 9 o'clock, and it's 8:10, so you have a good solid 50 minutes. So it's not moving zero, but it's slowly moving southeast. The storm's down here, a little bit, kind of a bit iffy here. Let's go back. Okay, that comes into that. There's a hook there, and there's a hook back here. Now it looks a little more normal, whatever that means.
Right.
West of Frederick. Yeah, okay, that looks interesting. Are you kidding me? That's down highway. That's at the bend.
Yep.
At Highway 5.
Turns.
Yep. Where it turns. And it's right here.
Yeah,
now,
that's now the southernmost storm by itself.
Yep, look at that. Now that looks normal. Wow,
the classic supercell with the hook developing.
Yeah, that's impressive. Now that looks like it should, or like we don't really want it to look, but okay, so.
And that's basically coming
into Frederick.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It might come into the west side of Frederick.
Yeah, it's coming into Frederick. I mean, okay, let's zoom on in here.
You want to go to 1?
Yeah, Links 1 control room. And here's Frederick, folks. Here comes the area of circulation. It's right here. And here's Frederick. And there's your hook developing. Right here. There it is. There's your inflow notch. It's right here. It's going to be on or just north of Highway 5. What's shear rate look like? I guarantee it's come up there. Oh, wow. Just like that. Now we're back in it. Okay, so another developing tornado. It's going to be west of Frederick. Wow. This is, I guess, how you end the last day of April. Am I right?
Yeah, it's wild.
Wow, what an April it's been. Goodness. I'm over April already, just so you know. All right, so there's a possible tornado developing now. West of Frederick, there's your hook. Big core, back over Burt. Over to Lake Frederick, but the hail is going to be on and just west of Burt, southeast of Tipton, but there's the hook now. Okay? And this is developing a tornado. It's trying right now. So if I live in Frederick, if you're listening to me, if you're watching, I'd be thinking, okay, hang on a second. What are we doing here? What are we doing? I'd keep an eye on this because we all know. And there's nothing south of this. There's nothing impeding on the moisture, the instability. And that low-level jet is still with us, so this thing is still going. And that's going to be west of Frederick. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. Then we have the next storm up the line. And I don't see much in here that I'm real concerned about. I don't. I see a storm. I see some wind and some hail between Snyder and Frederick and some nice rain. And near Odetta. And then up here is the biggest storm, if you will, running, from southeastern Kiowa County all the way back to the river.
Yeah, new showers going up near Blair, trying to be pulled into that storm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the tornado warning continues moving into the wildlife refuge.
Yep.
Down towards Mount Scott and eventually maybe down towards Lawton.
Yep. Yep. And it might go to Lawton. I mean, it's going to Lawton, but it might go to Lawton as a serious storm instead of a wind and hail producer. Let's go to Brandon. Brandon Pennell, and Brandon, tornado warning continues for northwestern Comanche County and the wildlife refuge there. And the circulation, Brandon, is going to be, look at the swirl. Brandon, how far is that from Brandon? 1, 2, 3, 4 miles.
5. He
5
can get
miles.
A visual on it, yeah.
Brandon, 5 miles northeast of you, and it is tightening up right now. Go ahead, give us an update.
Okay, David, so we're coming in on the wildlife refuge, so I'm hoping that we're going to be able to continue cell service. Obviously, you know that these roads down here are terrible. I can tell you that the base looks pretty low. Mountains as well. It's going to be rough go for probably about 10.
No man's land. He's right there.
I can just tell you.
Oh, go ahead.
I can just tell you that there's a tremendous amount of motion in the clouds. We have strong southeast flow coming into it on the east side. I can see the clouds just ripping back to the northwest as we continue east. And I'm getting northwest winds in my location, more out of probably the northwest than anything, probably at 35 to 40 at times. So there's still definitely a lot of inflow coming in from all sides as we work our way through the mountains to try to get a peek of this as it comes across down towards Mount Scott. Back to you.
All right, nice job. Well, here's the deal. That's the tornado warning. We also have a new tornado warning coming out for that storm we were talking about in the Frederick area. And that's going to be the one west of Frederick coming into Frederick. And that is another new tornado warning now headed for Frederick. And you got it?
Large soup?
2 of them. Okay. And whatever anybody else wants. Okay. Sorry, we're ordering dinner. Carl, Amanda?
We did so 5 minutes ago.
Okay, all right. So you guys, whatever you guys want.
So kind.
What?
You're so kind.
Not for you.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. There's the 2 tornado warnings on links. I've got it there for you, David.
Let's go. Let's take a look at it here. And, hey, Cassie, hey, don't forget the bomb sauce. Okay. That's the best. Got to have it. All right, so we're in southwest Oklahoma. There's nothing headed for Oklahoma City. It's all to our southwest. This is in southwest Oklahoma. But we've had at least 3 tornadoes today. And we've had damage. Cordell's been hit. We've had damage in Cordell. Took a direct hit from an EF1, it looks like to me, an EF1 tornado. Tom Pastrana was there along with Brandon Pennell. Brandon is still down south on this. And Brandon, circulation is to your north, and your shot is frozen. And I understand why. It's kind of in that no man's land down there once you get around the military base and you get down in near Fort Sill. And look at the hole developing. And just north of Brandon.
Let's look at CC because there's so many trees and things in there.
Yeah, there are. You're right, there are. Let's see what we have on. Maybe. That looks a little interesting. No.
Yeah, there's nothing
it's going in
too
bands.
clear.
Yeah, that's too good or bad.
Right.
Yeah. I think that's just, yeah.
But the good news is this is wildlife refuge area that's moving into for now.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, so that's a good thing. Okay. All right. So, but anyway, tornado warning for northwestern Comanche County for this right here. That's looking back at you there like an eye. That's a tornado.
And then further south.
So if I'm in Lawton or west of Lawton or northwest of Lawton, lowest level center part of the house, people are down here camping or whatever, hanging out. I get it. Call them, let them know. Here comes Brandon. If you see him go by, wave to him. But this is going to be the area of circulation is right here. And by the way, you're not going to see it. It's got rain all around it. Okay, Lace, what do you think? Let's jump south and see what's going on down. There's your new tornado warning. You folks in Frederick, lowest level, center part of the house, and you got to do it now. You got to go now, Frederick. And hang on a second. We had it here.
Right, it's so close to the radar site too.
Yeah, this is bad. Not bad in a bad way. That's,
right.
That's,
I mean, you're basically having to go off the hook at the moment, which is 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 3 miles east or west northwest of Frederick.
Yep. Okay. Here it's going to be right here. So the tornado is going to be. Turn on our cylinder. See if they come up with it.
Okay.
See if they at least give us some idea. We know where it is. We just want to make it visually for you folks at home.
Not at the moment with it being so close. No.
Okay. All right. Well, it's going to be right here, and this is the inflow notch, right? There's a cylinder of air right here, and it runs from like that, right? Comes off your TV screen into your living room, and that's where the spin is, and everything is rotating around that piece of air, and that's where the tornado is going to be.
And I think Brandon actually has a shot, from what I can tell.
All right.
He's stopped and he's pointed north.
Yeah, his camera's back up. So let's go to Brandon Pennell. Brandon, there's a lowering. Yeah, I see some things hanging down in there. What do you think? Just horrible cell coverage. Man.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Can you hear me?
You sound great. Go ahead. Now you do. Well, you did. You sounded great. All right, that's it. We got to get more cell towers down in Comanche
Wildlife
County.
refuge?
Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of people down there camp out and stuff. I mean, right? Okay. So, and it's one of our, really, it's a beautiful place. It's really pretty. Comanche County's got a lot of good stuff going on down there. Mount Scott and Wildlife Refuge and the bison. It goes on for days. All right.
Elk also.
Oh, the elk. Yeah. Right.
That storm, the Vills have come down with the storm that Brandon's on, and the hail cores have come down some. We've seen it come down significantly and then pulse back up, though, so
yeah,
we'll see what it does. But if you just kind of look at the trend of all of it, and especially the hail, which was,
big,
showing larger than baseballs earlier, that's come down.
Yeah, I like the trend, and I like the fact that it's more of elongated than just a bowling ball of energy and a big ball. I like this. These are all severe, wind and hail, quarters, golf balls. And this is going to sag south and east. By the way, Comanche County, if this thing stalls out over you, all the little rivers and the river that runs through Lawton and all that, Lawton, you might have some flooding here later. Because you got this coming in right now to Lawton. You're going to get some rain out of that. We start to fill things up. And then if this sags into you, Lawton, you're going to have flooding. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just trying to give you a heads up. We all know what this is trying to do here, and it's trying to sag down to the east and southeast. So we'll see what it does here. It looks to me like it has weakened some, but we still have that two tornado warnings for northwestern Comanche County. And you can see our storm strength scale here. We had the purples and the whites, and now we're down to the greens, and some of the purples and oranges now are left as it slides down to the southeast. And then down south, we have what's going on in the Frederick area. And again, it doesn't look that strong, but tornado warning continues. Okay, so let's go back down here. Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon Pennell, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, you sound good for the second. Go ahead and give us an update. I see the lowering. Man, look at the mountains there. What a shot. Go ahead. I need to just quit talking to him. It's when I ask him a question that he goes away. Brandon, can you hear me? Well, this is the lowering right here. And he has some rain in on it. Let's go to Lynx 1, and here's where he is on Lynx 1. And he's right here. That's his shot. And he's looking to the north at the mountain range in here. See the mountains? Right there. We have mountains in Oklahoma if you're new here. Southwest Oklahoma, far western panhandle, southeast Oklahoma.
And the tallest hill.
Excuse me?
And the tallest hill just before a mountain.
That's right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wow. We have a lot of things going on. And tonight we got a lot of things going on in the weather department. All right, so there's Brandon. This is the area of spin. It's right here, and it's not that strong. So we'll see what happens out of that. Brandon's right there.
And I'll just tell you, David, I'm checking, we're getting so many messages and emails and things from folks. We have so many weather-savvy people in Oklahoma. And the question I've seen twice now in the last 5 minutes is, when the low-level jet kicks in this evening, will this kick things back up? Because that is what happens, and that is what happened on Saturday. And they're so used to, as we get into the evening and the overnight, that storms can kick back up. So if you want to address that, that would answer a lot of questions coming in right now.
Well, it's all tied to our elevation, where we are to the Rockies and all that. But some nights it doesn't.
Right.
Like tonight. But with our storm coming out tomorrow, the winds should increase tonight. The low-level jet will increase. Now, it's there during the day, like today. Ahead of the dry line, it was windy and we had all that. But what was driving that today was the fact that we had a little wave coming out, but we had the sun up. But that the low-level jet will increase at night because the pressures begin to fall east of the Rockies. And as the pressures begin to fall, we start to tighten up the low levels of the atmosphere, combined with an upper storm and the jet stream that's coming out. And that's what's coming tomorrow. So the data tonight, I think, has a low-level jet cranking up slowly but surely as the night moves along, if I'm not mistaken.
It does, but the timing with these storms weakening, it looks like it doesn't flare these storms back up and keep them going through the night. That just that's not in the forecast with this system.
No, it's not like it was Saturday.
Right.
Saturday we had a major wave coming out, and the major wave was perfectly timed. That's why we had the big tornadoes at dark. Tornadoes don't care about mountains, time of day, time of the month. They don't care about any of that. If conditions are favorable, they're going to do what they're going to do. And the low-level jet on Saturday night went through the roof up I-35. and it overachieved. I mean, we had multiple tornadoes on the ground at the same time. This low-level jet tonight is not near as strong, and it will weaken, and then later tonight it will start to pick back up, and it'll really pick back up tomorrow and tomorrow night. So tonight, nothing like what we had Saturday.
New tornado warning.
Only place in America where TV viewers can say, are these storms going to keep going when the low-level jet increases?
Exactly. That's Okies for you, though.
Nobody in New York is asking that question to any TV meteorologist. Right?
You're right.
I'm just saying.
All right.
I'm just saying.
New tornado warning. This is going to be for Caddo and Comanche. So now the far eastern edge of that storm is lifting north, David. Now an opposite direction.
Yeah. Okay.
This is going to be moving up towards Apache and up Highway 62.
Wow, that's right. Wow, look at that.
Yeah. Just on that's a shower that's being pulled into that one to the west.
Gosh. Okay.
The motion in southwest Oklahoma is
where's Brandon
unreal.
right now? Let me see where Brandon
Highway
is.
49.
Okay, is he going east?
From what I can tell, but he's not great service at the moment.
No, I know. I tell you what, text him if you can. Just tell him to.
Yep.
Andrew, text Brandon, eastbound and down. He's not going to be able to get up to this, but have him get over here and let's see what's going on with this. This is now coming into Caddo County. All right, so new tornado warning now for southern Caddo County. And because of this, can you tell where the stinger is? Look how fast that happened. What's the timeline? What time is it, 8:26?
Yep.
When did we look at that? Like, wow.
Been watching it. It was a shower that turned into a thunderstorm. That's now, being pulled up at it's the interaction and the change of momentum with that storm and the storm to the west that's led to this.
Yeah. How about that?
So there it is.
Okay. So new tornado warning now. And let's back out of this. Let me see where the other trackers are.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody. Tom's still in. Okay, Tom's making his way east. I tell you what. Let's get Tom. Andrew, get Tom east into Caddo County and let's drop him south. And he'll know what's going on. He'll know why I want him down here. Yeah. All right, so.
Yep, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, hang on. He's hot. Andrew, he's hot, sorry. Okay, he knows. Okay, so here's the hook on this. This is going into Caddo County. So here's your storm track, folks. This is on the hook, not the core, but the possible tornado now. Golden Eagle Casino, 852. Apache, 852. We'll say Fort Cobb, 938. Anadarko, 945. And Gracemont at 1012. And Lake Chickasha at about 1015.
That's at 15 miles per hour, too. I mean, it's still moving very slow. It'll probably look a lot different once it gets into central Caddo.
But right now, if you live in southern Caddo County, Apache, 852, it's 828. You have about 20 minutes. And here comes the rain. It's already raining at Apache. The rain's going to get heavier in Apache. Then you're going to get some hail. The hail's going to try to end, and then you're going to get the hook. And there's your couplet right there. Is that out of... And there's your possible tornado.
This is out of Frederick, and it's definitely heading up towards Boone.
Yeah. Apache to Boone. Yep. It's almost moving due north.
Yeah, it really is. I included Apache to be safe.
No, it's fine. Yeah. I mean, the way today's gone.
Right, the motion.
Today's been squirrely.
I'll kind of take this back a minute.
Ooh, what was that? You see that?
I do.
I mean, I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying it is.
Let's look.
Okay.
Yeah, that may be debris.
Yeah, it might be. So here, this is when it's max, and it's still there. We're at 829.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no. Okay, there's a possible tornado now. 1, 2, 3, 4, basically 4 miles south. That could be debris from that tornado. That might be a 4th or 5th tornado of the day. Maybe more. I've lost count, 4 or 5.
We've had three that we've had pictures and video from our trackers of.
Yeah. And then Tom, are you counting that?
I counted that.
Okay.
But.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking.
3 or 4. All right, look at the hook, folks. Okay, so if you live in Boone, Apache, you're almost too far east, but if I live from Apache to Boone in southern Caddo County, I'm going to my safe spot right now. The tornado is going to be right here. There it is. That's a tornado. Right there. Right at the tip of my finger. What does shear rate look like? Okay, there it is. There it is, right there. Everything matches up. It's still in Comanche County. It's lifting due north. It's going to Boone. It's going right to Boone right now. Okay, and what's the Frederick stuff look like? I just want to make sure we're not. Oh, wow.
It's crawling. It's crawling.
Crawling east. But what is velocity? Let's see if we get something else out of that. There's a little ball here developing. That's a little worrisome. It's too close to the radar. Isn't that crazy down here?
It is.
Yeah.
But it's tight enough. The tornado warning definitely warranted. Yeah, and I haven't seen reports of anything from down there.
CC anything?
Let me look. No.
No.
No, but Frederick's been in their safe spot for a long time. It's not one of these days where storms are moving 40 to 50 and it kind of blows by you and then it's over.
No.
This thing's been on the west side of town for a long time, it seems like, because it's moving so slow.
Yeah. And it might be on the ground, but if it is, it's not very strong. It's a small tornado. But right now, it looks like it's just kind of holding its own. It's definitely not going like, oh gosh, this is bad. So it's not. We're not doing that. Look at all the storms going on right now. Wow.
And the motion of them. We've got storms moving east,
north,
and south. And there's a hook developing on the Blair storm, David, the farthest west storm.
Yep.
Back along Highway 283.
By the way, did you see that right here?
Oh, sorry. Where are you pointing?
No, right here. What's this? Over a mountain part. That's what was our storm earlier.
Yep.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Yep. No, it is.
Okay. It's nothing to worry about yet, but watch out. And what's this doing back by Blair? Yeah, it's there. There it is. There's your hook, at least showing up reflectivity. Velocity data says
it doesn't have anything impressive
still
at all.
really, really, really weak.
But it's also almost stationary. The amount of water they're getting in these southwestern counties is going to be unreal.
Yeah. And by the way, just for fun, rainfall totals, what have you seen?
You want to see that?
Yeah. Okay. Hobart by far is a bullseye with.
Yeah, that storm just sat there for.
So 5 inches and then 4, 2.5, Snyder 3. So 1 to 5.
1 to 5, yeah.
Kiowa County, you'll take all this rain, except you got some hail though. That's the only problems. It's spring. Yeah, big storms produce big heavy rains, but they also produce severe weather. Okay, so multiple rotating thunderstorms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rotating storms. 6. Not as strong, but we'll give it at least 5. 1, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I zoomed in.
Huh?
I zoomed in. Were you counting?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
No. So, by the way, what's going on to the north? Anything up here I need to worry about? No. Tom's and that stuff coming through.
And there is still precip, in the metro. Nothing severe, and I'll turn on lightning. There's a couple lightning strikes near Dibble and Blanchard.
Okay.
But that's all off the anvil of these storms, I believe.
Yeah, so a couple showers, Purcell, Wayne, Dibble, Blanchard, west of Wanat. Light rain here, a couple of lightning strikes, but nothing crazy in here.
Speaking of storm anvils, check out Lynx 5. We're finally hitting that time of day, sun setting.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that.
We're getting views like this from Union City.
Whoa.
Wow.
Look at the updraft and the Mamadas clouds.
Yeah, I need that framed. Wow, that's incredible. Wow. Really? If you can draw that, let me know. That's incredible. Or paint that. It's beautiful. Okay, let's go back to where things are a little nutty. Tornadic supercell, possible tornado now coming out of Caddo County, out of Comanche County. Circulation is right here, lifting to the north.
Slowly lifting.
Yeah, 15 miles an hour.
It may be slower than that, honestly.
So if it's moving 10, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it'll take an hour to go to there.
Yeah.
Right, basically. Yeah, that's crazy. Golly, it is. Is it moving even at 10?
Yeah, maybe.
All right, so Brandon's going to make his way east.
Val said he has power flashes west of Medford.
Okay, let's go to Val. And let's bring Val in. He's up in northern Oklahoma. What's that storm look like up there? It's been severe. Go ahead, Val. And, Val, look at the hook, Val. Look at the hook on your storm.
let's go back and look at this. We had a couple. We've had about three power flashes just west of Medford, and this was about probably 3 or 4 minutes ago. And there's a strong gust front. Hold on, somebody's pulling up and they want to talk to me about something. Hold on. Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, just some people up here that were concerned and a little bit scared about what was going on.
Okay.
We've got strong straight line winds from a gust front, and for some reason, it just seems like the further east we go, it's gotten stronger. We're in Medford right now, and we saw about 3 power flashes maybe just on the west side or just west of Medford a little bit, and that's all from straight line winds. We also, coming through Medford, the wind was so strong it was picking up gravel and plastering us in the side of the vehicle with gravel, from parking lots and stuff like that. So straight line winds, no tornadoes up here at all right now, but straight line winds could do damage too. And as a matter of fact, look at this, the power is off. Look, this convenience store is completely dark. So yeah, the power is off in Medford. I just now noticed that. No power whatsoever in Medford, and that's obviously due to the winds and probably related to the power flashes we saw. Back to you.
Yeah, nice job. So Val, here's the deal. I mean, you have a supercell. It is rotating. There is some rotation back near Waukeeta, and but like you said, the gust front has undercut that storm. But man, that storm has got some big hail in it too, Val, coming into Renfro and Waukeeta. And so stay with it here. We're going to Val's just going to keep moving east with it here, but he's got winds, 40, 50, maybe up to 60 miles per hour. He might have that here shortly. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1, and here's Val's storm. Here's Val. He's in Medford, and this is moving east-southeast, coming into Renfro. From there, you know where it's going. It's going to Bremen. It's going to Newkirk. Other storms in Kansas are now coming into northern Oklahoma, Newkirk, and then eventually up in Osage County. But this whole line extends back. But we're looking at wind speeds here, and I don't see too much over 50 or 60
And
at
I was
all.
looking at the mesonet so far. We're just getting into some of the mesonet sites.
Yeah.
So far, haven't seen anything extreme. But, I mean, Val does have power outages. He can see on the power outage map, they're not on there yet. So they haven't been reported for northern Oklahoma. And as far as power outages, currently about 200 customers in Hobart, around Hobart, so Kiowa County.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's good considering.
Yes.
What about Cordell? What about?
No power outages reported at the moment.
Really?
Yeah. Not saying there aren't any.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. All right. I hear you. Okay. So severe storms, Grant County, moving into K County. Let's go back south. You folks in Bremen, Blackwell, Newkirk. You're going to get some wind. You're going to get some hail. Right now, there's not a tornado threat in northern Oklahoma. Those storms are behind the gust front, at least right now. We'll watch it. And then we have severe storms, tornado warning now coming out of Comanche County into Caddo County, going over Boone. The tornado now is going to be right on the Comanche-Caddo County line. It's right here. It's moving north at less than 10 miles an hour, and it's going to be lifting from the south to the north. Let's go ahead and go to velocity data. Let's just see if we can see it. It's right here. Yeah. If it is on the ground, or if it were to produce a tornado, it would be a low-end, weak tornado. I'm just telling you. It's not crazy, but it's still a tornado. What about shear rate? Oh, there's shear rate. And what about velocity data one more time? Just base or RSV, anything stand? Okay, there it is.
There's still rotation there.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know.
And the hook of the storm is still there.
Yeah, it's still there. It's all there. And lots of heavy rain now coming into.
Rain being pulled up into it.
Yeah, Stecker. And so we'll see how much longer it goes. So what a wild day. So we've had multiple tornadoes. And again, we're not finished yet. We still have more severe weather ongoing. So I know you guys have some new information from, I think, Cordell. And what a wild day they've had. Guys, back to you.
They really have. Unfortunately, emergency crews are all over the area right now as there is damage. You guys tracked it earlier, thinking it's about a mile and a half wide path of damage. And we now have one of our reporters down on the ground there.
Yeah, we had Tom earlier. Now we got Jordan Fremstead, who is live now in Cordell with a better look at the damage there. Describe what you're seeing there, Jordan.
All right, guys. Well, we're here kind of in the heart of where all this damage is right now on South Street and Linwood Avenue here in Cordell. This is one of the houses right here that we came across right when we drove in, and that tarp was put on before we actually got here. So people, neighbors, different individuals here in town coming together to help out their neighbors impacted by this storm damage. You can see that house right there. Pretty minor storm damage, but you can see a piece of that roof there affected definitely by that tornado that came through this afternoon, and that's kind of what we're seeing right now. Some pretty minimal structural damage, but as you come across the street here, so we're going to go across South Street, and we spoke to the woman who owns both of these houses right here, and she's got some pretty significant damage from her two roofs of her two homes here. She said she was at home during the time, but she got to a safe location, and she was doing okay, and she was in pretty good spirits, but she had quite a few friends and family out helping her kind of clear her driveway out. You can see some of that damage there from that tornado coming through. So some pretty significant wind gusts for sure. And you can see kind of the tarp there on the top of the roof. So people coming together, helping get those holes in the roof covered there before another line of rain comes through. You can kind of see off here in the distance, we got another line of storms coming in, or at least it appears like they're coming this way, and I'm sure David could give us a better picture of what's moving in, but it has gotten darker. The sun is setting, so obviously really important that they were able to cover up those roofs so that they don't get any more damage from the water. But that is what we're seeing right now. We did speak to a couple of business owners downtown who had some significant damage, also a semi-trailer. A big chunk of that semi-trailer just whipped across town, so pretty significant wind gusts here this afternoon in this town. So we'll keep you updated. We'll definitely bring you some more reaction coming up tonight a little later on. We'll send it back to you.
And Jordan, while we have you right there, just want to ask you if you can still hear us. Are you hearing anything in regards to any injuries or worse out there?
No, not so far. Everybody that I've spoke to so far is okay. They all got to a safe location, and did speak to one sheriff's deputy here in town too, and he said he hasn't heard of any injuries as of yet.
Hey Jordan, real quick also, what's the power situation? We're trying to see how many people are without power there in Cordell, and it's not showing that there's any outages. Just where you are in that neighborhood, what's going on with the power there? You know, just a situation, I guess folks are kind of just coming in and trying to help out neighbors there.
Yeah, so far. I'm not sure what the people are using. We've got a light behind us there. I think he's using a generator to power that, but the homeowner that we spoke to that owns these two houses here behind us here, she said that she doesn't have power right now, but we're learning that power crews are in the area. I did see a bucket truck when we were driving in, so they are working to restore power in this neighborhood. But from what I can tell, just looking around, I'm not sure that anyone on this particular block, where a majority of that damage is consolidated here tonight, has power at this time.
You can hear the generators going though in Jordan's shot right there, so folks trying to get out there and do what they can to help these neighbors.
Jordan Frimstead reporting live for us. Thank you, Jordan. We'll be talking to you this evening, definitely on our 10 o'clock newscast as well. I also wanted to pass along, because Tom Pastrano has been great, one of our storm trackers, showing us the damage there, and he came across a barn. He said this was an ag barn. Getting a little bit more information on that for some of our viewers. We appreciate all this information you're sending us, saying that it is the FFA ag barn there, and it has some structural damage too.
And when you look at that damage, it really is some of the most significant damage we've seen, just because you can kind of see the steel that got
twisted
bent,
around
all
a
that
little
metal
bit.
that got bent. That wasn't just like the outside of a building.
Right.
Yeah, no, for sure there's a whole lot of damage there. So
we did see in Jordan's live shot some lightning in the distance. Jordan mentioned some concern of people living there. Is there another storm that's going to come through? Is there rain that's going to come through as they're trying to tarp some of their roofs? Let's go ahead and check in back with our meteorologist. And David Payne, one concern they had is there going to be more rain tonight in Cordell?
It doesn't look like it. I think really things are going to be winding down out here, guys. And that's a great question, because obviously roofs are, you know, part of roofs are opened up and things like that. There's holes in roofs in Cordell where the tornado was. So right now there's some showers down to the south. There's nothing developing or heading that way at all. We have some light rain, a little bit of thunder south of Oklahoma City. And then we have the big show in the southwest. So let's go back into, again, southwest Oklahoma. A little bit of rain near Colony, not a big deal. Near Retrop, not a big deal. And then we have these, well, multiple big storms down here that are running from Apache up to and south of Anadarko, down to Elgin. And again, I know everything here, that tornado warning with that is moving east-southeast. The tornado warning with this is moving almost due north. And we've had a report now of possibly a confirmed tornado on the ground southwest of Apache. So you folks in Apache, lowest level, center part of the house. This is going to be for far southern and southwestern Caddo County. And let's go ahead and zoom in here. Let's see if they're even going to see a tornado. It's pretty wet. And it's right here. It looks like it might have weakened a little bit in the last 20, 30 minutes or so. But here's Apache. And oh, yeah, no.
It's right on the border of the two counties now, coming into Caddo County.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a weakness, and now it looks like, yeah, it's coming back. All right, so tornado warning now. Again, Apache, it's still to your west. I think you're going to be okay. Honestly, it's 3 miles to your west, 4 miles. But this is where the tornado is going to be. And there's Boone, the small community of Boone. This is where the tornado is. So this is Comanche County. This is Caddo County. And this is going to be lifting almost straight north. Okay? So if I live in Boone, south and east of Boone, lowest level, center part of the house. And you're not going to see it. There's a lot of rain around that tornado. Okay? All you're going to do is hear it. It's going to get louder. So let's not wait for that. So if I live in Boone, south and east of Boone, safe spot, lowest level, and that's where I would be headed if I live in Boone or near Boone.
And for folks in the metro, David, a lot of times these storms are moving north or northeast and stuff starts happening in this part of the state. Sometimes that can head up towards the metro. Latest data still, this stuff should weaken and go away and not intensify into the evening and come up I-44.
Yeah.
That's the trend anyway.
Yeah. I know. But
so
you're thinking,
we'll see. I know.
Yeah.
But the further north it gets.
I know. I think we're all thinking the same thing, right?
Right. Yes.
Where
is this? Yeah.
Yeah. These things are still going, and these are driven by the sun today, and they're still going. They're using up every bit of energy that's available. So this is what happens in April, end of April, going into May. Things just they're overcharged, and especially this year, I think we're going to see a lot of these events that overperform, like we did on Saturday. Sure, it looked like a big day. Sure, but it really overperformed. I mean, we had a lot of bad, horrible things go on Saturday and Saturday night.
David, I do have future radar pulled up on Links 3 if you want to look at the latest HER. And it's not doing a great job of initializing, but it does have some storms in southwest Oklahoma. Links 3 is where we have it. But again, a lot of the data has kind of been doing the same thing. It eventually, it kind of stays down there, but then it falls apart as it tries to go south of the metro.
And there's midnight tonight. So take it back to 10 o'clock and our newscast. This is down in Caddo and Grady County, right? Coming into Chickasha. Marlow and Duncan, maybe, there's 10, and then it just kind of just shrinks. This is future radar, okay, one of our high-res models, and there's midnight. And it's kind of going away. It's weakening and dying. All right, but some of the areas, Sulphur, that had the tornado, Holdenville, maybe not, I tell you what, take that back. Forget that. Maybe a couple showers, but Sulphur, back to Ardmore, yeah, you might have some rain tonight. And then here's this big complex up in northeastern Oklahoma for tonight, and then, take that forward. Let me see what that does. Man, there's going to be an outflow boundary tomorrow that's going to go back into northwestern Oklahoma. So tomorrow, the tornado threat actually will be higher than today, starting in the west and northwest. That's what I'm saying. All right. Okay, that's noon tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll see if that happens. And if that were to happen, that would be a good thing for Oklahoma City tomorrow, because that would limit our instability, and then we'd still have severe storms out west, sure. I think it's a fairly big day across western Oklahoma with some big wind and hail and that tornado threat. But if we get rain and storms in the metro late morning by noon, then that's gonna bring our instability down tomorrow. Okay, so let's get back to Links 1 and kind of run through the tornado warnings we have. And it's right over the radar.
Yeah, the Frederick radar site, the hook's moving right over that. Did move over town.
Yep.
Had a tracker in the area reporting funnel halfway to the ground, but it was rain wrapped, so very difficult to see if this was producing a tornado or not.
Plus it's dark now, but look at the hook, folks. And this is the southwest Oklahoma radar. And there's the hook. It's basically where the radar is. It's right over the radar right now. Okay. And we'll be able to see it a little bit better when it gets a little bit to the east. So kind of call it the cone of silence where we can't see anything. Obviously, directly above that radar.
If it doesn't damage the radar.
Yeah, if it doesn't get big hail. Well, thankfully, it looks like the big hail.
Right.
You know, but yeah, you're right, talking about a tornado. But the big hail is going to be to the north, which is good. And then we have another cluster of severe storms running west of Tom Seed Reservoir, southeast of Blair. There's your hook with that. Not tornadic right now, but there's a hook on it, and it is developing a little bit. Atmosphere has kind of worked over up in here a little bit. And then other severe storms west of Tom Seed Reservoir, and then down to the southeast. And then we have Brandon.
Brandon's storm is really weakened.
Yeah. Yeah, that thing is really come down.
But he's making great time. He's to Mount Scott now, getting up on the storm trying to come into Caddo County.
Yeah. Yep.
He's not going to go up Mount Scott. I'm just saying he's passing by that area.
By the way, I did that once. It was incredible with a gust front that came ripping through, drove to the top, and they tried to kick me off. And I was storm chasing.
It's a little windy up there.
Yeah, it was incredible though. And had the gust front coming below me, and then it rose up.
Over.
I had winds about 100. And the park ranger was like, "You got to go down." And you're like, "I'm fine. I'm gonna be all right." It was great.
Sounds like a dream.
It was really cool.
It does. It sounds awesome.
I tried it 2 or 3 times, but only really nailed it once. And I was like,
you got to time that perfectly.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a tornadic storm. It was just wind and hail. But I was watching lightning hit in the Valley West.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
That was cool. Anyway, all right. So that's coming into west of Apache. The hook is with that. But I like the fact this is now pulling in all this rain in behind it. That might weaken this. Let's see what velocity data I have. And, okay.
It's moved maybe a half mile, too.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing is moving so slowly.
Yeah. So it's going to split the uprights right now between Apache and Boone. Lowest level, center part of the house. There's your tornado. If it's there, if it's on the ground, what does debris look like to you? Anything weird showing up?
No.
Nope. We're not seeing any debris, which is good, but it's kind of a rural area down here, right? It's got to hit something to get debris, but that's the center of the couplet. There's the center of the rotation right here. Bright green, bright red. What does shear rate look like now? Is it a little swirl to it? Oh.
Yeah, County Road 1470 and 1480 are kind of the east-west roads. Mm-hmm. And then this is going to be 2570, and it's basically 2 miles south of Highway 19.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah, but it looks like it's still going to split the uprights.
Yeah.
So it's wobbled a little bit farther east, because earlier it was going up to Boone, so now it's a little farther east.
Yep, which does favor the west sides of Apache, potentially.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about earlier. Apache, you're not out of it. So, and folks, you won't see it. And if you think, first of all, it's raining in Apache right now, and it's dark. I mean, you're not seeing anything. It's just black skies. And this thing is going to, if there is a tornado, it's just going to get louder, and it's just going to get real windy real fast. But right now, it would be a low-end, weak tornado. Lower end.
That storm
tornado.
that did produce a tornado south of Cooperton is the one that Brandon's on, and it's kind of interacting with this storm, mm-hmm. David. That's what's coming in from the west.
Yeah.
Now.
It's caught it.
Yep.
And it's so big, it's not like it's a little piece of energy coming in that's going to energize it. It might actually hurt it and bring it down.
I'm just going to turn on Vils because we've got so much going on in the shot.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I kind of look at the storm strength of all of this.
Let's take a look here.
The dominant storm. The dominant storm is the west storm.
Yeah. With all this out ahead of it.
Yep. But it's also drifting to the south maybe a little bit.
Yeah, better into the flow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we've still got the storms to the north as well coming in with tornado warnings in southeast Kansas.
Okay, yep, north of Bartlesville. That's going to be KOs. And I'm watching our sister station right now, Travis Meyer, the chief at Tulsa, at our sister station. I'm watching him right now. He's wall-to-wall, too, with tornado warnings north of Bartlesville. Bremen, nothing tornadic. Medford, Blackwell, Bremen. Gust front is here. Gust front south of you. These will not produce a tornado right here. You're going to get wind out of it. Now, you got to watch right here. See how this kind of tucks, but there's another gust front here. So I think this is going to be a wind and hail threat for Kay County, Osage County, and Grant County. Maybe as far south as Noble and Pawnee and for sure Osage coming in right now.
And we had tornadoes. We know we have folks with damage up here from Saturday also getting in on the heavy rain. And, you know, hopefully they've at least got tarps up on the roofs and things like that and doing what they can. But it's hard when you've got storms that come just a few days after you've had damage because it just really adds insult to injury. Yeah, unfortunately, it's this time of year for everybody. And so it can be multiple days, and that's kind of what we're getting into. And also want to point out we had all that heavy rain up here in Blackwell. 177 was closed and all the flooding. Yes. And hopefully these won't just stay over the same area and we'll get more flooding, but you are saturated in K County. You're like, we're done. We don't need any more water, and I get it. But this is going to try to make its way over Blackwell and Ponca City. All right, so let's go to Val Castor. Let's bring Val back in, get an update from Val. And I think we have Val in there. Val Castor, can you hear me? We have your shot. What are your winds doing right there? Can you give me an update?
Yeah, so, David, we are still, we're behind the gust front. We're traveling east, but looking at radar, that gust front wraps hard up to the north. And so if you see our camera shot right now, Amy has got that thing pointed on that feature that we're looking at to our northeast where the gust front wraps in. And it wraps in hard, straight north. There's an updraft base right up there with a low underneath it. Now, I'm not going to say that that's going to do anything, but it certainly is in an area that, it's right where the gust front wraps in, and we all know that that's possible. So what we're going to do here is we're going to keep going east, and we're going to watch this feature and just see what happens with it, because you know as well as I do, that's the place that, you know, if you're going to get something in this type of a situation, right where the gust front wraps in, it could happen. So got some strong winds where we're at right now, gusting to probably 45 to 50. I mean, we've had up to 60 earlier when we were seeing the power flashes. Had a lady stop right after we got off with you a while ago, and she was a little bit frantic, and she thought she had went through a tornado. She was east of where we were, east of Medford, but it was a gustnado is what it was. She said everything was swirling around my car, you know, and it was a gustnado. So, you know, as strong as this gust front is, I pretty well guess that there was probably several of those around. But anyway, we're going to keep going east with this and watch it and track it, and we'll let you know what happens. Back to you.
All right, nice job. Okay, great job there, Val. Val's up north in northern Oklahoma, and this storm's, again, like he said, and here's what he's talking about, a little bit of a wrap right here. And let's go back to links 1, and I'll show you that little bit of a wrap right here. So if this thing's going to do anything squirrely besides wind and hail, he's talking about right up in here. There's a little bit of the inflow notch, the green line is the gust front with wind blowing to the south, and where that wraps back in, you can get a spin right up here. Be right over Bremen right now. It's not strong enough that we're talking about a tornado yet, but we're going to keep an eye on that, okay? We're going to watch that, and that's why Val's right there. So we'll see what it does. He's up there in K County. We'll keep that going.
David, we do have a track on 3 for that line of storms. All
right, thank you, Cass. Let's go to links 3, and we'll give you a storm track up here, and here's your storm track. And again, it's not going to move. It might completely miss Marlin. We've given you some room here. Lamont, because it's almost moving due east, but it's trying to be east-southeast. So we'll say Deer Creek at 907, Newkirk 923. You folks in Newkirk, you're for sure getting it. Down to Tonkawa Casino, and that's right here. So it's going to be close, but if you live in central and eastern, again, Grant County, western, central, K County, and then points east, Blackwell, Medford, you're going to get these storms. And the main threat's going to be some large hail, winds 60 miles per hour, and some quarter-size hail. There might be a couple of golf balls north of Granola, but this is all going to be moving, again, east-southeast. So Blackwell, Lamont, Ponca City, yeah, you're going to be on the northern side of it, but it's going to be close. So if I'm in Ponca City and my car's outside, go ahead and move the car in. Might have some quarter-size hail and all that, all right? Okay, let's go back down to links 1 and check in with what's going on down in southern Oklahoma. The circulation now is crossing Highway 19, and circulation is right here. Here's Boone. It's in between Boone and Apache. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 miles west of Apache and 1, 2, 3 miles east of Boone. Shear rate says it. Velocity data says it. And if we look at debris, let's see if we see any debris being lofted in the air if it were tight enough. We do not. So, and I think at this point we would have seen some. There's enough down here with trees and all that. It's kind of hilly. You see how the road structures are. There's ravines, and the roads are a little bit squirrely down in here, especially coming out of Comanche County. Once you get north of that, they get good, and then they get bad again up near Fort Cobb and Fort Cobb Lake. And what I mean by bad is they just don't all go through. They're not like they are out in Dewey County, where every road and square mile. And this thing is taking a lunge. Look at that, now west of Chickasha.
Yep.
So there's a chance this thing might hold together and come into the South Metro. We're at least going to start mentioning that. It could easily fall apart in the next hour.
Yeah, but the hail core's coming up south of Anadarko, and that's what it keeps doing. It just kind of pulses up, and so
it's eating up every bit of instability and the dew points that are higher here, and it's eating every bit of that up as it makes its way off to the east. Okay, so we'll see. But again, Norman, Noble, Purcell, again, strong to severe storms. Obviously, we have the tornado warning storm here. Severe storm back to the west with a hook, by the way, southeast of Blair. All right, we're watching that.
And the storm that's south of Frederick, David, another report of a funnel with that as it moves southeast towards Hollister.
Wow, look at the hook on that again.
Yeah, so it's passed over the radar site, and there's a new hook developing south of Snyder.
Goodness. So, by the way, just for fun, what does the 850 jet look like?
Right now?
Yeah, I know it's off the model, but still,
sure,
I'm just
I'll
curious.
go take a look, but there you can...
Yeah, look at this. Okay, so here's the next hook developing. And here's the old circulation from the other storm.
It's kind of messy.
Shear rate has that. That's where that is, west of Hollister. So if you live in Hollister, know somebody who lives in Hollister, right over Frederick. You should have been in your safe spot in Frederick. Now it's moving due east, and it's going to keep moving east. All right, but there's a new hook developing here. There's a new hook developing here in this storm. I can tell you by looking at just on radar. I don't need velocity data to tell you that that storm is becoming more V-notch with a fairly pronounced hook right here.
185 degrees, probably 30 knots.
Okay, so 40. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, so the low-level jet, it's not anything like it was the other night on Saturday night, but it's definitely strong enough to keep this going for a while, okay? That's what we're talking about. All right, so tornado warning continues for Tillman County, moving east of Frederick now. The hook is down here by Hollister. If you live in Hollister, have friends or family there, lowest level, center part of the house, it's right here. Let's go to shear rate. Take a look at that one more time. It's right there. A little bit of an S shape. It's kind of right tucked back in here. And what is velocity data? We got to get this thing away from there. Yeah, it's messy. Pretty good wind in here.
Yeah.
What are the winds? 50? We have 60?
It looks like 50 to 60.
Yeah.
For sure.
And the hill sizers are golf ball. There might be some tennis balls up in here. Wow, still going with baseballs.
And the storm back to the west as well, up to baseballs.
Baseballs. Man. Wow. Yeah, it's impressive. Southeast of Warren, west of Centerville, northwest of Hedrick. There it is. Wow, look at that. Baseball size hail. I told you it was coming up. I think it's coming up like that.
Yeah.
And there's your hook. Mesocyclone right here. Possible tornado developing there. Baseball size hail in here. Damaging winds through here. Right?
Velocity still with the hook that's developing has not been impressive.
No.
At least with this storm. And then if you look at the one kind of west of Indiahoma.
Yep.
Also trying to produce a hook.
Yeah.
And the shear with that one's actually the best, or I should say the worst.
Yeah.
Out of all these storms at the moment.
Wow, and that is. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Okay. All right, so again, this is going to be we're talking about southwest Oklahoma. We got to watch this. That little cell over retrop, don't worry about it. Nothing crazy. Some rain out of that. It's coming up a little bit, but it's headed towards Rocky. We'll keep an eye on that. But this thing is trying to creep up the highway, and I know it. But if we know how things work, sometimes these things ride up I-44. Okay, so and we'll see what happens when it gets near Highway 81. All right, so again, this is a supercell coming now up I-44. And I tell you what, let's go to TLX. I just want to see how far what this looks like, or our live is fine. I just want to see. Okay, go ahead and lapse that. I'm just curious what that. I'll tell you what, Cassie, give me a storm track running from Lake Chickasha down to I-44 and bring it up into Norman, bring it up into the Southwest Metro. If it doesn't start to turn or weaken, it's going to try to come in Oklahoma City in the Southwest Metro. Okay? And I know this part is moving to the north in the storm, but this is riding up the turnpike. And there's nothing tornadic in this part of the storm. The tornado threat's back here. It's back here, but...
David, when you can, go to
yeah,
links 3.
What'd you say? Go ahead.
When you can, go to links 3 so we can look at this track together.
Okay, there it is.
You want to do the speed? Do you want to do it like that?
Yeah, I think that's fair. So let's just say Chickasha.
I'm going to adjust these a little bit.
Okay.
There you go.
Chickasha 933. Tiger Safari 1022. Bridge Creek 1026. OU campus at 11 o'clock. Verdon at 9:14, Lake Chickasha 9:20, and Chickasha downtown is going to be again 9:33. So it's coming up the turnpike. Now, could it fall apart? Yep, some of the data says it does, but so far we're not falling apart.
And it's worth noting, David, they did extend a lot of that severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m.
Farther east?
Well, it includes, Canadian County, Kingfisher, Logan. Areas north and northeast of that.
Oklahoma? Should.
Not Oklahoma County. Oklahoma County, Cleveland County, McLean, all left out of it.
All right. I probably would have added Oklahoma in there if I added Logan, but anyway. Okay. All right, coming up I-44. This is, again, Grady County. Tornado threat is still back here. I want to point out Anadarko to cement, not a tornado threat with this. It's back here with this part of the storm that's moving to the north. Let's go back to links 1, and it looks like it really might have come down on that in the last 10 minutes.
It's fallen apart quickly.
Yeah, and the bills have gone way down?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, okay, folks, this thing is still severe, don't get me wrong, but the tornado threat's leaving this. So that's how fast, and the bills are coming down. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. Let's bring Brandon back in. And Brandon, give us an update. You've been all over the world today. Wow, what a day. You had the Cordell tornado earlier. You dropped south. You've been on about 3 or 4 supercells. You've gone left, west, north, south. Brandon, if you can hear me, give us an update as you make your way north up towards Apache in that rotating storm. Go ahead.
Okay, David. Yeah, we're probably, I would say, 4 to 5 miles south of Apache. What you were saying, I heard Lacey say that she thought the storm was weakening. I think I could probably confirm that from the ground, too. As we were coming north, we had pretty good structure that we could see, pretty good lowering of probably, 10 miles to our north about 5 minutes ago. And, now I'm in the rain, so it's a little bit harder to see. But I feel like we're starting to get, the storm is maybe starting to somewhat collapse, because here in about the last 3 miles, we just started getting gusts, just rushes of wind out of the north and the northwest. I know we're south of the storm, so that should be typical. But we haven't really had that all day on the south side of the storms. We've continued to have inflow, but these storms aren't moving, and they're almost raining themselves out, I think, just by looking at the visual of what I can see in the cloud bases and everything. With them not moving, it's hard for them to continue, especially with loss of daytime heating. So we're almost to Apache, going to be right up inside where that circulation was, or what's left of it. I'll let you know what we see when we get there. Back to you.
All right, nice job. And I hope you're right. I think you're right on that, Brandon. And see, when you have an experienced storm chaser, you can tell when things are going the other way, which just means that tornado threat might be coming down on this. Looks like it's weakened on radar. Brandon is also kind of thinking the same thing. So that's good. All right, back to links 1. He's in Apache. He's there. He's looking right at it.
I'm just throwing on the rain really quick because these totals are very impressive for folks.
We got flood. Excuse me.
Excuse you.
Hang on there.
You're all right.
I'm good.
Are you
I'm
all right?
No.
Okay.
Am I good?
Okay.
I feel
Sound
like
better.
I'm good. All right, Kiowa County. This is the bullseye running from south of Rocky over to Cooperton. And that's the bullseye of the heavy rain. Yeah, 3 to 6 inches of rain. So you would definitely have flooding going on here. This will go away tonight, so a lot of this water will subside. But we're going to have more storms tomorrow. They're going to come through here tomorrow. Right? They're going to come through here tomorrow. All right, they come out of western Oklahoma first tomorrow. Form out along the dry line, Texas border, and they come east tomorrow evening and tomorrow night. So that circulation is going away right now. Right now. What about wind speeds? Anything crazy in there? I just don't see any crazy wind
I mean,
either.
it's gone downhill and weakened very quickly. Even the core that was coming up north of Smith, kind of east of Anadarko.
Has weakened.
That's weakened too.
Okay.
Which would be coming up to Chickasha.
Yeah.
It's going to rain in Chickasha.
Yeah.
But
all right.
Right now it's not severe.
Hey, Jen, can we let's throw in some of the? I'd say before we do that, let's talk about this. Okay. So big storm, hook on it right here, northeast of Altus. Big hail. That's going to be tennis ball to baseball size hail now. Southeast of Highway 19, south and west. The bullseye is of Tom Seed Reservoir. Your hook's back here, west-northwest of Frederick. Big hail, big wind. Let's lapse that. Let's see where it's going. And kind of moving southeast. So Frederick, big hail, big wind, big time. Coming in from the northwest, and especially north of Frederick. And look at the hail sizes. Yeah, that's not good. Tennis ball to baseball size hail.
And we know we've had that multiple different times on multiple storms today.
We've had it. And the Indiahoma storm's coming up with a hook developing here.
Yeah, that one is tornado warned because of how tight that velocity got, that couplet got. And you can see that, David.
It's stationary again.
They've done that. That's what they've done. They've gone up. They've tried to produce a tornado, parked themselves.
Yeah, and they spin for 2 hours.
Yep.
So tornado warning, this is going to be for northeastern Comanche County, southeastern Kiowa County, and southwestern Comanche County, and northeastern Tillman County, and southeast Kiowa County. Kind of the three corners here. There's a, oh wow, that's looks good on cheer rate.
Yeah, the circulation.
Yeah.
It's a little broad, but it's strong.
Yeah.
The velocities are coming up, and if this does get a shove off to the east, it would be heading towards Indiahoma.
Yeah.
But at the moment, it's not moving.
Man, I'll tell you what, we were 10 mile per hour away today from another pretty good outbreak of tornadoes.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
All of these have tried. They've tried really hard.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Jen, let's do that. Let's go back to Cordell from the tornado today. And no, I'm sorry. I'm talking to Jen upstairs. Just look at the video. Sorry.
Okay.
Take a look at the video. And that's the damage in Cordell. Tom Pastrana, Brandon Pennell were there just south of town when the tornado was in town doing damage. To me, it looks like EF1 damage. The path is maybe about a mile and a half long. It looks like it could be a little bit longer than that, but that's what we kind of came up with. Wasn't on the ground the entire time. It looks like it was pretty much the entire time, but it might have lifted once or twice. But folks, I mean, this is what it did. And yeah. And what we loved about all of this, we hated all of this, all the damage, but man, folks just started pouring in from all over town. And Cordell's a great little community. It's been there for a long, long time. It's kind of like Sulphur, right? Small town. And everybody just came pouring in. And we got some of this of the folks coming in and helping. And we talked to, what was her name, Morla? Anyway, the lady we put on the air live, and she gave us kind of a breakdown. She was home. Tornado hit. She's fine. No reports of any injuries.
It was Mila.
Mila.
You got it.
Gosh. Anyway, she was really sweet for doing that. Put people on the spot like that and say, hey, you need to be on TV. You got a second? What? Most people don't want to do it, but that was great. Anyway, this is just some of the damage that we had in Cordell, hit by a tornado. And we had it live right here on News 9. All right. Do we have the video of the tornado? If we have that, Jen, we could pop that in real quick. And had another storm came in. Jim Gardner was there. This next storm was just a little bit of some small hail and wind. There's a tornado leaving Cordell. That's Tom's video right there. Thank you, Jen. That's Tom's video. That's the tornado. You're thinking, that's it? Yep, that's it. That's it. And it was all the way to the ground. And Brandon's video looks about like that. So that's what it looked like. And then it just, again, the cone stretches out and gets tighter and starts to get a little bit ragged on the edges as it starts to lose its grip and its speed. And then it just kind of just spins down and we say goodbye to it. And by the way, it went east of there and died. So it was born, it did its thing, and it died, and it is no longer here. Okay, back to Lynx 1, and this is going to be northeastern Comanche County here. excuse me, it's going to be northeastern Tillman County, far western, southwestern Comanche County, and there's Frederick, and this is going to be, and folks, that's for real. I mean, this is a pretty impressive area of spin now. Right on East Road 1670 and County Line Road, County Line north-south, County Line east-west, and there's the area of spin. This is wrapped in rain again. You're not going to see it.
I lapse it right there, David.
Yeah, see how it ramps up?
It's a 15-minute lapse.
Yep, it ramps up. Okay, so another tornado warning with that. Goodness gracious. All right, so let's back out. Tom Pastrana was coming in. Let's see where Tom is. Tom's had a big day. Where is Tom?
He's coming into Grady.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And that's fine. We just want to make sure the metro's covered here. These are really going down now.
Yes, what's coming up the turn
yeah.
of the H.E. Bailey.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
yeah.
Still have the tornado warning.
I'll zoom in there. Brandon's right there.
Yeah, let's take a look.
For folks in Apache.
Yeah, let's go to Brandon here. And it's just, if it's there, it is just not a very strong tornado, which doesn't mean anything. I'm not trying to downplay it. But it's not a strong or violent tornado, which is good, right? Let's go to Brandon. And Brandon, the tornado warning still continues for your storm coming into Comanche, but man, having a hard time really finding a big area of spin. It's still there, but not like what it was. Go ahead. What are your winds doing right there? Give us an update.
Okay, so we just came to Apache. We're east on Highway 19 right now. We're probably 1 mile or so east of Apache. Honestly, I haven't experienced probably any wind over about 30. It was, I'm trying to compare this to the other night when we had the spin ups south of Norman around Cole, and then they came up into the South Metro, and there was just blinding rain. The huge difference with those is we knew when we were in or close to the circulation because our winds were so chaotic. And in this, it's almost just like you're in a general thunderstorm. Like our lightning is there, but it's not really cloud to ground. It's cloud to cloud for the most part. And it's just torrential rainfall, almost like a tropical environment. So I can't make out heads or tails on cloud bases or anything right now. And just from my winds that I'm seeing as I drive, there's nothing telling me that there is a tornado or there's going to be a tornado anytime soon. That doesn't mean that a mile to my north it might not be doing something different. But in my location on the highway as I came through Apache, we might have had winds 25 to 30 and just torrential rainfall and cloud lightning. That's about it. Oh, there was some substantial street flooding in Apache, which doesn't surprise me considering these storms are moving about -4 miles an hour. Back to you.
All right, nice job. So Brandon, again, is down in Caddo County, and he's on that storm that it still has some rotation with it, but let me show you what I'm talking about. Back to Lynx 1. And again, this is now moving more easterly. The shove is more easterly now. Look how fast that changed versus northeasterly. Am I right?
Right. And to me, it looks like all of it's getting a shove easterly, which could up the rain chances now for, Sulphur, Falls Creek. We've been saying the whole time you'll likely get some rain in that area down to Ardmore, Marietta, the tornado hit areas may get some heavier rain.
But could be heavier.
Hey, Andrew?
Yes.
Brandon? Is Brandon talking to us?
He was talking to Andrew.
Okay.
And he was talking about the street flooding in Apache because of all the torrential rain in Apache.
but at least it's going to end here.
It is ending, yes.
So this is going to Surreal. This is going to Cement. This is going to Norge and Innicaw. But the activity up here is nothing to worry about up here. This is the only game in town. And the area of circulation is even east of the tornado warning now.
Yeah, the tornado warning is not valid for the area anymore.
Yeah, we lost all that. So we're doing good. It's moving east. It is severe. Some wind, some hail. What about hail sizes? With that, anything? No.
That's out of TLX. I switched to Frederick and just check.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Maybe up to quarters.
Maybe. This storm is barely severe now down in Caddo County. Nickels and dimes. And it'll make its way into Grady County for sure. Chickasha, Innicaw. Yep. You're going to get some rain. Okay. And you'll have some heavy rain if it holds together because it's only moving east at about 10 to 15 or maybe 20. It is moving a little faster now. I'll say that. All right, so the only tornado warning now we have is coming into Cache. I take that back. And down here near Hollister, we have 2. And we have the other severe storm now, Tomstead Reservoir, moving to the east. And so, again, this is not in the metro. This is southwest of us. And the South Metro, Blanchard, Norman, maybe Blanchard, Noble, yeah, you might see a little rain, but these are quickly, at least this northern edge, are going down some. So that's a good thing. But we still have the 3 supercells back here. That's still a supercell, but it's not enough anymore to worry about right now. It's coming down, and these are all 3 coming down. Okay, but we have a hook here, now coming into Hollister, or just north and east of Hollister, and another hook now crossing Highway 62 east of Altus. Now coming into Hedrick. We said Hedrick earlier. How bad are they going to get it with the hail?
Look at that diving southwest, David. We haven't had a southwesterly moving storm yet, have we? That's the first of the day.
No, northeast, northwest, but not southwest.
Yeah, we've had southeast.
South.
Yep.
So this spin is going back to the southwest. Welcome to our world.
Towards Lake Frederick.
Yep. It's going to go right on or just, north side of the lake or close. Yeah. It's moving southwest. So this warning is wrong. This warning needs to be this way. How about that?
That's the direction the supercell was moving.
Yeah,
until it ramped up and then it anchored.
It was good. It was valid at the time.
Hard. Yeah. Yep.
Lacey, take it here just for a second.
Yeah, that storm, it's still potentially tornadic. We've been looking for debris. We've been watching for any signs that this has been on the ground. We still haven't seen that, but it's a storm to take seriously. Really, the storm that's moving towards Lake Frederick is, well, it's close. The storm to its south is very intense, but those are the 2 strongest storms in the state now, the 2 strongest storms that folks need to be aware of. So we'll take a look at radar. When you look at reflectivity, the precip is wrapping around this rapidly. So this is not a tornado that you would see if it is producing a tornado. The velocity couplet has been pretty broad. It's tightened up just a little bit when we were mentioning it earlier, north of Lake Frederick, and it's stretched out a little bit more. It may be on a weakening trend. We're even seeing some of the RFD that kind of wraps around the circulation. Those wind speeds aren't as high as what they were. They're anywhere from 50, maybe 60 miles per hour with that. So damaging winds are possible in and around that area with that storm. And I'm going to leave velocity on and go to the south because we know this storm's produced multiple funnel clouds, potentially tornado, as it moved in and around the Frederick area, and the velocity couplet is still pretty tight. This could be producing a tornado north of Hollis, or north of Hollister, not Hollis, Hollister. Hollis is farther southwest into southwestern Oklahoma. This is Hollister. There's really 2 areas right now that are fairly tight, where you got the winds rushing away from the radar and then the winds going back towards the radar, where you'd have that area of circulation. And on shear rate, you can kind of see that. It's the 2 areas of yellow. This is going to be south of State Highway 5 by 2 miles and east of Highway, or west, I should say, of Highway 54. So northwest of Hollister. And I'm going to lapse it and show you kind of what this has been doing. The direction, I think, has changed on this as well. It has. So this storm looks like it may be occluding. It's lifting to the north. So this started out just to the west of Frederick, came down across Frederick, and then now is kind of making a beeline towards Hollister, and it's starting to lift back to the north. And sometimes when they do that, they kind of cycle and weaken, but we will see. Tornado warning continues for Hollister, eventually for Loveland if it makes it that far. That would mean the lowest level, centermost portion of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside of your home as well. Get to the innermost portion, and that's where you just want to let this thing pass on by. All indications right now, if it produces, that would also be a weaker tornado. We'll see. And the hail, the largest hail in the state is with this storm. This is the storm further to the west. There's Centerville, there's Hedrick. This is pushing down to the south, and this is currently moving to the southeast, which would bring that back down towards Mountain Park, towards Snyder, and again, towards Lake Frederick. And let me show you the hail sizes with this, because we know we have had some big hail out of these storms today. We've had up to 4-inch hail, softball size hail out of some of the storms, and radar still indicating this could produce tennis ball to baseball. Maybe a little overdone. We've seen that as well today, but still damaging hail is possible. And actually, I'm just going to take this back and show you some of the hail tracks, because all of these at times have cranked up hail.
And Lacey,
go ahead, Andrew.
I was going to say, if you want to see some of the hail from today that we've gotten throughout the afternoon and evening, really large hail, like tennis ball, baseball size hail on Lynx 5, if we can throw that up. Lone Wolf, massive hail earlier this afternoon, some pretty solid hail in Fay. Jagged, you can see where it's hit the ground and got the dirt all roughed up in it, but there was big hail producers. We had a lot of storm energy today. This afternoon, at least from the Storm Prediction Center mesoanalysis website that shows current model observations, it was looking like 3,000 to 4,000 plus Cape storm energy in western Oklahoma. That's how you get baseball-sized hail. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So some massive hail today. Nothing short of it.
How do I send now? Is that better?
Perfect.
Not great, but I'm on. All right. Yeah, and we had, again, over 4-inch diameter. I mean, big hail, damaging hail. Like, so big that that's going through your ceiling, right? That can go through a roof. For sure destroy a vehicle. And we know we have vehicles damaged, no doubt about it. We have roof damage, no doubt about it, at least in pockets. Not extremely widespread, not over a big populated area, but there's that shot from Frederick. And that's much smaller, but that'll still put a couple of dings in the car. But anything, golf ball, tennis ball, baseball, yeah, you're doing big time damage. Okay, let's talk about southern Oklahoma again. And I want to point out we have nothing severe headed for Oklahoma City. We had a tornado today in Cordell doing damage. Jim Gardner was there shortly after, but our trackers were there when the tornado was there. They were south of town, and that was Tom Pastrano and Brandon Pennell. And this whole thing just keeps going, and everything's kind of evolved on down to the south and to the southeast. And again, these are the hail tracks from all the big hail we've had, and this is a lot of hail in here. That's a big hail print, and so is this down here. So not good, but everything coming in, running from west to east, north of Lawton, and we have the one tornado warning now west of Lawton, also down here at Hollister. And is that a low-level lock on that now?
It's had that, and it's been lifting to the north. So north of Hollister, it was moving southeast, and then it started to occlude.
Ooh, it might have produced.
And I'll show you. Yeah. Right there.
Wow, look at that. Goodness. Okay, what does CC look like on that? This is just northwest of Hollister.
When I looked at it, it was pretty messy.
Okay, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Doesn't mean that it's not.
Yeah, it's
happening.
So close, though.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah, okay. And velocity data? Anything?
Yeah, there's base. Oh, that just came up.
That
is your next. The lock.
Is your next tornado developing? State Highway 5 and North Farm Road 2990?
Yep, and that's going to be between Hollister and Frederick, lifting up towards Highway 5.
Slaps that. Watch how fast this develops, folks.
Okay, and that's going to be 6 miles to the east of Frederick.
Yeah, that is, look how broad this circulation is versus that. That's trying to produce a tornado right now. Look how tight that is. Goodness. Look how fast. I mean, 10 minutes? 10 minutes, we do that.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't there at all in the last scan, which was 2 minutes ago. So.
No. Wow. Okay. So this is going to be another possible tornado now, crossing Highway 5, east of Frederick. We don't see any debris, but if it hadn't hit anything, you're not going to have any debris that the radar can't see. And it's right there. Did it weaken?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I'll go back to base.
Still pretty impressive.
Yep.
Okay, so this goes on and on and on. This is going to be for Tillman County, tornado warning again. And wow. Okay.
And does this look tighter too now?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's a couple of, yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, why not?
North of Lake Frederick.
Yeah. Man, what a wild evening down in southwest Oklahoma. People that are just visiting or coming in down here, they're like, what is happening? And these are big, nasty, gnarly storms, right? Big hail, big wind. All right, so they're moving east at about 15 miles per hour. The general direction is. Some of them are kind of sporadic, right? But they're moving east, coming down Highway 62. And there's, big wind in here, 50 to 60. I don't see any 70 to 80, except if you're getting a tornado. Storm coming into Snyder. It is severe, moving east-southeast. Big hail will come into Snyder. Prepare for a hailstorm, Snyder. It's coming. And then the storm in Caddo County has weakened substantially. No longer severe. Caddo, Grady, Comanche, or Stevens, Jefferson counties were good. But this is back to the west, and this is moving off to the east.
Hey, David.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Flip over to 5 real quick. We got a Ring doorbell camera from Cordell, and it takes a few seconds. It's toward the end of the video.
Okay. So
you can see when the wind picks up and the debris flies in.
Ring doorbell camera. Wow, that's the tornado.
It must have cut off the power because you notice it stops.
Yeah, but that's the tornado moving through Cordell. They're looking south. The sun is there. The tornado's coming in from the southwest. Watch the tornado. Watch the water vapor. And watch, okay, this is really cool.
That's incredible to capture.
There's a lot going on.
On your front door.
Watch the wind. Watch everything on the porch get sucked to the south because there's a north wind at this house. Now watch this again. Here comes the tornado, counterclockwise, everything's flowing into it. Goodbye, tornado. There it is. That is incredible video. Wow. That is wild. So we're looking south.
And that was about 5:45, I think, p.m.
5:40, 5:45.
Something around there.
Yeah, we had just, yeah.
For folks in the area, check your cameras.
Yeah, watch that again. Okay, that's pretty amazing. Good job, Andrew. Great job. Okay, so the tornado comes in. Watch the water vapor come out of the trees. See that? The cloud? See that? That's the tornado. And then, see the squirrel? That's it. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's what Brandon and Tom both had. And from their vantage point, the way that they were looking at it, it was glowing white.
Yes, and the sun is out.
Yep.
And they're a little bit harder to see because it's a cloud. And so if a cloud's got sun on it, it's what? It's white. If a cloud is under a cloud or under the base of it, right, it's dark. And this tornado was hanging out of the storm. And so that's what our video looked like from Tom and Brandon. That's why the tornado video is, and that's why it's white in there. The sun is on this. It's a beautiful day, except for that. Yeah. Rainbow. And notice this, we're looking to the east and northeast. There's a rainbow because the sun's behind us, lighting up the tornado and giving you a rainbow.
Meanwhile, sunshine at your house. Yeah, that's wild.
There's a lot going on in that picture. I'm just saying. Wow. Okay. Incredible video. All right. Let's go back to Lynx 1, and we've got a problem down here.
Okay, so the storm that was to the north of Hollister, that couplet has weakened, David. Now the one to the east of Hollister has reorganized.
Yeah.
So this mezzo is holding its own right now, for sure.
Yeah, no, it's moving east-northeast. It's on Highway 5, right? Nope, not there. I'm sorry. Highway 5 makes a bend. It's 2 south of Highway 5. Man, it's messy, but look at the big hail up in here. All right, so again, this is going to be in southwest Oklahoma. Get our bearings straight here. Talk about southern Oklahoma here. Still lots of people clean up, and I want to point out tomorrow night, you might get some rain tonight in southern Oklahoma, but the latest data, I think we have rain tomorrow evening. Mm-hmm. That big wave, does it still come through?
The last I saw, yes.
Yeah. Yes. In Oklahoma City tomorrow evening, big wave, late tomorrow evening?
Yes.
Okay. Starts out west?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Starts out west with isolated supercells, more of a line forms, and that comes through midnight and beyond, yep.
Yeah, okay. All right, so here's...
And still big storms possibly in this area Thursday evening also.
Yeah, it's more cold front stuff though, am I right?
Yeah, there's some data that has storms ahead of the cold front.
Yeah, 850s are veered though, I think.
Yeah, but slow moving and heavy rain.
Yeah, that's Thursday. Let's worry about Thursday.
Right, once it gets here.
Yeah, we got to get through tomorrow. In western Oklahoma. Western Oklahoma has the highest tornado threat tomorrow. All right, so rain in Grady County, Caddo County, Grady County, and these are starting to just sag and weaken. And down in Marlow and Duncan, nothing crazy. These are still hanging on. Tornado warning does continue. But let's see here. Look at the spins going on here. Look at these. Look at these twins. Mezzo. Twin mesocyclones. It's never a good thing to say. And right here, there's your one area of spin. Now it's trying to ramp up. And this thing is by far the strongest. South of Highway 5. That's pretty tight. Okay, so that's going to go north of Loveland and east of Hollister. Lots of heavy rain down here. It might make its way, heck, I don't know, up to Chattanooga. It might try to occlude and try to move east-northeast up to Chattanooga. We've had that happen today several times, so we'll see what that does. Okay, so tornado warning continues. And look at the hail core, baseballs.
Still 2 big hail cores. I mean, we're down from 3 to 2, though.
Yeah, the Cache storm's dying. Kiowa County storm is still severe. Southern Kiowa County, Tomseed Reservoir, it's weakening. These are moving east. East-southeast, or southeast, really. And, yeah, look at that. Snyder's going to get hammered.
Yeah.
Zoom into Snyder here. You're going to get hail. The big hail might be, well, you know what? It might have come down. You're still going to get hail in Snyder, don't get me wrong. But the biggest hail might be just west through south of Snyder. Maybe. You're still going to get some hail, don't get me wrong. But this storm has come down. It's weakened a little bit. And you can tell by looking at the hail core. Moving southeast at about 20. So it is moving.
And it's got a completely different configuration than what it had. I mean, it had a hook on the southeast side or the southwest side, and it was drifting east, and now it's kind of pushing southeast, and it's really messy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it's...
And this air is really overworked where it's moving into.
Yeah. Yeah, and dynamics, there's not enough dynamics to overcome that tonight, I wouldn't think.
David, I don't want to forget about the people up north. I know
Let's do it.
Val, he's in Ponca City, but I was just kind of looking at our Barron button and looking at the hail there, and that hail core's really come up. Okay. And it's showing up to baseball size hail or tennis ball size hail right now. On Links 3. Yep.
Okay, let's go to Links 3. And there you go. There you go, Cass. Nice catch. Okay, so this is coming into Ponca City. Is this Val?
Yes, that's Val.
All right, and look at the hail core now. God, Ponca City, it cannot get a break. We're going to go ahead and end their little drought. Let's go to Val Castor. Let's bring Val back in. He is on the southern sides of Ponca. And Val, that gust front is still wrapping back into that storm, and you've got big hail. Val, we're showing baseball, tennis ball size hail now just north of you.
Yeah, so you talked about the drought ending in Ponca City. Well, it's ending again. I mean, it's torrential rains. We came through Ponca City. We're on the south side. I'm going to go back up north again. But we had dime-size hail in Ponca City. I think the bigger hail stayed north of Ponca City, up around Kildare and those towns up to the north there. I know the radar was indicating, bigger hail than that, but all the reports I've seen so far was maybe $half out west. I'm sure it was probably bigger, further up into the core of it. The gust front, you were talking about the gust front wrapping into it. It actually is really starting to push and surge hard right now, out ahead of it. So, the storm hasn't really weakened any. It's still a big hail producer. It's moving southeast. But I really think if there was any tornado potential at all with it, it's pretty much gone at the moment, unless they can catch back up with the gust front and the gust front can interact with it. But it's several miles out ahead. That gust front is pushing hard. So anyway, we're going to drive back up into Ponca City here real quick and to make sure there's no flooding or anything like that, and we will let you know what we see. Back to you.
All right. Nice job, Val and Amy. So Val and Amy's on the northern Oklahoma storm. And let's go back to Cass. You're on Links 3. Is that right?
I am, yes. I was just kind of
Okay. I don't think you're on.
There we go. So I was also looking at those rainfall totals because he was talking about the potential of just, more flooding.
Links 3?
Yes, on Links 3. There we go. Yeah. So it hasn't collected just yet, but over parts of Grant County, we've had around 3 inches of rain that's fallen over the past couple of hours.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot of water up here. So 2 to 3 inches across Grant County. We've had about an inch up in Newkirk. Cass, go to reflectivity on this. Let's see what. So every storm up here is severe, and it's training over the same area, right? With winds are going to be 50 to 60, and you're going to have heavy rain. And do we have flood warnings in effect for these areas? Because we need them. I mean,
let me turn flood on.
They need. So, yeah, that's the watch. Do we have any?
Yeah.
Have they?
Let's see.
No flood warnings? Man, I would issue at least an aerial. I mean, you got to get something going up here. Because it's training. I'd get some kind of warning up here.
Yeah, I don't see one yet.
So again, this is where they had all the rain, especially in K County the other night. But if this is going to go over the same area, right? You're going to get half inch, half inch, half inch. Next thing you know, you got a couple of inches of rain. Start to see some ponding and some localized flooding. The severe storm that Val's on is up here east of Newkirk. There's the hail with that, and that's big hail now. It just went right over Kildare. Big hail. Ponca City, I think, had some hail, at least the north side, and now it's going to Call Lake. If you know anybody at Call Lake, wow, look at the hail core now. Cass, go ahead and turn the hail on.
Mm-hmm.
And folks, we're showing tennis ball and baseballs. Baseball size hail now coming into Call Lake. Go ahead and zoom on in, Cass. Let's see where the hail exactly is here, at least close. Westlake Ponca. Look at the hail over Westlake Ponca right now. This might be off a smidget, but it won't be off that much. Nickels and dimes, quarters, golf ball. You'll have some tennis balls. I'm not saying you're all going to have baseballs in here, but you certainly can see a few stones like that. That's a heck of a core. Right over Coleman Road and Longwood Road. Coleman and Longwood. Coleman, Longwood. I got it. Coleman and Longwood. And then down to Westlake Ponca. Big hail. Not a tornado threat right now. There is a hook on this, but it's behind the gust front. So as long as it stays behind the cooler air running to the south, that's going to keep that tornado threat lower. Okay? All right, so northern Oklahoma, let's back out of this just a bit, Cass. I'm going to talk about the counties up north. So severe storms, again, Narden, Medford, back to Byron. This line up here, and this is going to continue for the next several hours in northern Oklahoma. And it's just going to keep training over the same area. These might weaken some, but they're going to go on for a while. We talked about this in our earlier newscast about having storms up here late this evening and tonight, and there they are. And they are certainly there. All right, let's come back south. And by the way, there's your outflow boundary right there. We'll see where that settles up late tonight and tomorrow morning. All right, so down south, okay. And you want to go back? Okay. Either one of you is fine.
Lacey, ready on the?
All right.
Not yet. Okay.
Oh, she's not ready. Okay, you're doing something else?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know what was going on over there. That's why I was asking. All right, Snyder, coming into Snyder, and winds in Snyder have to be at least 50 to 60. And with that, we're looking at quarter, golf ball. You might even have some baseballs, but for sure, golf balls in Snyder, and then the hail core is back to the west, and that's going to be tennis ball to baseball size hail. Another pocket of baseball size hail west of Chattanooga. All right, and the storm up here, this is not crazy anymore. Turn the warnings on here, Cass. See what you think.
A little bit of everything.
Oh my gosh. Flood warnings in the green, severe thunderstorm warnings in the yellow, tornado warnings in the red. So we have the two tornado warnings. It's messy, they're not clean. This one is a little bit cleaner. And let's go to velocity data. And there's that. Now that's serious. That's a problem. That is where the tornado is. If it's on the ground, it's right here. And yeah, wow. Wow, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4 miles northeast of Hollister at Farm Road East 1830, and 2340, right here at this intersection. Okay, what about shear rate? Should be right on the money. Yep. Mm-hmm. And what about debris? What's it look like? Oh.
Yep.
Okay, back that up. Let's see what that does. Maybe. That might be real, guys. That might be debris. There's a few bad sets of data, you know. But then that, I don't know. It's close. If I live down in this area at northeast of Hollister, safe spot, lowest level, yeah. Yeah, you guys see this? Wow.
And they're saying a tornado appears to be in progress 3 to 5 miles northeast of Hollister at present time, but I haven't seen any other reports of people actually seeing it on the ground.
Yeah, that's one of the strongest velocity couplets, though, just as far as the strength of the wind that we've seen all day.
Yeah,
David,
go ahead.
Basically, everything is stacked. The velocity is stacked where the CC's at, and also on reflectivity, there's a bounded weak echo region.
Yeah, it's okay, and there's
a weak one, but it's all stacked. So I would say that's a tornado debris signature.
I think I 100% agree with you. And that happened in about 10 minutes. So we've got a tornado on the ground. This might be a strong tornado. This could be the strongest tornado of the day.
Yeah, we've not seen anything as far as values that we're getting on wind now. On Lynx 1, David.
Let's go back to Lynx 1. Let's look at the velocity data here.
We're 80 to 80.
Oh my gosh.
So, I mean, that's
160.
A strong,
yeah, guys, if you have any friends and family that live northeast of Hollister, between there and Chattanooga, oh yeah. Look how fast that happened.
And it's going almost due east at the moment.
Yep. This is a strong tornado. And I hate to use the word, but this might be a violent tornado. Strong's an EF2 or greater. This might be an EF3 or maybe stronger, but let's just go with a 2 or 3. 2 for sure. I mean, that's strong. That's a strong tornado. And that's going to be north. Yep.
Debris signatures increased now.
Now, that's it. This is debris in the air. Coming up on Farm Road 2340 and 1830. That is a strong tornado. Strong tornado.
Oh, it's even worse. Oh, that's not good. That is awful, actually. That's one of the biggest debris signatures we've seen in a while, for sure.
Since Saturday night.
Since Saturday. 1, 2, 3. That's 3 miles to the south of State Highway 5. Loveland, this looks like it'll try to go north of Loveland, but if you know anyone that lives north of Loveland, this is going to be 3.5 miles north of Loveland.
Let's lapse this, Lace, just to see what we kind of get some kind of an idea. You're right. For now, it's moving due east.
Yeah.
That's a lot of debris. Cassie, give me a RHI, give me a scan, not the volumetric, but give me a slice. Pause it, give me a scan of that slice of debris. I want to see how high that is. Just put a slice right down the middle. This is a strong tornado, folks. And this is the kind of tornado.
The numbers are getting higher. The values are getting higher.
Yeah, this is the kind of tornado that will kill you if you don't go to your safe spot. I mean, simply put, this is a dangerous, deadly tornado. Right now, right here. That's the tornado. And this is going to be northeast of Hollister. There's the tornado. It's right here, and it's moving due east. Let's go ahead and are you going to switch boxes on me?
Yeah, I'm just getting all the data here,
That's fine.
David, to show you on Lynx 2.
Okay, Lynx 2.
And I'm zooming in, and again, this is Southwest Oklahoma.
Okay, so here we have our velocity data, reflectivity. It's wrapped. These are the same views as different products. Okay, so here's the deal. It's wrapped in rain. You're not going to see it. Okay, this is the rain. This is the tornado. There's the tornado velocity. It's a strong tornado, at least an EF2. Are you listening to me down there in Southwest Oklahoma? It's at least an EF2, getting stronger, and their shear rate. You have 3 things, or 4 really, that tell you where this is. This is horrible. That is debris that is being lofted way, way high.
And David, I was just, whenever you were trying to come to me earlier, I was getting a picture in showing what was going on.
Yeah.
There was a farmer out baling hay, and the tornado touches down between Tipton and Frederick. Folks down there are just kind of out doing their thing. They've got stuff to do. They're busy. And if you have friends or family that you think are oblivious to what's going on with this happening, this could take their life. This isn't one of those brief, weak tornadoes the way it looks.
No, today the strongest up until now was the EF1 that hit Cordell. This is much, much stronger than the Cordell tornado. This is a strong tornado, folks. Can't say it enough.
Go back to Lynx 1, David. There's the latest winds.
Lynx 1. Let's go back to the wind here. Lynx 1, and we have 107 to 80.
That's almost 200 knots of gate-to-gate shear now.
Okay, so this is going to be, we'll just go ahead and say it, this is going to be a strong to violent tornado. Strong to violent tornado. This is a tornado that if you don't take your tornado precautions, you could die. I'm being serious. I'm just being honest with you. You don't just sit in the living room and watch this thing hit the house and it peels back part of the roof. This is the kind of tornado that is going to remove part of your home and you in it if you're not in the center part of the house, lowest level, storm shelter first, okay? This is serious. If you know anybody that lives north and east of Hollister, debris, our algorithm, that's debris detector, is now popped up. This is a strong tornado, and it's moving almost due east down Farm Road, 1830. It's right, folks, and look at all the homes in here.
I know, there are homes. If you live in a mobile home down the line from this.
Zoom in tighter.
Okay, okay.
Just curious, and here's a tornado going down Farm Road 1830. This is a strong to violent tornado, very strong. And I don't like to use the word violent, upwards 3s and 4s and all that, but this is pegging the strong category for sure. This is a strong tornado. Velocity data, it doesn't get any clearer than that. East Farm Road 1830, North Farm Road 2350.
And David, there is a report of someone saying that they saw what looked like a wedge tornado.
Yeah, it's a wedge.
That's what you would believe with the velocity
data.
It's
a wedge tornado. It's not the little tiny skinny ropes we had earlier today. This is a strong to violent tornado. So if you live, again, northeast of Hollister, folks, you got to go, and you got to go now. You got to go now. This is Chattanooga, right? We're getting our bearings straight.
Going down 1830, maybe trying to jog north a little bit.
It might be trying to pivot a little bit north. That might weaken it if it can, but right now it's not. It's all bad. This is all bad.
Oh, the debris ball developing on radar is getting bigger. Okay. It's just picking up everything it's hitting right now.
What does it look like on reflectivity? Is it complete? I know it's still wrapped in rain, but can you see anything on reflectivity? No. The tornado's right here.
It'd be so wrapped in rain.
It's completely wrapped in rain. It's a ball of chaos doing destruction right here. There it is. There's your tornado. Go ahead, Andrew.
I was going to say, David, one thing that actually happened right before this tornado really started to ramp up was the rear flank downdraft winds on the backside of that thunderstorm. You can see them on velocity surging right into it, and as soon as that happens...
Yeah, tornado genesis, right?
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah. Wow, folks. I mean, crazy. Okay, so this is a strong tornado now. This is going to be Chattanooga. This is Loveland. This is Hollister. This is Faxon. Let's kind of back out of this, show the folks at home in the metro where we are. And this is Oklahoma City. We have Brandon here, Jeremy, Marty is in Rocky. And this is a strong tornado in southeastern Tillman County. And we have viewers down here, obviously. And folks, right now, it's moving almost due east. Looks like a hurricane. Okay, and that's the only game in town, by the way, right? Am I right on that?
You are right. I turned the warnings off, but I'll turn them back on.
Okay, do we still have a tornado warning on this?
No.
Okay.
It's severe.
Yeah, okay.
I'll show you velocity on everything.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's all clean and green. This is wind up here. We got winds, a little severe, but this is what we have right here. If you know anybody that lives north of Holland, of Loveland, and southwest of Chattanooga, safe spot, lowest level. This is a strong tornado. And the good thing about this is that farmhouses and such, most of them have places to go. Lowest level for sure. If you don't have one, lowest level center part of the house. If you live in a mobile home and this is coming your way, you can't stay. You cannot stay.
On your storms?
You've got to get out.
There you go.
What's that?
The debris ball still, David, in size.
Yeah, it's huge.
Debris signature has gotten bigger.
It's over a mile wide. It's almost 2 miles wide.
As far as the debris signature, yes. Yep.
Yeah. It's a mile and a half. It's a mile and a half. Well, okay, query right here. What do you have there? What is that?
I'm trying to see where you're pointing.
I'm sorry.
The brightest here.
Yep.
134, David.
Wow. All right. Okay, so here's the deal. Strong to violent tornado continues on the ground down in eastern Tillman County. That's the tornado. It's Farm Road 1830. What's our speed on this? We're moving.
It is moving, I will say. I mean, in the last 15 minutes, it's moved about 3 miles. So,
not very fast.
10 to 15 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Which is great news for people down the line. I mean, you've got time to prepare if it doesn't lift, and hopefully it lifts very shortly.
Yeah. And the other problem, though, if it's moving slow, then the damage is more.
The damage is worse, absolutely.
So that's the problem. Your damage is going to be worse because it's staying on top of you longer.
And you just worry for folks that this, I just keep thinking of the video that I was just sent of the farmer. He was out on his tractor.
Did you see the video of the tornado in it?
And you could see it, yes, but not of this, but the tornado earlier. And they're just out cutting hay, they're out doing their thing.
Yeah.
And if folks are unplugged, I know they've been getting rain in this area, so hopefully that would be the alert. But if you know anyone that's out doing anything and not plugged in, you've got to let them know.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to reflectivity here and kind of back out. Hopefully nobody's outside and hanging out in this anyway. There's lots of lightning in here.
At least it's raining ahead of it.
The tornado's right here, folks, and you can't see it because this is all heavy rain, and then there's big hail on the northwest side. This is a strong to violent tornado. All right, so this is going to be east of Hollister. And there's your tornado. And this is going to be...
Just got another scan.
Yep. Okay, pause it. Let's see what we have on block. Okay, it's trying to lift. It looks like to me just barely north of due east. Okay, so less, still 180.
Yeah.
How high up are you?
Really close. 450 feet.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is very low levels.
Okay, so we're measuring these winds at 450 feet above, and tornadoes, the winds increase with height in a tornado. They just get stronger and stronger and stronger. Well, let's say we got 150, 160 up top, 400 feet up. Promise me, I guarantee it, you're getting 140, 150 down low. So 140, 150, EF2, EF3, right? The debris continues strong to violent tornado again. There it is. See that jog right there? That jog?
Yeah, it just wobbles.
Wobbled. Yeah. More of an eye of a hurricane wobble. Remember, it's an area of low pressure. It's fighting all kinds of stuff, right? It's trying to stay alive. It's fighting the 850 wind. It needs it, but it's also trying to pull into it. While physics in the northern hemisphere is trying to take something that's turning counterclockwise and it's trying to spin it to the north. It doesn't want to go north. It wants to try to stay into the flow of the low-level jet, which is feeding it. And it's not that strong, but it's strong enough. And now look at that. It went up and it went, I'm not going north. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go east. Now it's going east again. I'm telling you, these things are alive and breathing, eating, and then they die. But we got to get this thing to die. This is a strong to violent tornado now. East Road, 1830. And yeah, this is bad. This is bad. I'm worried for people in Tillman County right now. I'm really worried for what I'm seeing. All right, and there's homes here. You can see a couple of the homes showing up.
Yeah.
How long is this? Let's take this back to when we started to see debris.
Okay.
And what our miles are. I'm just curious.
I want to turn on some more of the colors real quick. This is back 15 minutes.
Okay, it started right here, didn't it?
Let me go back 30 just to see if there was one scan before.
It was right here.
Right there,
right
940.
There.
So for 16 minutes. And it's moved maybe 3 miles.
3 miles as an EF 0, 1, 2, maybe an EF3. And now it's crossing, let's zoom back in here. What's my north-south? It's now crossing Farm Road 2360. And it's going right down 1830. If you know anybody in Tillman County that lives east of Hollister, northeast of Hollister, south of Highway State 5, on Farm Road 1830, lots of homes in here. You might live in Lawton or wherever. I don't care where you live. If you know anybody that lives down in eastern Tillman County and you think, you know what, they go to bed, Billy Doug goes to bed at 8, you need to call. You need to wake people up. This is a violent tornado. These winds in here are well over 130 miles per hour.
And David, as we continue to lose power, there's a lot of power outages. I just want to remind people that we are...
Cassie, you're not hot.
Okay, it says that I am.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, so power outages are going to continue to go up. We are streaming live on Facebook.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to change up my equipment here. Go ahead.
Okay. Just wanted to remind people, again, the power outages keep going up, and, Lacey's still obviously tracking this storm, and it's just going to continue to increase, unfortunately, as we got these storms coming through. But we are live on Facebook, and I just double-checked, so we are streaming. If you happen to lose power, you can watch us on your phones.
Yeah, great information for people, for sure, because this could take their life. This could be life or death for folks if you aren't paying attention and don't get this warning and don't listen to the warning and act, because this thing it's not weakened, David, and we just got the latest scan, and just keep hoping that this next scan is going to be on a downward trend. It's not weakened, it's not strengthened, but it's nearly stationary, which you know what that means. That means it's probably getting wider and picking up more and more debris.
I mean, this area down here, this land where this is going to be scarred. I mean, there's no way you can have winds to 150 to 160 to maybe 180 miles per hour, crawling at 5 miles an hour, not just scarring the landscape. What were the power outages down here? I know it's rural. What are the power outages? What do you guys have? Anything down in Tillman County? I'm just curious if you...
Right now, You got it, Cass?
I've got the website pulled up. I'm going to look down at Tillman County. And right now, it doesn't have any yet for Tillman County. The biggest one we have right now is around Comanche County, and that's over almost 5,000 customers without power.
While you're talking, Cassie, just watching the next update come in, the debris ball and the debris signature is getting more and more apparent. So I'm afraid it's hit something else. And if you want to, we can go over to links 2. Links 2 kind of shows, David, that 4-box so you can see all the different products overlaid. This is all the exact same tornado. It's just different products. And you can look in reflectivity in the top left-hand corner of your screen. It would be completely wrapped in rain. The velocity data on the top right, David, and then you can see the debris signature there on debris detector.
Yeah, so big tornado. And that's what she's preaching right there. Big tornado, shear rate, velocity data, wrapped in rain, you can't see it. Here's a problem. At least it's not moving at 60. And, okay, I get it. But here's the deal. It's crawling east. The debris is going to be more debris if it hits anything. We know it's hitting something. But also, it's going to have more devastation and more damage because of the speed. It's just moving so slow. But it is moving. It's going right down 1830. Again, crawling east, shear rate has it. Let's get a storm track on it if we can. Okay. And it's 7 miles southwest of Chattanooga, but it's not occluded, which means it's not made a turn to the north. It's moving due east down 1830. And folks, God, that's a bad tornado. That is a bad tornado.
I mean, and Cassie just did a track, David, but there's no actual communities or towns. You know what I mean?
It's all farm. I get it.
That's going to pop up in the storm track at the moment.
Right. It looks like it's going to go south of Chattanooga. Let's go back to links 1.
Okay.
And just to
I'll
give
lapse
folks
this. This is a 30-minute lapse.
Okay. And look how fast. Okay. So have
it's
the
gone
winds
4 to 5 miles in 30 minutes. That's about 10 miles an hour.
Yeah. That's what they've moved all day. Are we seeing?
Ooh, did it just weaken?
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
I think we have less wind speed that we did. What was our highest? It was over 200 miles an hour,
It was
right?
over 200, yeah.
Okay, that was at 400 feet up.
Yeah.
So let's just say we're at 180, 170.
Yeah.
I mean, folks.
That's a high-end tornado.
This is a violent tornado. And look. Okay. Okay, go back to, give me something. Okay, so see the eye looking back at you? There's a void of any precip inside the center of the tornado. There's still some. There's debris, right? That's debris. That's the eye, not the eye. That's debris. Now let's go back to reflectivity. See the hole here?
1 second.
And you'll see that. See that? Heavy rain and hail wrapping around the tornado. So you're not going to hear this thing. It's going to be wind and rain and hail, and then you're going to get that. And that's going to be a bad deal, okay? This is northeast of Hollister. This is southwest of Chattanooga. And anybody down in southwestern Oklahoma, in Comanche County, Tillman County, Stevens County, folks, they're going to need help down in here. I know it's not a highly populated area, but it had to have hit somebody. It had to have hit somebody. What are the power outages down there now in Tillman County?
There are none in Tillman County yet.
None in Tillman County yet.
Okay.
Speaking of that, I just wanted to give an update that we're not only live on Facebook,
there you go.
Okay, we're not only live on Facebook, but it's also YouTube and our News 9 mobile apps.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to zoom in here. Getting closer to State Highway 5. If you take a look at it almost moved due north for a second. Yes.
Okay, so that might be, that's scary because it's changed directions, but here's the deal. We're pulling it north up, we're trying to anyway, we're trying to pull it north. Let's query some of this again. Let's see what our velocities are.
It's folding at the moment.
Oh, we are, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So we know we have winds 150 to 180 miles per hour, okay? That's on the surface. That's an EF3 or stronger, strong to violent tornado. Moving east down 1830, and now it's, look at this. It went from 1830, watch this, whoop, made a hard left turn. So when somebody tells you that a strong to violent tornado can't wobble or make a hard left turn, wrong. And it has for now. It's wobbled to the north. Now, it might wobble back to the east. Obviously, our debris detector symbol here, the shield, is telling you we have debris, and we're like, we know, clearly. Yeah, the algorithms, though, are kicking in. And, again, this is big time. Debris tracks.
Yeah, it's kind of broad at the moment.
Yeah, it's
out of that.
Ooh,
but
ooh, look at the eye now.
Wow.
Okay, zoom in.
That's called a BWER, so a bounded weak echo region. You do not want to see.
No, that's as bad as it gets. There's very little precip inside the eye.
It's almost like the eye of a hurricane. Yep.
It's wrapped by debris and everything else. That's exactly what you don't want to see. You don't want to see the precip clear out. It's never a good sign. It just means it's getting stronger. It's taking everything on the center and it's slinging it out. The only thing you have left is this tube of very low pressure and a lot of wind rotating around it. And if it keeps spinning harder and faster, it's going to pull everything out to the outside, and all you're left with is, again, this void of just incredible wind rotating around this eye. Okay, strong to violent tornado continues in southwest Oklahoma. Nothing in Oklahoma City. Nothing headed towards Oklahoma City. We have storms up to the north, up into Cherokee County and Medford. Who's going southwest right now? Who's down here?
I think Marty's going south, but no one's going southwest.
Oh, no. Yeah, Marty. Is Marty trying to get in on that?
I think he might be. His icon updated on my map a second ago, and it clicked him south. So.
Okay, Jeremy's going south too. All right, we're gonna try to get these guys down here. All right, so real quick up north, northern Oklahoma, thunderstorms keep training, wind, rain, and hail. Flooding a concern from Byron to Medford over to Ponca City. This is a flooding concern, but that's the least of our problems right now. Let's jump back south. Nothing in Oklahoma City. We're all clean and green. This is our problem, and this is a large. It has been. It's been on the ground now.
You can see it from that view, David.
What's that?
You can see it from that view. It stands out like a. You see it right there, the hole in precip, if you know what you're looking for. Yeah, right there.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't get any, I don't need to look at velocity data. I don't need to look at shear rate. We just need to look at that. That is a big, bad tornado. A scary tornado. All right, let's take a look at it here. Okay, velocity data. What's base look like? Okay.
That's base.
So SRV, that's what we were using earlier.
Yeah.
It's come down.
Yes. These values are,
it's come down.
It's still 100-mile-hour winds potentially, but that's about half of what it was.
Yeah, it's an EF2. But back here, this is EF3, EF4 damage in here. It runs from there to there.
Yes.
Right? So, and look at that.
Shear rate has a hole in it. When have you seen that before,
Haven't.
honestly?
No, well, maybe. It's been a while.
It's a different presentation than what you normally get.
Yeah, it's not good.
And max rotation.
Yeah, you're up here. We're pegging it. So, but folks, this is a strong to violent tornado. And again, we know the drill. Lowest level, I know. Center part of the house, I know. But storm shelter first. But lowest level, if you have mobile home, I said this earlier, you got to get out. You will not survive in a mobile home if you get hit by that. You will not.
And if you live in and around Chattanooga, the way this thing is going now,
kind of pulling.
It may go further to the west of Chattanooga, but it's lifting further north.
Yeah, so it's going to cross Highway 5. And by the way, at 10 o'clock at night, there's people going down Highway 5. Here's a problem. It's dark. It's raining to beat the band out here, right? Going down Highway 5. Look at this. Look at this heavy rain. So if anybody's driving down 5, look what's to the south, a mile. A strong to violent tornado. It has weakened, I'll say that, but we still have a tornado on the ground. Okay? All right, let's go back to debris. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see if it's smaller. So here's the deal. It was I'm confident in saying by looking at radar, it was a half-mile wide tornado. Now it's down to maybe an eighth of a mile wide. It's shrinking. The tornado is getting smaller. Doesn't mean it's not strong, but it's not as wide as what it was 10 minutes ago, I promise.
Lacey, is that another circulation just southeast of there near Loveland?
I will check. I haven't looked that far south.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, maybe.
Another inflow notch developing?
Yeah, that's what every one of these storms has done. Yeah, oh, it definitely is. Yes.
Good catch, Cassie.
Absolutely. Now southeast of Loveland.
Yep.
And so you may have, that may be on, let me look at the debris on that.
Close.
It's close, but that may be a developing tornado. This storm may be producing twin tornadoes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which we have seen today, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is our tornado now. Still going down Farm Road.
Okay. They're saying this oh, it is anticyclonic, David. Loveland. That is towards and away. That's going clockwise.
And you're out of FDR, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's going to be, it is. That's an anticyclonic tornado. Anyway, you only get those sometimes on the bigger
right
storms.
Yes.
I mean, you can get them on the small ones. The El Reno tornado 2007 put down a cyclonic tornado on I-40, mile marker 122.
Yep.
And then it became anticyclonic and hit the airport.
And for folks at home, anticyclonic means the direction it's spinning is actually clockwise. Tornadoes spin counterclockwise.
Yeah.
Yep. And so this one's actually spinning clockwise, but it is that circulation may have weakened some near Loveland.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, it has. It's not as tight, but that's crazy. Oh my gosh! Look at the loop on that. Okay, so look what this tornado did. It came right down Farm Road, 1820, and then got to here, and look what it did. Wham! Look how fast.
A do-si-do. I mean, it really looped back to the northwest.
Yeah, there's more flipping and flopping going on in that. Look how fast. Now, think about what it takes to have something of that size and that magnitude in the atmosphere. I know it's fluid. It's all liquid. I get it. But to be able to do that.
I'm going to zoom in tighter on that.
Yeah,
just so
go
you
ahead
can
and
watch that motion because.
Yeah, I tell you what. Let's.
I mean, my mind's blown at the moment, to be honest.
And let's just scroll it out. Just pause it, and let's just.
Okay.
And let's just bring it here, and put it back on the tornado.
Hang on a second. I'll clear everything off here.
Yeah, and watch this, folks. If you don't think big tornadoes can't make a turn, watch, and then it's here. It's back. Now it's here.
Wow.
Okay. It's not as strong. It's for sure weakening, but man, look at that.
It took a hard left turn.
And now it's back. And now it's weakening.
Around, yeah.
And it's trying to die. Okay, let's go to CC. Let's see what we have. Anything going on in that? Let's see if it's still here. Yeah, there's got to be. Remember, it's been a violent tornado for 6-7 miles. All this debris is 20, 30, 40, 50,000, 40,000 feet. Cassie, did you ever get a scan of that?
Well, it's very close to the radar, so it only goes up to about 3,000 feet. But coming out of TLX, it at least goes up to about 6,000.
Just a slice? You still have a slice of the debris?
No, it doesn't. It's too close to the radar.
Okay. But wow. Okay, it's doing a complete circle. Watch the tornado.
There's a square mile of 1380 of 1830 to 1820. You're gonna have damage all around that square mile.
Right here.
Yeah.
It hammered this corner right here.
Yeah.
I mean, it hammered 1830, and then it went up Farm Road 2350, and now it's back to the west. I mean, it went all the way over here. Look at the tornado. Strong to violent tornado. Are you kidding me?
And look at reflectivity while that's going on. I'm going to put it back on Frederick here.
Look,
wow, look at the hole.
Look at the hole where the tornado is right now. Ugh, that hurts.
David, if you want to take a 5, been trying to find pictures or anything, and I know obviously rain wraps, so nothing's going to be great.
Yeah.
But I found one.
All right, links 5?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow, there it is.
That's what you're picturing in your mind, honestly.
That's it. And I guarantee it, this is Farm Road 1830. Am I right? This is 1830. I would bet you that's 1830. And it's coming right at them. And there's the left side of the tornado, right? Left side of the tornado. And the right side is right here. Okay, so right, that's a half mile to a 3/4 of a mile wide wedge. It doesn't get any worse than that.
David, Tillman County officials say that they're sending crews, Tillman County officials say
ahead.
that they're
Go ahead.
just wanting everybody to know. Tillman County officials, we talked to them, the sheriff, they are sending units near State Highway 5 near Hollister. They haven't had any reports of injuries or damage yet, but keep in mind this is very early, so they are sending all units that way.
Well, yeah, and you know, if we get lucky, it didn't hit anything, but I find it hard to believe in that 5 or 6 mile path that we didn't hit anything. The good thing about old farmhouses and ranch houses, most of them, 99, I swear, they all had storm shelters back in the day. They built storm shelters in the ground, and a lot of folks have
cellars.
those. Huh?
Yeah, storm cellars.
Yeah,
a lot
storm
of them.
cellars.
Yeah.
And they're multi-purpose, and they use them for everything. They still do, and that's all good. And back then, you built a house, you built a storm shelter with it, or cellar, you know what I mean? All right, so there's the tornado. As of right now, it continues to weaken, and it is quickly going away. Goodness gracious.
So
all right,
close to Chattanooga. So, I mean, it was making a beeline, and then it
Right.
turned all the way around.
I tell you what, do me a favor, take the pin on that. Let's draw the path. If you can, I know it's kind of, I'm just trying to guesstimate. It started right back here.
I'm looking.
I know. Let me get
Oh, hang on.
It died here.
Yep.
But it went right. All right, and then how far? Yeah. Okay. There's the path.
Oh my gosh, a backward C, pretty much.
Yeah. So it was moving due east, became an EF2, became an EF3, and then it made the hard left turn and occluded. Now it's dying here. And it went all the way back to 3 miles northeast of Hollister. But it traveled, it was started back here, right? Just northeast of town?
This is 30 minutes. I'll take it back 45.
So I'm just curious how far back it.
I mean, it started east of town, yeah.
All right, take it back to the very beginning. Where we started to see so it started like right here. So it did a complete, so it did a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Circulation southeast of Loveland.
Yeah, and Brandon just said circulation southeast of Loveland.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah, we were talking about it.
That storm is still tornado warned.
Yep.
And rightfully so. But there you go, David.
Okay.
That's a better.
That's pretty much the path of that tornado.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Goodness
maybe
gracious.
7 miles.
Goodness gracious. Wow. All right, well, we know what's happened today. Cordell's been hit by a tornado. Looks like an EF1, damage there. Trackers, we were showing it live from Tom Pastrano and Brandon Pennell.
Tornado south of Cooperton. Tornado near Tipton and Frederick.
Yep, Tipton, Frederick, Cooperton. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, or 3, and then we had this. So 5 tornadoes today. And we ended the night with a strong and violent tornado, by far the worst of the day.
And if this Loveland wind produces, that would be another.
Yeah. Folks, the only tornado that might compare to this, what we had Saturday night, that was maybe the Marietta tornado. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah.
Remember, if this didn't hit much and the survey teams get down here and they find nothing was hit, it's going to get an EF1 or EF2. But I'm telling you, velocity data says if that hits your house, it's going to get at least EF3 damage, if not stronger.
We can hope that the debris, it definitely hit things because there was debris on radar, but we can hope it was trees and it was.
Yeah, but there's not much.
I know, yeah.
I mean, this is farmland down here. See all the roads? This is farmland. This is wheat down in here. There's some cotton down in here. Yeah, look at the ball. Look at the ball. All right, so, wow. Okay, so it might have lifted for now. Tornado warning continues. But the tornado warning for that now, it's expired, and for good reason. It's now died. But there were some bad things walking the earth for the last 30 to 45 minutes. And that was a strong to violent tornado. Now we're shifting gears here. Next tornado is same storm, system, different area of circulation now. Look at this. Southeast of Loveland. All right. Ooh. Okay.
You got your finger there? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's switch.
All right. Okay.
Looking for possible debris.
Yeah. Well.
Maybe, but definitely circulation there.
Yeah.
And it is moving southeast.
Yes. this down towards Granfield. And by the way, nothing like what we just had. What we had was horrible. I mean, it makes my gut hurt to think that, somebody just went through worst thing of their life of winds to 150 whatever miles per hour and higher. What was our top wind? 200? What was it?
Just under 200.
Just under 200.
Yeah. No, I take that back. One time we had just over 100 both directions.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
it was like 109
it was just over
and then
200.
like 99 or something?
Yeah, just over 200.
So, all right, give or take.
At like 450 feet up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's as bad as it gets. Okay, so that tornado is now gone. This will be the strongest tornado that Tillman County has had in a while. We're going to have to go back a few years to find that. But that was a bad tornado tonight. Okay, we're trying to find out what we can from our news desk about what's happened down here. We're checking. I can tell you that we've been told, like Amanda said, that obviously crews are pouring into the area to find out what's been hit, what hasn't been hit. But something's been hit down here. We had the debris lofted, whether that was trees or whatever, that debris detector we use. If it's not rain or it's not hail,
and David,
it's picking it up. Go ahead.
I just want you to know that there is going to be a new tornado warning, but it's going to basically be right over the Frederick radar site. So it's going to be kind of hard to see, but they are issuing a new tornado warning for just west of where that storm was.
Okay, that's going to be this next area back here, and it is hard to see. Man, a rough night for Tillman County. The only, and I don't want to use the word good, but the only thing that wasn't horrible is that it was horrible, is that it didn't go through a big city, or it didn't go through. Let me tell you, that goes through Frederick tonight. Frederick looks a little different. I mean, permanently, right? I mean, that's a horrible thing. Or Chattanooga or Hollister. I know they're small communities. Frederick's a little bit bigger. Frederick's, they got it downtown. They got it going on. Okay, all right. We're still trying to make contact and try to figure out what's going on down in Tillman County. The next storm with the new tornado warning is right over the Frederick radar again. It's sliding down to the southeast.
I mean, think about that. It's right behind the gust front of this leading storm.
I just saw it.
But it does have a hook on it, and it's moving
I know,
to
but
the south.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Go to velocity. Let me see. Are the winds?
You can't see it at the moment.
Man, it's way behind the gust front.
Yeah.
What's it look like on Mesonet, Andrew? What do you see down here along the Red River, south and east of Frederick? What are the winds down here? By the way, did anybody check? I'm just curious. Mesonet, did any Mesonet station get sideswiped, hit?
I mean, that I've seen.
You haven't seen anything?
I haven't seen that hasn't happened, but.
Okay. Good gosh. Okay. Man.
Yeah, they still got, looks like an east wind to a lot of those.
An east wind?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But the closer you get, there's like east and then occasionally northeast.
Okay. Well, east wind will do it.
Mm-hmm.
And what are the temperatures down there in southern Tillman County?
Temperatures right now down there are in the mid-70s.
What are the dew points?
76 in Tipton, 76 in...
that's more than enough. And what are the dew points down there?
Dew points are sitting in the low 60s to, 71 in Granfield.
71 dew point in Granfield?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's pretty ridiculous. Okay. All right. Okay, so northern Oklahoma, wind and hail up here, valves up here. These storms are kind of moving off to the east-southeast. What we're worried about and what we've been worried about, and we're just praying and hoping that everybody heeded the warning, called somebody, gave somebody a heads up.
And David, they're saying the sirens are unable to go in Frederick.
Okay, that's not good. Let's get back to that. And we can see the hook now. It looks like it's moved over the radar site. Let's go back to Frederick here.
Well, it's the second potential tornadic storm to move over the radar site. And Frederick's had multiple storms, so it makes sense they'd be without power.
Yeah, but usually they're battery backup. The newer ones are.
I wonder what the issue would be then.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It could be an older system. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
But Remember, sirens, and for small towns, I'm all in. For big towns, I'm all in. But it's only to basically let you know if you live fairly close to one or if you're outdoors. If you're at home and you have a tornado coming your way, like tonight, it's raining, it's so windy, you're really not gonna hear a siren. I mean, you might if you're in a small town and you're 2 blocks from it, sure. But
David, this is a big tornado getting stronger, I think, south of Loveland.
Yep.
The last radar scan, it increased on velocity.
This is a new one, folks. So if you know anybody south of Granfield, been down there a bunch of my chasing career, and lots of wheat down here, good people, good farmers,
is
good
this
ranchers.
anticyclonic? There's a radar, green.
Yes, it is. No, it's not. No, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's an anticyclonic.
And with debris. So this has hit something. And folks in Granfield, you definitely need to be alert and in your safe spot. This was drifting to the southeast. We'll see what direction it ends up taking because none of them have stayed on their current trajectory for very long. But it may be moving more easterly now.
Yeah, it might have been.
It was moving southeasterly.
It might have made a little bit of a turn. So you folks in Granfield, 1, 2, 3, there's the debris. Go back to velocity one more time. Let's make sure we're right on that. Okay. Yeah, and then go to TLX. I know it's high.
Yep.
Okay, now we got to use, yeah, it's too high. Is that Frederick again?
Yep.
Okay, what's base look like?
This is base.
Okay.
Yeah. And then if you look at debris, so that's a tornado, definitely hitting something.
Yeah, no, it's
producing debris.
Yeah, it's okay. So let's make sure it's not going to Granfield.
Okay.
So if you live in Granfield and north and northwest of Granfield, lowest level, center part of the house, the tornado's right inside here. It's right here. Okay, let's go to CC again. Take a look at it, and
yeah, I mean it is. It's anticyclonic. So we've had storms that moved in different directions. This tornado is spinning in the opposite direction.
Yes, even though the brother to the north just was cyclonic and produced a half-mile wide monster tornado, and then just to the south. You know what it takes for that to happen when the atmosphere is flowing cyclonically, like it was for so long, and then suddenly. But remember this: anytime you have a cyclonic tornado, you always have air on both sides of this that is spinning anticyclonically in the atmosphere, because it's just a river of air, right? You have a little eddy going down the stream. You've got another eddy over here. So what happens is that eddy begins to fill up with the mesocyclone, and it happens. But man, they don't happen very often. Some data suggests 1 out of 1,000, or 1 out of it varies. They don't happen that often. But to get a fairly strong anticyclonic tornado or a backward spinning tornado, are you kidding me? That is now giving us debris in the air. Now we're crossing over to, now we're getting weird.
And a spotter confirmed or reporting a tornado is near Frederick with that storm back to the west as well. So this one, the velocities have come up just a little bit.
Yep, that's increased, yep.
And then we'll
tornado
go
on the ground.
Back over, it's just right over the radar site.
Okay, so the radar is it's almost getting hit by the tornado, or it almost did.
Yeah.
Okay.
So southeast of Frederick.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, heading back towards Hollister again.
Yeah. Hollister, here's the deal, Hollister. You've been lucky tonight. You had a monster tornado to your north and east. Big, bad tornado. You know about it. And now, here comes this. And there's no guarantees this is going to keep sliding to the southeast.
I'm moving this just because I saw the radar update coming in on Granfield, David.
Okay, let's go.
And there's a hook developing there, but that's not where...
No, our tornado's here, but I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
I see it. Another little small hook developing. Yes. But right now, there may be a hook developing over Granfield, but that is our problem. That tornado's on the ground now.
Right.
Another tornado. There's the eye. This is a little hook developing over Granville. Might be another beginning of tornado genesis. Might be another tornado forming here. But this is the problem, and that is debris. Oh my gosh. So lots of folks have friends and family that live in Granville. And you got to call them. And if they live west of Granville, there's so many houses and farms down here. If you live in Granville, west through north of Granville, safe spot, lowest level, this thing is coming in from the northwest, and that tornado is right there. And I can't make it any clearer for you down in Granville. That's it right there. And it's the way it's going, it's going to 3 miles northwest of town, moving southeast. What's our speed? 15?
Yeah, I've got it moving at 15. There's a track on 3.
Let's go to links 3, control room. What do you have on? What'd you query that? What'd you come up with? 70?
120.
120?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so not a violent tornado, but still considered what we call a strong tornado. Anticyclonic, backward spinning tornado. What? Wow. If this is how the rest of this spring is going to go, good Lord. All right, so anticyclonic tornado, backward spinning tornado. Yep. And it's going to try to go to Granville. If you have any friends in Granville or west of Granville, down Highway 70, we got to be thinking about going anywhere in this cone in here. Granville is the only town down there, but man, there are a ton of people that live down here, especially along the highway. You know who you are. If you know anybody that lives down here, call them, wake them up. I know it's 10:30 at night. I don't care. Tell them David Payne says it's time to move. Not really move, just move. Safe spot, lowest level, storm shelter. Right?
I'm looking at the mapping here, and where this is headed to the south looks to me like it's very near on the Granville Airport.
Is this the airport right here?
That is the airport. That's the landing strip, one of them.
Here's downtown Granville.
Yep.
Right here.
So I'm going to turn back on the colors. I was kind of zoomed in there to show you, but that is just north of the airport.
Okay, here's the tornado.
Yep.
And this is going to be North Road 2380, and east-west is 1910. So there's the tornado. It can't get any better than that, folks. There's the tornado. It's anticyclonic. It's spinning backwards. It happens in Mother Nature. It's rare. And usually they're not this strong. So.
Yeah, it's spinning that direction.
Yeah.
Would be normal, and it's spinning.
And just so you're aware, we do have Marty. He's coming down on Highway 183, and he's going to be just west of Lake Frederick.
Okay. Wow, that guy's an animal.
And it does still look like it's coming more southeasterly, not necessarily due south.
Mm-hmm. I thought it made a jog.
I know.
I did for a second.
It may lift to the north in the next scan, to be honest. I mean, that's what a couple of them have done. So.
Okay. Right now, if it stays on this, it's pretty much going on or just west of Granville, right?
Yep.
I mean, I think it's fair to say it. Granville, you got to go now, lowest level, center part of the house. This is going to be a fairly intense tornado. It's not like what we had, and the violent tornado we had, the strong to violent tornado earlier that was up here. It's not, but it's strong enough, and it will do damage. And it could injure you or take your life. I'll tell you that much. Winds are over 100 miles an hour. And if you're in a mobile home, you got to go to a well-framed structure, right? Neighbor, relative, friend, even if you don't like them, make up with them and get over there, because you can't stay. You can't stay in a mobile home. All right, so here's Frederick, the tornado now. Did we get a report of the tornado on the ground in Frederick, southeast of Frederick?
There was a report of that, yes. Yes, there was. Yep.
So here's that tornado here. And here's the tornado here coming into Granville right about now. Let's go back to that. You folks down in Granville, God, that's a big storm.
Okay, I was just looking, debris 10,000 feet up.
We are now?
Yes.
What are you looking at?
That was the chat from the Weather Service. 10,000 feet up, seeing debris.
Out of?
The Granville tornado.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an EF2. I'll give it that. It might be stronger. I'm just guesstimating here, looking at what we do and what we know and looking at radar data. The other tornado was much bigger, more violent for sure, the one northeast of Hollister. It's now coming into it's right here. What, see this?
Yeah, that's a whole different circulation.
Okay.
Going the opposite direction. Look at what's happening right there, David.
Anticyclonic, cyclonic.
Yep. That's exactly what's happening.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, this is going.
So, okay. So we now have one tornado that's on the ground. It's anticyclonic with debris at 10,000 feet. Can we see that on our volumetric if we do a slice?
No.
Still can't?
Mm-mm. So that's kind of the direction of the two circulations.
Okay.
So one is spinning that way. Oh, it just updated.
Yeah, so that's weakening.
Yes.
But it's still there. It's trying to, because remember, if there's a piece of air that's going clockwise, same deal. There's another piece of air going counterclockwise, like they normally do. So that might fill in and develop with the new meso. There it is. Okay, so there's the tornado now. Here's Granfield, downtown. Let's go ahead and zoom on into Granfield here.
Okay.
Let's take it all the way in. Here's the tornado. It's now crossing US 70. Right now, it's just west of town. If I'm in Granfield, I've been in the cellar since you've been listening to me, the last 10 to 15 minutes. Here's Orth Street, US Highway 70. The tornado is between 2390, 2380, and US 70. Tornado right there. That's it. All right, what does debris look like over this? There's debris.
Yeah.
And what does shear rate look like? We know it's there.
Right, and it's still.
Boom.
Yeah.
Granfield, lowest level, center part of the house, storm shelter, storm cellar, basement, whatever.
Okay, there's Granfield. There's the local streets in Granfield.
You got to go. This is going to be a strong tornado.
I'm gonna look.
I wouldn't say violent like the other one was. I would say strong. EF2 possibly. And that can hurt you, right? All right, so, and it's coming in on whatever this little feature is here, Lace.
That's what I was just looking at. That's a home, is what it is. I was trying to see if that was
Zoom
something
in on.
else.
Let's see what this house looks like. Zoom in on this house.
And it's silos. It may be a business, but
if anybody knows, okay. Here, if anybody knows, how far is that west of town? 2 miles? No.
No, half mile.
Half mile west of Granfield. If you know these people, and you're thinking they're not awake or whatever, you need to call them. And if you know these people across the street, these two farmers are about ready to get hit by a tornado. Okay? I don't know them. I wish I had their number. There's the tornado. It's going right for these two homes in here, these two ranches.
It's going to be close, yeah.
It's going to be close. It might go west of them. That's fine. Then I missed it by a half mile. I can live with that. But if I know if I'm living here right now, I'm not going to Vegas on this is going to miss me by a half mile. Right?
There are homes, all throughout that.
Yeah,
and then if it does end up coming into the west side of town, the school is on the west side of town in Granfield.
Yeah, school's
also.
right. It is. It's right here. It's one of these.
Yeah, you can see the field there, the baseball field and all that. So.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so Granfield coming into Granfield from the northwest, at least just on or west of Granfield. The sirens surely are blowing in Granfield. And there's the tornado. It looks like it might have weakened, possibly.
Oh, yeah.
As it's
velocities are not as high as they were.
There, it's come down. This is coming down on US 70. What do we have on, boom, what do we have on CC now? What's it look like? What's our debris? Well, it's getting dirtied up with this.
Yep.
But even that might have, it can't, we got to get another update here. All right, let's go back to Frederick. Oh,
okay.
That's not good. That's bad. All right.
There's definitely 2 reports coming in that they're still seeing that tornado on the ground at Frederick.
So this is well to the southeast of Frederick the new circulation that's southeast of Hollister.
Okay, so another tornado. And by the way, this was near the other one.
Right.
Is that tornado warned right here?
Yes.
Okay, as it should be. So we have two tornadoes now.
Maybe three, depending on what's going on over here. I don't see anything southeast of Frederick that looks...
It might have died coming into US Highway 70.
How many tornadoes have there been in Tillman County? My goodness.
I don't know. So we now have 2 tornadoes on the ground. We had 3. Well, we had 2 for sure. This one's dying west of Granfield. All right, this one's dying west of Granfield. This one's getting stronger now, southeast of Hollister. And the other one is going to be back to the west. We can take a look at that, southeast of Frederick, which is right here.
Yep.
It's hard to see. Let's go back to...
It's so close to the radar site. So on reflectivity, the hook is way down here.
Yeah. Okay, so here's your tornado. It's right here. It's right here. So these 2 tornadoes,
and they're saying very large tornado near that Hollister one.
This one?
Yes, he said he's looking towards, or we're seeing a new circulation emerging southeast of Hollister, and then the emergency management in Tillman County said that he's looking at a very large tornado, and they asked, are you looking towards Hollister? He said towards Hollister.
Okay. Ooh, what was that, Lace?
It's hard to say.
It didn't hang around long enough, that's why. All right.
If the velocities are nothing.
No.
What we've had earlier.
No, I don't think you're.
What happened?
I think we.
Oh, now it's back.
Now you're back. We might have a code issue.
Okay.
I hate codes. Did I tell you that lately?
Yes.
How much I hate codes?
I know. Southeast of Hollister, about 2 miles is going to be the circulation that's the tornado warning, another tornado warning that we've been talking about.
Yes.
And when you look at it,
it's south of town.
It's south of town.
Yeah, it's southeast of Hollister. We know it's right here. Is that no, you're storm relative still?
Yeah.
Okay. But man, we're shooting through a lot. We're shooting through a lot to get to that. And so we have 1 tornado here, and we have 1 tornado here on the ground at the same time.
And then you look west of Hollister, or west of Granfield. Wow, look at that. That circulation really, really loosened up.
Oh yeah, it's almost gone. It's still there, but it's a far cry. What about debris? See?
Yep.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Okay, so there was debris, I promise, leaves and whatever else falling out of the sky.
Northwest of Granfield.
Northwest of Granfield, and you might have had debris falling on US 270. Suspended debris that just falls downstream.
Yep.
All right, so Granfield, that was a good one.
David,
now, yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
I just wanted to chime in about the tornado earlier that was to the east of Hollister, the big violent one. We have a little detective in our storm photos email that was looking at Google Maps, and it does look like where it was occluding, and it took that really sharp north turn before going backwards, that backwards C, the intersection of 1820 and 2360.
Yep.
There are structures there on the northeast side of that intersection.
Okay.
And that's exactly where it
did the curve, yeah.
Went and made its curve. So
yeah, well, we'll
definitely see what happens.
Yeah, well, we'll know a lot more at daybreak, but my goodness. Okay, so you can clearly see we have the hook here. We have 2. Okay, the Granfield storm it's still a big storm, but it's weakened. The tornado threat with that is still there, but it's lower now, I promise. Let's zoom on in here.
Okay.
Take a look at the Granfield again. And all right, here's Granfield, and it's right over. I'm still in the shelter. If you can hear me,
yeah.
I'm still in the shelter. I'm not getting out. I'm waiting till this thing is over with. Okay, because the circulation, the couplet is right on Granfield. There's still a kink in here. There's still a problem here, and it's on the west side of Granfield, back to the west. Okay, what does CC look like now? Is that debris?
It could be. It could be debris coming in, and that could be debris still lofted from earlier.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
But west side of town, yeah.
Yeah. This blue, that light blue right there, folks, that's going to be some debris. falling into, we hope it's just debris that was from upstream. We don't like any of that. But looking at velocity today, it's still here. Okay, it's now on the west side of Granfield. Stay in your shelter. Stay in your safe spot, Granfield. Don't come out. Stay there until this thing's gone, okay? All right, that's that. Granfield, lowest level, stay there. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching this on your phone, that's great, but just, don't go anywhere yet. Here's another problem. Hook here, tornado here, and this is getting stronger. And then we have the other tornado, which I think we have an inflow notch. Lacey, it's not as easy to pick out as it was.
No, it was very obvious that there was a couplet, that there was an area that was tight. All of our products were pegged, and that's definitely not showing up at the moment with the storm south of Hollister, and even with the one further south with the hook that you can see. I don't see. No. Which is great.
Yeah, I'm hoping that, I don't like any of this, but we're hoping that this northern circulation has gone away. And it might have. It might have been absorbed, and now it looks like it might have weakened.
I'm just going to look at the strength really quick here. Because they're kind of merging into one.
Yeah, I just don't see the intensity that. Yeah. Your Granfield storms come down. Your Hollister storms come down.
Hey, David, what if we go ahead and just take a look back up north real quick?
Okay, please do. Let's go.
Yeah.
What do you want, links 3?
I'm on links 3.
Okay.
And I'm looking at that Marlin storm.
Go ahead.
Look at it. It's got a little bit of a low-level lock, and just kind of looking at SRV. I mean, it's not nearly as imminent as what we were looking at in southwest Oklahoma by any means, but earlier it did have a little bit of shear with it as well. But I just want to pay pretty close attention to that one.
Yeah, no, and I back out. Is the boundary still south of this? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the boundary. So that's the one good thing. Yeah. If these didn't have the gust out problem right now, we'd have tornadoes up here right now. We'd be tracking tornadoes from there to there to there. Hey, news, have we heard anything about Tillman County? Have you guys heard? Go ahead.
Just that they are
I can't.
Operations Center right now.
Is your mic on? I don't think your mic's on. It might be on, but we got to.
We're just checking. Yep.
Yeah, they're in their operations center right now. They haven't, Frederick has lost power, but they have crews out looking for damage. They haven't found any damage yet, but they have multiple units out there searching. That's from Emergency Management in Tillman County.
And they're saying that OHP is out searching, the emergency manager or the sheriff's office. They have units out there in Tillman County. So no reports of any damage yet, although I know you guys have that on radar indicated at least, and no reports of any injuries. And I should say, in terms of all the tornadoes that we've experienced today, no reports of any injuries or fatalities with those. We have been checking. We have crews there in Cordell also checking. And while they have damage there where some roofs have been peeled back and some damages to the structures, the good news is nobody injured, at least as of yet.
Yeah, so hopefully it stays that way. It's going to be a little while, though, I think, in Tillman County before we learn anything as to the damage there. But they're out there looking. They're trying to find something. But and once they do, they also said the phone's ringing off the hook. So everyone's trying to kind of get a hold of them, see what's going on there. But they're out there the best they can searching for any damage.
Okay, well, we hope they don't find any, but we know that people live there, and I know it's rural, but we care about you, and that's why we're on the air talking about these rural areas, because that's what we do. And violent tornadoes and long-track tornadoes, or this one wasn't even a long-track tornado we had earlier, but it was on the ground for, looks like, what did we come up with, about 10 miles, give or take?
About 10 miles, and that took about 20 minutes or something like that, 30 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Lacey, one thing I keep noticing about this, and I know we're getting report of the tornado on the ground, but this is so far behind.
Yeah.
The gust front. I mean, the winds here are rushing from the north to the south. I don't know. And when we look at velocity data, it's just not. It's not as, as boom as it was earlier.
Right.
There's something here. I see that, but I just don't see what we had earlier. Now this, what's this?
It's a more broad area that started developing on the other side of Granfield, the east side of Granfield. And that may be the next circulation developing.
Right, turn reflectivity on.
Okay.
Marty's coming into Frederick right now.
Yeah, and if Marty is listening and finds any damage coming through Frederick, let us know, because we know that there have been 2 tornadic storms go through that area.
Andrew? Oh, yeah, hey. We talk to Marty and see what his plan is. He's in Frederick.
Yes, he is.
So,
I just was talking to him.
Okay, so does he have anything in Frederick?
He's checking.
Hang on, he's checking. Okay, so here's the deal. I want to get Marty. I think we need to get just east of Hollister, maybe, if he's already down here.
That's what I was talking to him about, because he asked me.
Okay.
Now I'm on.
Nope.
No?
Now you
are. Oh, I hear myself, yeah.
Okay.
So I was talking to him, and he asked where the violent tornado was. What was the track? What towns was it near?
Okay.
So I think he's going to go, he's on Highway 5 in Frederick.
Okay.
I think he's going to take that east,
go east,
head toward Hollister.
And then we'll get into where it was.
Yeah, kind of try to check out perhaps damage assess.
So have him go east on 5, and then we'll get him in the damage here. We'll get him in the damage.
Yeah, so.
Okay,
we'll see
all
what
right,
we get from Marty
So
from
when you talk to him, if he's in the system, he can hear us, but if he's not in, tell him, hey, just like he's doing, go east out of Frederick, and then we'll get over there, and we'll see if we can't find some of that damage.
New tornado warning, David, for that circulation heading down towards Ranlette.
Yep. Here we go.
Yep.
There's the new one.
Yes.
Tornado warning now, a new one. It's going to go north of Duval, I think. Let's lapse this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, if I'm in Duval, safe spot, lowest level, center part of the house, multiple tornado warnings. Goodness gracious. And Ranlette, you're in it.
Yep, this is now going to be over in Cotton County.
Yeah, now we're in southwestern Cotton County. And folks, this is coming in from the northwest, and it's coming right in. It's making its way in from the northwest. So, and it's just, you're going to get rain first, and then the tornado is going to be right back here. And the tornado's wrapped in rain. Oh, you see that?
Yeah.
Here we go again. All right, here's Cookie Town. Granfield, wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 miles east of Granfield, sliding down to Ranlette. Tornadoes right here. CC, anything popping up yet on you?
No.
Nope. So as of right now, it's either not hit anything or it's not on the ground. But it's getting stronger for sure.
Something slightly alarming about how this has started out and how it's forming is it started out really broad. The velocities keep getting higher and higher, and sometimes when that comes together and localizes, the values can be, it can be stronger when it starts out so broad. That's what happened with the last one.
The last big one?
The last big one.
Or the anticyclonic?
Yeah, the last big one.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's
right.
that this is going to be the same thing, but
sure. Right. But that's kind of been the
trend.
That's been the That's been this evening's thumbprint.
Yeah.
All right, so another tornado now developing north of Duval by 3 miles. Center of it is right here. And right now it might be trying to move. It might be doing the old slip and slide and go east and go in between Cookie Town and Ranlette. You have friends in Ranlette, between Ranlette and Duval, between Ranlette and Cookie Town. Text them, call them, holler at them, bang on their windows, whatever. Tell them that this is ramping up right now. It's right here, and this tornado is going to be moving off to the east or the east-southeast. Okay? There's the tornado right here, and it's wrapped in rain. It's not super heavy rain, but it's heavy enough. You won't see it. You might see it during the daylight hours, maybe. All right.
David, there's a track on 3.
Okay, let's go to Links 3. And there's your track, Ranlette at 11:17, Byers, and that's going to be 12:27. That's in Texas, and Petrola is in Texas as well, and Hastings too. So in Oklahoma, our one city still left before it moves into Texas is going to be Ranlette. Nice little town, been there a bunch. Nice little farm town, lots of people there, in and around town. You know, it's kind of the livelihood of this whole area, that, and, you know, Cookie Town's a little smaller, and you got Temple over here, but Ranlette's kind of a little bit bigger town. There's the tornado. Is that low level or mid level on your lock?
Mid.
Mid?
I believe so.
Okay. All right, so tornado warnings continue for southern Oklahoma. And we have several right now, so let's get to it. Let's go back to links 1. And we have the hook here, right? And then we have the hook that went over Granfield that did weaken. And now we have the storm that's going to be just northwest of Ranlette.
You would think anything south of Granfield would be very unfavorable for a tornado with the gust front pushing out. You would think.
I agree. And I don't think velocity data says, that there is something crazy.
No.
Not now. I don't see anything in there that I'm like, oh, no, right. I don't. I get that. That's legit. That has a southeast wind blowing into it. But I don't see it. I just don't see it. And don't get me wrong, there's a mezzo in here, and I get that. But this is behind the gust front with a north wind, and it's rare to get a tornado to come in behind that gust front. See how the gust front wraps in, right here? Wraps into the storm. Wraps into the storm. So everything from this little area, south and east, is getting warm, moist air. This is getting a north wind. And north winds do not make tornadoes. They undercut the updraft. We're undercutting the updraft. And that's a good sign, actually. That's a good sign. So we need to get Marty. We need to look at radar and get Marty down that road, give or take that road that was 13.
You're talking to him, aren't you, Andrew?
I'm just saying we need to look at velocity data. Go back to debris detector.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, just let him know where it started, northeast, and just kind of get him on that. And he'll find something. There's something to find. But here's your gust front. All right, I don't know. I'm not too. I just right now I think that's it's got a hook and I get it, but it's with a north wind.
And you can almost see everything kind of collapsing and kind of spreading out.
Yeah.
The way it looks.
Yeah. No. This is the only game, and even this is beginning to weaken. All right, so let's get Marty over here. Get him east of Hollister. He's headed east. Hey, by the way, who's with Marty? Andrew? Just ask him who's with him. If it's.
And while you're doing that, David, I'm just going to go back over here real quick for
go ahead.
southern Oklahoma. These storms moving in. I'll turn the lightning on. Davis, Sulphur, Falls Creek.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, more heavy rain, lightning moving in.
It's not what we need.
Right.
And Sulphur, you have some light rain showers moving through. And this is going to make its way into Davis and Sulphur. So let's go ahead and zoom in just a little closer on that. A little bit of hail in here too. It's not severe, but my gosh. So Falls Creek here. This is I-35. And do you have our highway identifiers on?
I just turned them off when I clicked. Oh. There you go.
Hey.
Something looked weird.
I was like, well, I know a few.
I think that's I-35.
I know a few, but I don't know that I could guess all of them.
Right.
Highway 7, coming down from Hennepin over to Davis, and this is going to be rain coming back into Sulphur. You might have some small hail. There is not a tornado threat, and I know the PTSD is going to be crazy for weeks and months and years to come. I get it. We've done it in Oklahoma City. We do it. We've done it too much. So anytime you hear thunder, I get it. I get it. You're going to be on edge. I get it. And
David, there's a new report coming in that there's a tornado on the ground just north of Duval.
Okay. There we go. But for Falls Creek and Davis and Sulphur, this is not tornadic. Okay? It's small hail and gusty winds. But to the west, southern Oklahoma, we're watching this, and we got to get this into Texas. We got to get this into Texas, and it's going there. We got to get it. We got to get the bad part of this storm into Texas.
And you can see the front, like you were mentioning, wrapping back up to the west of Ranlette. So
right here.
Yeah, that's still the area of concern.
Yeah. So tornado reported again.
They said on the ground north of Duval.
Well, that's the wrap, and that was right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a tornado.
And that may have been a minute ago.
What about debris. Anything with that? Do you see anything with debris? Ooh.
Let's go back.
Did it pop up?
Right
there.
There. This would have been a few minutes.
Oh, right there.
Yeah, this would have been quite a while ago.
Well, hang on.
Let's see. You keeping your finger there?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
May have been, but that was 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
With that circulation.
Okay, and here's this, but that's behind the cold front, or the boundary.
Right.
Which is well down into across the Red River. I think we're going to get a hard time getting a tornado out of that. I really do. It's just, it doesn't, it doesn't happen. I mean, it doesn't happen. All right. Man, what a day.
I know. So when we talked earlier, it was 5 tornadoes, but I don't know what's happened between now and then. There were multiple, so I've lost count at this point.
I just looked up and you were standing here earlier.
Well, yeah.
If y'all want to go,
that was 5:30, 5:45.
If y'all want to go to Links 5, I've got the 5.
You got nice.
The at least 5 that we had today.
Okay.
I've got a.
Okay, Links 5.
There it is.
So, nice job, Andrew. Mm-hmm. Very nice. So this is so far Cordell, and then again north of Lawton, and then back out here near south of Hobart, and also southeast of Altus and Frederick, and obviously the big tornado right here that was down in Tillman County. So 5, and this number might go up. It's not going to go down. We know we've had 5, and maybe more.
Yeah, because there was the report near Cooperton, near Roosevelt.
Maybe more.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. How close is Marty? Marty's getting east, right, Andrew?
He is, yeah.
Okay, and you're going to try to...
I'll just flip over on if this is... Oh, it's not, but we've got Marty on that. You can see he's pretty close to the intersection that I was talking about earlier.
Okay, hang on a second. Back out. Where's Hollister?
Right here.
Okay, so this thing's set down northeast of Hollister, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to get him... Is he farther than this is showing?
Do not believe so.
No, he's just updated. He's live.
Yeah.
So Marty's going to get over here, and then we're going to see...
And then he's going to drop south.
Yeah, when he drops south, we'll see what he gets.
He is 6 miles east of Frederick. I don't know if you could just hear him.
Nope, I cannot hear him.
Okay, well, he's 6 miles east of Frederick. So
let me ask,
that's about where he's at.
Just to back it up, where did we have... I've slept since then. Where did we have
Here, I'll take it back. It was just east.
So right where it occluded is where we know that there are potential buildings.
Andrew, let's get him right here.
So get down to 1830 and go east.
Yeah, come over here to tell him to make a right turn on 2340. Drop south, 2340, because it crossed here big and bad. He'll go through damage right here.
Okay.
So have him drop 2340. He's got 5 miles ahead, or what did I say again? Let me back that up. Let me make sure I'm right on that. What about here? What about 2330? Do we have debris there?
No.
Nope. 2340. Yep. And again,
Marty just said the trooper that he spoke to said about 10 miles out he'd run into damage and to be careful, end quote.
Where's the trooper now?
I think what was that, Marty?
We'll see Marty
the trooper was in Frederick.
Huh?
The trooper was in Frederick.
Okay. All right. I tell you what. Let's. I don't know why we're doing this.
Yes, let's just bring Marty on.
Let's just bring Marty on. Why are we having this conversation with
Marty? We're going to bring you
because it's 11 o'clock in the.
So what's Marty saying?
We didn't think about that.
Oh my God. Hey, Marty. Sorry about that. Next time, just call me. Hey, go ahead, Marty Logan. Tell us what you've heard, what you know. You're going to make that turn up here and go south, and we'll see what you find out. By the way, do you have anybody with you tonight?
No, Kyle's on shift today and tomorrow, so I'm by myself. The trooper that I visited with in Frederick said about 10 miles out, there's going to be significant damage, and he said, be careful, gave me the thumbs up to go. So I am now about 7 miles east of where I talked to him, and I've got all those lights that we put on here, I've got them all on. So far, so good, and I'm continuing eastbound. Highway 5, I believe it is.
All right, Marty, good job. And here's the deal. Marty, by the way, is in far southern Oklahoma. Started in the northwest. He's been dropping east, dropping south. Marty, okay, a little bit farther, and he's going to keep going east. We're going to get Marty down here in this. If there are wheat fields in here, then we're not going to find a bunch of debris in here, right? But he's just going to go a little farther east and then drop south, and we'll see what we can.
If you look at Marty's shot, you can see emergency lights.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I want to point out, Andrew, the road that we're talking about.
Southeast wind's kicking on me right now.
Yeah, I bet. Marty, also, Andrew, make sure Marty knows that his road south, his 2330, it doesn't look, does it go through? See right here?
No.
It doesn't go through.
2330 does. 2340 does not.
So he needs to drop south.
Right.
Okay, just make sure we do that. There's no road here. Drop south, 2330, come over, and then drop south. He's about 5 miles away. Okay.
We can go to links 2, and we've got kind of the current.
All right, hey, let's go ahead and take it here just for a sec. We're trying to figure out.
Because we got storms up to the north too. Let's go back. There you go, links 2. And I'm going to zoom in here. We've got that going on in southern Oklahoma, but up north we have additional storms that are severe. So these storms are wind and hail producers. They've spit out a really big gust front, which is a front that shoves out to the south and it brings a north wind. So these storms aren't getting kind of a southeasterly flow. They're not getting any inflow, but they can still produce wind and hail, and they can produce flooding rain. And we've had a severe storm from basically Jefferson to Pond Creek to Lamont. And then we've got the severe storm that's moving over into Pawnee and Osage County, and a new severe storm now from Hunter to Garber. So the threats with the one near Garber, very heavy rain, intense lightning. The winds within this could be as high as 60 miles per hour. And also the hail, quarter, maybe golf ball size hail. The storms today have produced very large hail. So at times quarter golf ball has happened. You're on, David. I just want to point that out, make you very well aware. You are on camera.
No.
There we go. He's all good.
I know, we're trying to figure out.
He's trying to coordinate the crews.
Yeah.
You're turning your mic. Yeah, I know. Okay. We've got anywhere from quarter golf ball, maybe tennis ball size hail right now from basically Sand Creek in Nash along Highway 132. And then back to the west near Cherokee, possibly up to golf ball size hail. So hail is definitely the biggest threat with the storms up to the north, and possibly flash flooding just because of how much rain these storms are dumping and kind of training as they move off to the east.
Well, I mean, we've been talking about this area for the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
And they had all the rain on Saturday.
Yes.
So, like you said, I mean, it's all saturated, especially as you get into K County. But man, look at Medford now. Medford.
Hey guys, I'm going to jump in. We've got a new tornado warning coming for the storm near Comanche in southern Stevens County.
Okay, let's go back down there. But flooding going on, Medford, back to Byron. You're going to have flooding up here. And it's going on right now. Do not drive into water. Don't do it. If you live in a flood-prone area that you can flood, be thinking about a place to go, to higher ground, right? This is flooding in here. These are flash flood warnings going on. The water is rising. And go back to radar real quick.
Okay.
And just look. I mean, it's not ending. It's the rain train that will not end. And this is interesting too.
Yeah, and those same types of totals could end up further to the south.
Yeah.
And that storm, I think that's still well behind the gust front. But I was just looking at that one, David. New storm taking off, and the hail detector with that's golf balls.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Is that
Breckenridge and Garber?
Is that? It's behind the boundary, right?
Yes, from what I can tell, the boundary is like Nokomis to Marshall to Lake McMurtry.
Wow. There's a lot of convection up there tonight.
A lot.
We said that. Man, there's a lot. God, that's a good rain. You're paying for some wind and hail, I get it. But man, it's a loud night in northern Oklahoma. Good morning. You're up with us. Is it midnight yet? No, it's 11. No. It's midnight on the East Coast. We'll go with it. I know, Jen. I see the clock. It's 11:08 now. Jen's giving me time cues. I mean, like really time cues. Okay, let's go to southern Oklahoma again. The new tornado warning. And, okay, this is the new one now. And this is going to be farther. Man, golly, I'm telling you, every time. Okay, the gust front stuff, behind this is all wind and hail with mesocyclones and no tornadoes.
Right.
I think Granfield, you're getting hammered. Here comes the storm. You've got a north wind there. There's nothing in here that says tornado. I don't think you need to be in the tornado warning in Granfield or west of Granfield. You've got a north wind behind the boundary. I think this, is that warning in effect or is it gone? It needs to be gone.
It's probably just being allowed to expire
Okay.
is what I'm guessing. And the same thing with the rain-let wind because the gust fronts now cross the Red River.
Yeah, okay. So
south of Cotton County.
These are just severe storms. Wind and hail, okay, big hail, and that's it. Now, farther east, though, we're back in the warm air. Let's go east.
The gust front's tucked in right at Comanche.
Right here. There's your gust front. There's your new tornado. It developed right on Highway 81. That's a shocker. Right over Comanche. And it's going to go right down Highway 53. Right, there's the tornado right here. That's not where it should be, is it?
No.
It needs to be. Okay, yeah. Okay, there's your tornado. Northeast side of Comanche. Developing right now. There's Velma, Alma, Loco, Addington, and it's going right down Highway 53. Harrisburg, Velma. Duncan, you're to the north of it. You're getting some nice rain in Duncan. But the tornado threat now is down on and east of Comanche. It's moving almost due east, it looks like to me, not southeast.
Right, and the thing is, moving back over into south central Oklahoma, especially once you get to I-35, Ardmore, Marietta hit so hard on Saturday, but they still have a southeast wind feeding up into this, and this complex is drifting that direction. Mm-hmm. So just heads up, folks in that area, you know, don't go to bed and unplug completely with this because it is moving your direction and it could pulse back up, just like this storm just did.
Yeah. And here's the deal. This time of year, these storms have a mind of their own.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, we're tracking that. That's going to keep going on Highway 53. Guys, I know you guys have more at the news desk on shelters and things like that out in Cordell, so you guys take it.
David, thank you. We are still waiting to hear back from Tillman County officials on damage there. Of course, we'll probably hear from Marty Logan before we get that. But we have started to hear about a shelter that's been opened in Cordell.
Yeah, the help is arriving in Cordell. Red Cross is opening up a shelter. That is at the First Baptist Church in Cordell. You know, snacks, water, meals are going to be served there. It's not just for folks who need a place to stay. It's for anyone who has any sort of disaster-related need.
If you need any resources,
absolutely,
you can go there.
Yeah, and no school tomorrow, according to Cordell Public Schools. They have canceled class tomorrow along with activities because of the tornado.
School has some damage there, so no school, no activities for Cordell. Also, as we mentioned, Red Cross there in Cordell tonight. Red Cross still has those 2 shelters open too elsewhere in our state, in Sulphur at the Crossway First Baptist Church and in Ardmore at the Christ Community Church. So they're out there able to help anybody with disaster assistance and resources available. Of course, we are checking on any more damage, and as soon as we get that, we'll let you know. But for now, we're going to send it back to our meteorologists who are all in tonight, tracking the storm right now, but also tracking, thanks to our storm trackers, tracking the damage as we...
It's a dedicated crew, no doubt, that has gone miles and miles today. We're just talking about Marty Logan. He's just tracked all these...
He's all over the place.
Yeah, and he's stationed in Woodward, and he's all the way down near Texas now. So,
Lacey, a quick thing too. I have people ask me on Facebook because we're paying a lot of attention to this as we take a big look at the state and also at the metro.
Let's do it.
Can people? They're like wanting to know if I live in the metro, or I live up north. Can I fall asleep tonight?
Right.
Or do I need to be really tuned in?
Absolutely, excellent question. So for the Oklahoma City metro area, the storms to the north, the far western edge may clip the metro tonight. They do not pose a tornado risk the way it looks right now. The gust front's going to come through. We'll get a north wind here in the Oklahoma City metro in just a little bit. David?
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I will. All right.
Yeah. Well,
and we got rain and storm. Is that a card?
Yeah.
I'm just distracted by whatever it is.
Well, I didn't realize this, and this is really, really nice. This is from, they're called insomnia.
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 You clearly don't have it. Insomnia. Yes.
Insomnia. It's been a long day. Give me a break.
It's fine.
Cookies. It says, thanks for covering Southwest Oklahoma. We appreciate you so much. How nice is that?
That's very sweet.
Very nice. And I probably shouldn't say their name, but it looks like Nicole Kurtzinger.
Well, thank you.
So thank you so much.
So there are cookies around here.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I didn't.
Oh,
well,
right
thank
here.
you. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
And thanks for the cookies. How do you order cookies in the evening and they get there?
If they're from there, did they make them? I don't know.
Insomnia cookies.
Oh, okay. Are they open? Are they open this late?
I think that's the point of their business. Insomnia. They're up late. Yeah.
The more I speak, I look like the bigger idiot, so I'm just going to go ahead and be quiet. I don't understand why they're open this time. Look at the name, you moron. I got you. I got it. Never mind. I'm going to back up. I got it. Anyway, all right. Okay, so thank you so much for the cookies. That's really sweet. We appreciate it. Thank you.
For the folks in the metro,
Yeah.
as far as the storm chances go, those will make their way back down. Latest data keeps them north of Oklahoma City. Wind and hail if they make it, David, is what Amanda was asking.
Okay, is any data at all, any high-res stuff? And not just the HRRR and all that, but I mean anything else? Is anything else? What's the nest do? Just take a look at some of the other models. Does it bring it in here?
No.
Or does it just keep hugging it up north? I'm just curious. Okay, so here's what's going on. These are all severe and flash flooding, Medford to Ponca City, back to, northern Pawnee County, and lots of flooding in here. There's not a tornado threat. This is all behind this boundary. See this boundary? Tornadoes don't like a north wind, right, with a weak cool front. So that's not happening.
But man,
right?
they got big
so
hail.
Everything is across northern Oklahoma, right?
And the nest does bring rain in here. It's not severe when it arrives.
What time's that?
That would be 3 in the morning.
Okay.
4 in the morning.
Okay. All right.
So 3-4 hours.
Right. Okay.
Kind of the southern tip.
Okay. Andrew, any update from Marty as he gets closer?
None yet, but he is in Hollister.
Wow. Well, I don't want him getting stuck.
He said he's looking.
Huh?
He said he's looking right now. Do you want to talk to him? I can pot him up.
Yeah, let's bring him back up.
All right.
Marty, can you hear me?
I sure can. Yeah, I just talked to a gentleman.
Okay, go ahead.
And he said here on the south end of town, there's a house that's had the front porch ripped off. So I'm looking for it. He's trying to get back to his house down 184 east-west, and he said power lines are down on that road, and he cannot get back home just yet. But here in town, there's no debris in the roads. And I just, Hollister's, 3 blocks long, so I'm just driving through town, seeing what I can find. I've got more flashing lights to my south, and I'm doing the best I can trying to find something. Luckily, I'm not finding much damage at all here. Nope, nothing here. So I'm going to keep looking, see what I can find. Back to you, David.
I don't want you to get. We don't want you to get stuck down there tonight. That would be a bad night, made really worse. But the tornado, it really ramped up, where it's like 150 mile per hour winds plus is still that east 1840 road. It's just north of you. You just went by it. And then from there, if you go east, that's where you'll find that. I don't want you to get stuck, though.
Well, that's the exact road that gentleman said he lived on, and power lines were down. So I will go back to the north, and I'll check those roads.
If you go back a half mile and then turn back east, you're going to be on Farm Road 1840. That takes you east.
184 east-west. Yep.
And that takes you back east.
Okay.
And if you can, I don't want you getting stuck, though. We don't want you to get stuck. And then once you go 3 miles, make a left on 2340, and that's where we have. That was the beginning of the violent tornado.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, but don't get stuck.
And Marty, if you need to stay paved, you could try Highway 5 and 2330.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perhaps.
Yeah, but if you make a right on the road coming up, yeah, you're right there. If it's not a bad road, let me see what it looks like when he turns off on it. They've had some serious rain down here, folks.
Oh yeah, the bar ditches are filled.
Wow.
So here's 184 right here.
Okay, that's it.
Let's see what I've got.
What's it look like?
Well, it's a good road so far.
How about that?
And you said 3 miles east.
If you go 1, 2, well, I might have lied to you. 1, 2, 3, 4 miles east. If you go 4 miles and then make a left turn, you're going to be in the beginning of the worst, where the winds were 180 to 200 miles per hour.
Okay, I'm headed that way.
And while you're looking at that, David, the tornado warning continues east of Comanche, between Comanche and Loco.
And we will check back in with Marty. Let's get back down here and talk about it. Oh, my gosh. All right, so here's Comanche. Out ahead of it, now we have Loco, Highway 53. Here's Velma and Alma. Lots of rain in here. Tornadoes right here, east of Comanche. It's going right down Highway 53, and that's a little concerning because there is still traffic on these things at night. There's the tornado right here. It's going right, look at it, right down 53. Okay, any debris?
No, I've been looking. I haven't seen debris. This is not a confirmed tornado like the other ones were, just because there hasn't been debris lofted doesn't mean it hasn't touched down.
Yeah, but I'm with you. You're probably going to have at least more houses on the highway versus, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you think you'd have. I don't see anything, though, that's like, oh, boy. Okay, so this is our only tornado warning we have in effect. Now, going down 53. So if you live east of Comanche, oh, gosh, you're fine in Comanche. You're getting wind, you're getting hail. The tornado threat is now east of you. It's on the bend, east of Comanche, down Highway 53. It's moving east, right? It's right here. It's moving east, and there it is. That's going to be where the tornado is. We're not confirming this on the ground right now. We don't have any debris in the air, but our concern is how far is this away from Ardmore?
That's what I was just showing you.
You already showed me that?
Well, that's why I was zooming out to show you that.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering what the distance is. So we're still 39 miles away from Ardmore, and we're still 39 or 40, 45 miles away from Marietta, where we had the EF4 Saturday night.
Close to 50 miles from Marietta.
Yeah. And you're going to get rain tonight, Ardmore. You're going to get rain, Marietta. You're going to get all that.
And there's flash flood warning out. You can see for the area, just west of Davis, just because this area is so saturated. Murray County had over 8 inches of rain on Saturday, and it won't take much at all to get flooding. No. And so, I mean, when I was in Sulphur, I don't know what day that was now. Was that yesterday? Whatever day that was, everything was still so very full. The ditches were full, the creeks, the river, everything around.
That was Monday.
Was that yesterday?
Yes.
What is today?
Today, so that was yesterday. Wow, that was yesterday. That seems like a lifetime ago. But so yesterday, so everything is still very full, saturated. Is my point.
Is today Tuesday or Wednesday?
It's
Interesting.
almost Wednesday.
Okay, I don't even know anymore.
I know. This morning doing the morning show, I can't tell how many times I would say tomorrow, and then I would know. I mean, I
have no idea.
But
I have no idea. All right, so Marty Okay, hang on a second. Has Marty found something?
Yeah, he's got a silo. Take him right now.
Okay, are we recording on Marty?
Yes, we are.
Okay, let's get it. What is that?
I don't know. Let's go to Marty Logan now. He's back in it. Marty, is that a newly damaged silo? Yep. What do you think? Give us an update.
Yeah. Well, and I just had a barn that has the roof lifted off of it. Part of the barn's roof is gone, and I've only driven 0.8 of a mile east on this road. So now we've got a granary that the top of it is gone, so I'm going to continue on and see what else I can find.
All right. Well, wow. And Marty, I'll be honest with you. Okay, so keep going east. Yep, go east another 1, 2. You're 3 miles still away from where it got insane. Back that up. His view where Marty is. He's going east. I'm just curious. Back up. Debris. Let's just see. Okay, how about velocity? Let's see what it was doing when it was moving through where Marty was. On velocity data on Lynx 1. What did he have on that? It went over him. It developed there, but then, gosh, man, this is what Marty's going to. He's going to drive to here and see what's going on right here. This is when we were starting to peg it. So he's going to keep going east. Now he's got
a down power line, and this is just 1 mile. And I've got a great big puddle here ahead of me. I'm going to have to see if I can get through it.
Okay, well, don't get stuck. You might be there a while. Lacey said she'd come get you.
Well, I can't miss tomorrow, so I've got to get back home because I know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Well, that's right. That's right. Have you guys looked at data for tomorrow? Yeah.
I'm not.
Okay.
David, on Link 3, I'm going to switch gears here on you a little bit.
Go ahead.
Just going to go back to that tornado-warned storm that's going to be west of Loco.
Yep.
And I just had it go all the way to Ardmore. Still only have it moving at 15 miles an hour because a lot of people are wondering, when is the strongest part of the storm going to make it to Ardmore? And we don't know that it is. But if it continues on this track, then it puts it at Ardmore at close to 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. And we hope and we pray that it is long gone. You're going to get rain in Ardmore. And we have flooding now developing from Falls Creek back towards Poolville. We hope this is gone, but it's moving east-southeast right now. So we'll say Loco 1141, Fox 1221, Milo 1254, Lone Grove 134. And how about Ardmore, like she said, like Cassie said, at about 2 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah, and that's moving east-southeast, all right? So not good. Again, the low-level jet, and people ask about that. It is there tonight. It's not like what it was the other night, but then again, we might have had one of the strongest tornadoes that we've had in a while tonight. So it's all about shear. It's all about a balance. And think today, though, tonight we didn't have screaming jet stream winds overhead. The winds were fairly light. It was a balance between the mid-level jet and the low-level jet. Were pretty balanced out. And man, you get something balanced in Mother Nature like that, and you get big bad things for sure. That's going to be Marty's shot right there, Marty Logan, I think. Is that Marty's shot behind me?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he just had a snap power line.
Okay. So 6,000 in Lawton, 900 in Cotton County, 800 in Tillman County, 700 in Grant County. And you take that number basically times 3. So that's quite a few, especially down here in Tillman County. All right, Marty's closing in. Is he still? His shot. It's really
yeah.
done.
He's still slowly crawling.
Okay.
He's still got a couple miles to go.
Are his roads still good?
Marty, how are your roads looking?
He's got a power pole in his way now.
He may have to turn back. You can see in his shot, he's got a power line pole right in the middle of the road.
Yeah, back in the day, I'd have gone over that.
I can see something at the end of his shot, though. It's so dark because he can't.
Yeah.
It should be a house. He said he has a house.
Can he see the house?
It's a transformer. I'm gonna pot him up.
Okay. Marty Logan, we have you live again.
Yeah.
What do you got? What's going on?
Well, right in front of me is a broken pole. I've got lines laying down the road, and what you see right there looks like a transformer and a part of a pole. And let me widen it out. There's a tree. There's a barn right in there, and I see taillights reflection, so looks like somebody's home that's standing there. So what I'm going to have to do is back out to the intersection and go back out and go another mile to the north and then try this again. And it's going to be a pretty good little backing job because I came through some pretty good mud back there.
Okay, so you're going to go. Andrew, can he do that? So, yeah, Andrew, Marty, yeah, you can do that.
I've got to back up because look right there's in my road. I got a pole laying across and there's wires on it, and I dare get out and try to move that because they could be live.
No, I wouldn't do that.
So, yeah, so I'm backing up.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. If you back up to Farm Road 2310, go north, and then go back east down Farm Road 1830, you'll be right back in it again, 3 miles, and then make a right, and you'll be right down in it again. If you can get there.
Okay.
If you get there. Okay. Marty, great job going above and beyond as always. We are live. It is 11:28 at night, and we start talking about severe weather. This is what we had going earlier. This is a strong to violent tornado that we had northeast of the small town of Hollister down in Tillman County, 3 miles away. This became a strong to violent tornado, and then it occluded and lifted to the north. And we had winds, radar indicated, of 200 miles per hour. No joke. That's a problem. And that lifted to the north and then died. But for about 20 minutes, it was heck on earth, let me tell you, because the winds were insane down here, right? And Marty's trying to get in on some of this damage, and we're trying to find out what's going on. So he's going to back up and then go back north and then come back east. He's got the power pole down right here. So he's going to try to come in from the north. Okay, let's go back to links 1, 2. And thunderstorms in northern Oklahoma, rain, storms here, and they're not tornadic, they are severe. Billings, get ready, Marlin, Red Rock, back to Alcorn, and Tonkawa, and then back behind that, they're not severe anymore. They get weaker, but look at the hail now coming into Garber. Are you kidding me? Golly. Huh?
That storm just keeps pulsing up and pulsing back down. Quarter golf ball and then up to tennis ball size hail. Not sure if I haven't seen any confirmation that the hail's been that big on Highway 15, but that's a big storm for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's going to be sliding southeast, so it's going to cross 412, well east of Enid. This is Garber. It's moving east-southeast, so it's going to come into Noble County now. And if you want, guys, we could do a storm track just on this blob here. I'll be okay. This glob here, and then bring it southeast. Okay? Appreciate you walking into that. But there you go. So this whole line is severe. I mean, this whole line is severe. What are the winds up here? And we'll jump back south. We're going to get back south. What are the winds?
Like on velocity, I've not seen anything showing up that's too damaging.
Yeah, I don't either.
Not saying that there's not winds mixed in there, but
60, maybe?
Maybe
60. Lots of 40, lots of 30. Okay, so...
You've got that track on 3.
Okay, let's do a storm track on links 3. And there we go. And we're taking this to the east-southeast. Sears, 1139. Marlin, 1146. Red Rock, 1155, almost midnight. And 7 Clans, Paradise Casino. I've always wanted to go there, and then they broke out with a little bit of Paradise Casino. And
yep, they paired them up.
That's where you want to go. I'm just saying. Are they? So they've got to be right next to each other, right?
Yeah, they are.
You know where they are?
I've seen on here. I've not been there.
Okay. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Well, they're there now, and it's coming. All right. So Sooner Lake, 1218. Lucene, 1219. Don't mess it up. Perry, 1226. Lake Perry, 1240. Pawnee at about 1 o'clock in the morning, and Glencoe at about 122, and Blackburn at about 129. So you folks in Noble County, this is coming. The rain's going to be great, but you're going to get a little bit of wind and some hail, and that one storm back here at Garber, that has tennis ball size hail in it. Tennis ball size hail now in Garber, or just east of Garber. Let me rephrase that. Just barely east of Garber. All right, let's go back to links
2.
Links 2, control room.
And I just zoomed it in so you can see on 177, there's 7 Clans, and there's a little bit.
And what we have, just real quick, what we have on what's this? What links box is this? Keep that up like that.
That's what we're doing. That's links 1. That's why we're on 2.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh yeah, look, there they are. There are the casinos right on the bend on 177.
Yeah.
They're a mile apart. Okay.
And just so you know, looking at the mesonet for winds in northern Oklahoma, the strongest wind that we had was when Val was on the Medford storm, and he had power flashes. So we know we have some outages in Grant County. 66 mile an hour. Since then, on the mesonet, we have not had a severe wind gust up north.
Okay.
So this isn't a major damaging wind event.
Here's the good thing about the rain up here. It's left the flood area.
It has.
That's good. It's also leaving the Blackwell area. It's settling south, which is where we had the flooding on Saturday with the tornadoes, but we're doing okay. All right, so Marlin down to Red Rock. And again, everything, these are your hail tracks, right? You can see where they are. Hail tracks in here. A lot of that going on. All right, so there's your biggest hail now in northern Oklahoma. It's just east of Garber. And this is big hail. Golf ball, east of Highway 15, north of 412. Golf balls, tennis ball size hail. In that, between Highway 15 and 412. That's big hail in here. This is damaging hail. And I hate it because the wheat crop is underway right now, and I hope it doesn't. There's a lot of wheat up here, and I hope it doesn't put a dent in it, but we'll see. Okay, so that's going to Red Rock. That's going to probably as far south as Perry. Oklahoma City, we're clean, we're green, we're looking good. We got nothing going on here. And let's go back south and let's just see where we are. And I like this radar presentation, how it's all starting to, see that? Mm-hmm. Sag to the south. It's great stuff. Okay, so heavy rain, Falls Creek to the west, Turner Falls. You saw the video from Turner Falls, right?
I have not. I can only imagine. I hadn't even thought of that.
They closed it down.
Okay.
I do have rainfall totals on Links 3.
Shut it down from this weekend.
Because they do have flash flood warnings for really all across parts of southwest Oklahoma.
Yeah, everybody. From, from Hennepin and Falls Creek, okay, down here in Murray and northern Carter County, and then back to the west, Stevens, Jefferson County, Cotton, Comanche, and Tillman County. The greens are all flashing. You see your rainfall, 2, 3, 4, 5 inches down here, Chattanooga. Now, Marty's driving around. He's not in flooding water, so it's not everywhere, but there are going to be some flooding issues. All right. Let's jump back into this tornado warning. And
there is a severe thunderstorm warning for Sulphur and Falls Creek down to Genotry we can get to.
Okay, yep.
Also.
We'll do that. We certainly will. Okay, so here's the tornado warning. Here's Loco. The tornado's right here. It doesn't look as impressive as it did. It's a little more broad than what it was. And the shear rate, it's not, see how much weaker that is? We don't see the brighter greens going to the reds to the yellows. It's kind of stretched out, and it's right here. It's right here, but and this big glob of rain is just kind of coming east, and this might be the end of it. We hope, man, we hope. But each time we say that, I'll say this. See the gust front? So no tornadoes back in here behind the gust front. That did wrap back in there, though. Did you see that?
It tried. Yeah, it did.
It did. But see, I think it might be gusting out right now. That's my point.
It looks like it is when you look at velocity data.
Let's take a look.
Because it's spreading out.
Yeah, I think it's gusting out, which means the tornado threat's going to go away. They're going to turn. It'll turn for another couple hours. But yeah, shear rate is looking better. It's not getting stronger. Velocity data, it's getting weaker. Going to be flooding down here, sure. And remember, for folks that have to get up in the morning and go to work, and do not drive into water if you're watching this down here tonight. It's so easy to lose your life, and it's so easy to drive a mile or 2 miles around, right? Is it worth it? Don't ever drive into water. You never know how deep it is. The road in front of you or the bridge in front of you might have been washed out hours ago. You drive off what you think is a bridge, which for the last 50 years you've been driving that road, that bridge has been there, and then it's not. You don't know it because it's covered in water, and you drive off and plop into a hole. That's lights out. There's no one going to save you. Okay? Happens a lot, a whole lot, too much. So don't do it, please. We've already had enough 4 or 5 busy days going on here. We don't need any more bad news. All right, Loco. The tornado threat is to the west of you, but I think it's coming down. I think the gust front is undercutting all of this. I like that. You're still going to get some wind. You're still going to get some hail, but I like the wind undercutting this storm, and that's more stable air undercutting this updraft. All right, so let's talk about the severe storm now coming into Falls Creek. And are we closer to?
I'm going to change radars here.
I know it's almost
the same.
50-50.
Yeah.
Okay, so sulfur.
Mainly for wind.
Yeah.
Is the threat here. And I think the idea with this is just there's so much debris laying around, and there's so many piles that they've now got together of debris and things in this area from the tornadoes from Saturday. It's just, you don't want to be outside at all,
no.
Obviously. And
no.
It's late enough that hopefully folks aren't, but.
No. And just to point out, okay, you're looking at.
This is out of TLX.
Okay. All right, there's a little bit of wind in here, but I don't see crazy winds in here, and we're up a little bit. I don't see anything that's like,
No, the strongest wind we've had was like a 43 in Pauls Valley.
I buy that. I'll buy a 43, but I don't see crazy wind. But either way, Falls Creek, Doherty, Crusher, Springer, Gene Autry, Sulphur. You've had a little bit of rain to your south. Hail sizes right now are pretty small, right? So maybe winds in here 40 to 50. Here's Loco, and this is where the tornado warning is. No more tornado warnings for these, even though they have hooks on them. They're undercut way by the cold front, well, boundary front. And this is the only game left in town. And right now, this is...
That's out of TLX.
That's out of TLX?
So this is about 5,400 feet.
It's right over Loco.
And it's a little lower.
Okay, go
out
back.
of Frederick.
God, it's totally different.
Yeah.
Okay, so Loco, go ahead. It's center part of the house. I mean, you know the deal. Lowest level. We don't see anything crazy. Do we have anything on debris at all? I mean, I hope not. I don't think we do. There's not much in the way of strong rotating winds.
Yeah, the tornado warning is going to expire.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's going to go away. So then we're left with, for the first time since 5:30 today, we don't have any tornado warnings in effect. And up north, so we're state divided. We have severe weather in northern Oklahoma.
The gust front's coming into the north metro from those.
Yeah, no, that's going to be interesting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because this boundary is going to sag south and then kind of lift back north, and we'll see where this settles up tomorrow on the dry line out across western Oklahoma for a bigger severe weather day tomorrow. I really thought today, today turned out to be a pretty big day, especially in western and southwestern Oklahoma. All right, so 2 storm zones, one across the north, Cherokee, Medford, Lamont, Billings. Big hail. My gosh. The hail sizes have come down some, but man, hail running from east of Garber to Billings to, let's say, west of Marlin up to Ponca City. This is moving east-southeast. Red Rock, Marlin, get ready. Perry, it's going to be close. Not a tornado threat. You've got the gust front leaping and lunging out ahead of. A little bit of a hook there, a little bit of an inflow notch. I'm not that concerned about it right now. And then you have additional thunderstorms now in northern Payne County taking off near Yale and southeast of Glencoe, but nothing crazy in here. Nothing crazy on shear rate, nothing crazy.
Yeah, I was just looking at the winds down the line. The winds in Stillwater are still out of the northeast. The winds in Marshall are out of the east. The winds are out of the southeast once you get to like, Chandler and further south.
Mm-hmm.
So just looking ahead of this storm.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we don't see any tornado threat for northern Oklahoma. We see big hail east of Garber. The hail core is getting a little bit smaller, like we said. You can see it coming down. It's still big. It's a tiny, big hail core. Does that make any sense? It's a tiny hail core with some
tiny
big
in
hail.
size, but got big hail. Yeah, absolutely. Got
That's
it.
what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's moving east-southeast, and that's going to come along and parallel 412 as it makes its way into Noble County out of Garfield County. And then in behind it, we go back to Lamont and Hillsdale, Nash, Jet, Cherokee. Yeah, there you go. Good rain. These storms are back up again, more severe weather. Winds are going to be 50, 60 at the most. Nickel and dime, quarter-size hail, Cherokee. And the only good thing about this map is that we've needed the rain up here. And we are ending the drought in northern Oklahoma. Quickly. We need lots of rain. Buffalo, Laverne, Shattuck, Woodward. I know we need it here. We need it here. You're going to get some tomorrow, but you're going to have some severe weather. I'll have to watch that. But either way, this is sliding again southeast. Nothing tornadic, but you're going to have some wind along it. Again, winds in Noble County, 50, maybe 60. Okay, let's go back south again. Anything? Tornado warnings are now gone for southern Oklahoma. And just so you know, okay, so the Loco tornado warning it's gone. This is a wind event now. Winds in here are going to be 50, maybe 60. And I'm just watching Marty.
He talked to a trooper a while ago. I saw, but I obviously don't know what was said. He may have got more information.
Okay, let's go back to Marty Logan, Andrew. And let's find out what Marty's doing. Marty Logan, we're going to bring you in. Go ahead, give us an update if you've found out any more information down from Tillman County. By the way, Marty Logan lives in northwestern Oklahoma, and he's in Tillman County. So what's that tell you? Go ahead, Marty.
Well, I tell you what, anytime I can find any of the troopers, they're my buddies, and we get to visiting. And I've got 2 troopers that are going to a little community, and they said it just has a few structures on either side of the house, but they said there's a lot of debris out, and it's on Highway 5, and they already have their searchlights out looking. So I had to turn my lights off so I didn't blind them. So I said, I'll follow you guys because they're going to find this stuff quicker. And we're looking right now to see what we can locate. I can see their searchlights are looking at a tank battery. And, oh, no. Is that well, let me, okay, that's some sort of a semi-truck. Let's see what we got here. It may be a storage container, but it's because it's kind of out in the pasture. I'd say it's a storage container, and it is flipped over. So that's the first thing we're finding. Let's go. We're going to go on up the road here. They're looking on the left side. I mean, you're just following along with me. So I know it's kind of boring while you're listening to me talk, but we're just creeping along here looking to see if we can find any other damage along. This is Highway 5, and this is east of help me out, Frederick. Creeping on up the road. You remember those lights you had me by, David? Well, they're coming in real handy right now.
Get some new lights, and you did. They are working. Actually, I can't see much in them right now.
No, well, here, let me straighten up the camera. I'm back to following the troopers again. We're going down Highway 5. We're eastbound. And they said there was a lot of debris up here. So that was the first thing we found. I think that was an overturned storage trailer.
Okay.
But they said there were several structures on either side of the road, wherever this is at.
Okay.
And we must be getting closer to it. So we're looking. Now, I'll tell you what, a lot of flooding. I mean, they don't lack for water here. And this might even hurt their wheat crop with as much water as they've got. Flooding their fields and stuff, and there's a lot of water running down the section roads also. Tremendous amount of water. So that will hamper the electric trucks getting in here and putting up new poles and laying down wire and getting all that strung up. They'll probably have to have a heavy equipment in there to pull them around. So I'm continuing east. I'm following the guys in black, and we're looking down the road. I know we're going to find something. Because I was listening to you. I was up north, driving south, up Snyder and up in that country coming down, and I heard you and Lacey talking about the debris and I even zoomed in on my radar and could see the hook on it, and it was, man, that was wild.
Yeah, no, it was a big.
Right.
It was a big tornado, Marty. I'll tell you when this thing was paralleling where you are to your south, and then it made a hard left turn, and it crosses Highway 5 just to your east, but it wasn't as strong as it was to the south. The most violent part of the tornado. Can we back it up just to give Marty some idea? Marty, I'm just gonna kind of talk you through this. Let's go back to and the most violent part of this is going to be 2 miles to your east from where you are, down North-South Road, 2340.
I'm going Deep Red Creek right now.
I see you. I see where you are. You're zipping along. And then what's the next one over, Lace? Take it one more out. Yeah. What's the 23? There it is.
2350.
2350, Marty. 2350. But the deal is, it doesn't go all the way through. Okay. That's 2 miles ahead of you.
Okay.
But you can go south a mile, but then you got to go back around and try to come back in from the From the east. I'm trying to get you back down to where you were earlier when you had to turn around because of the cold.
If you took a right at 20, right here at 23:30.
All right, this is
hey, Marty,
Hamsville, Hammsville, Hamsville, where
Marty,
we're at.
can you take if you can turn right at 23:30? If you can take a right turn on 23:30, you're going to be at a road that'll take you south.
Okay, that's 20.
You should be there
I'm
now.
on 233 here at Hamsville.
Yep,
that's it. If you go south 1, 2, 3 miles and 2 miles east, you're in the big tornado.
All right. Well, I'll show you what is there, and I cannot do it.
Right.
And I'll show you why.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I believe you.
There's the bottom of a fence that is underwater, and the road going into this house. There's a house in there too. That's you get down the road there.
I see that. Yeah.
The trooper's flashing his light. Yeah. So, but the lights are on at that house, and
yep. And they were northwest of the tornado. They were 2.5 miles northwest. What we've done is, Marty, we've got velocity data. We backed the radar up, and we're looking at velocity data of what was the worst part of that tornado, and then versus where you are, and it's 2.5 miles to your southeast. I mean, Marty, if you can't get there, you can't get there. I don't want you to be up all night trying to get there. You know what I mean? I mean, if we tried, and
the troops have pulled in. So I'm going to go up here and talk to them and see if they know about how to get in there any closer.
Yeah,
and Marty, I'm going to send you a picture really quick of your GPS location and the debris.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And I'll show it to them too.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll send you velocity data and the big blue hole, and you'll know exactly what we're talking about with the big debris ball, and you'll see it. It'll be very, very clear from where you are and where this crossed over. When you show it to them, they're going to be like, and remember, we had winds of 200 miles per hour on radar.
Okay.
So you'll see it. Okay. So Marty's going to check in with those troopers one more time. Let's do another radar update here. And links 2. And we have 2 waves of storms, northern Oklahoma. Line of thunderstorms up here. These are severe. Running from now Noble County back into northern Garfield County. Lots of rain up here. Boy, this is certainly good, except it's too much over the area that we've already had it. But these areas back in here could use a little bit more. And we certainly could use a lot more in the northwest. And then we have the area down south, which is really where we don't need the rain, where we have all the tornado damage from last week. We still have some tornado damage from Saturday up here, but man, we all know what happened down in southern Oklahoma. And it's bad. Look at this little hook here. It's south of the boundary. The boundary's well south of that. So for now, we're good. But wind and hail running from Billings to Hillsdale to Cherokee to Alva. And in here, nickel and dime quarter. This storm is still producing golf balls, if not tennis ball size hail. Am I right on that?
Yeah. Golf ball to tennis ball has been the trend.
Yeah. Golly, it's still, man. Wow. There's not even a big wave today.
No.
Flow. I mean, obviously there's something, but I mean.
Right. Yeah, the main storms over Montana into the Dakotas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flow. In late April.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. One of those years is going to be where it takes very little to get a whole lot of whatever. All right. So here it is, going down 412. And it's now going to be coming up on Highway 77. Big hail. Again, some tennis balls right here. And that's going to be in between Garber and Red Rock. Move your cars in, cover them up. It's loud up here. Lots of lightning in this. Less lightning back in here. Some nice rains. Lots of lightning and thunder. And then that one severe storm north of Jet. And back to Cherokee and back to Alva. Nice rains in here, though. Man, we need it. You know, let this rain. Let it rain. Let's go. By the way, just turn Vance on. Let's go back up here. I just want to see what's going on in the north. Anything farther west? A couple of showers near Freedom. Nothing else, right? Okay.
No.
All right. Nothing weird. Nothing crazy. This is wind and hail. Winds 50, maybe 60. All right. So there's a little bit of something here.
It's like that gust front is trying to wrap in.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that's going to be, we need to watch that because this is a supercell. This is a rotating storm. The mesocyclone is right in here. This is big wind and big hail on the backside of it. And this thing is spinning, and it's going to move east-southeast, right? And this gust front, as long as it's undercutting the whole thing, we're good. We're not worried about a tornado. But if this can wrap back in and we can get a window of this thing to breathe a little bit, we might have a little spin thing going on here. And that's going to try to head down towards Perry and north of Perry. It's getting a little better, isn't it?
It is.
A little bit.
Even though the gust front earlier with the big complex already here. Pushed through,
right?
It's still trying to wrap back up.
Okay. Wow, there's over to Yale and Jennings, just garden variety, still strong, but nothing crazy over here. But still, some small hail and gusty winds, Yale, Merrimack, and up towards Manford. Okay, are these weakening? Yeah, these are coming down some, a little bit, aren't they?
The ones further north or further west, yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. The trend is less with these, not as strong, coming down. This is still the strongest.
And even the Noble County storm is down from what it was.
Yes, for sure, which is good. Bring on the rain. Small hail, rain, that's fine. Just don't want the big hail. We don't want the damaging hail. Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
FYI, there's a new severe thunderstorm watch out now until 5 in the morning.
Do you have it?
Haven't updated the graphic quite yet, but it's...
Okay, holler.
I've got it on links 3.
Okay. All right, links 3, control room, new severe thunderstorm watch. What'd you say, Andrew, until when?
5
a.m.
Okay, sorry, 5 a.m. Okay. And this includes Oklahoma City. And we'll see. This is going to try to... Thinking is that it sags south. Does the data bring this in here? Does the data bring this sagging south like that? The model data at this point has been a little off, let's face it. Right?
Yeah,
there's Marty's shot behind me, by the way. Marty's shot behind me.
The NAM 3K tries to bring it in.
Strong with teeth on it, or just...
No, probably gusty.
Okay.
Probably a little gusty, but much weaker reflectivity.
Right. We're going to need to text the tracker, too, for tomorrow morning.
Yep.
We could do that?
Yeah.
On our group thing, just see if we can get somebody to roll out. I know Hank's in town. But we'll be cautious on that because we're going to need everybody tomorrow, possibly. Okay. Okay, so severe storms up north. You see the counties flashing, and then we have the severe storms down south. There's your new severe thunderstorm watch until 5 a.m. All right, our News 9 morning show starts at 4:30. Is that right, Lace?
Starts at 4:30. What did you say?
That's what I was asking.
I was texting the trackers.
I know, just checking. Make sure you knew when your morning show started.
It does start at 4:30.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
You could always
and
stay.
Jed will be here overnight.
You could always stay and work it if you wanted to. I mean,
that's so kind of you.
No, that's what I do, is make friends.
Another 24-hour day. Mm-hmm. If we need to, we will.
Let's not do that again. Last weekend was a long one for sure. Not as long for our friends down south, though. We got nothing to complain about, all right? Okay, let's go back down south, and here it is. Severe, no more tornado warnings. These storms are a far cry. See the gust front? They're all gusting out. They're losing all of their punch right now. They're still strong, don't get me wrong. Sulphur, so far, you've had rain to your west. I know the storm is severe, but there's not much wind down in here right now in the Falls Creek. Winds, maybe 30 to 40. You might have a gust of 50. And I want to point out, Wynnewood, Sulphur, Roth, for sure Holdenville, well to the north. You got nothing going on. But Falls Creek, Sulphur, down to Ardmore, down to Marietta. None of this is tornadic. And there is nothing on here that we're thinking a tornado is going to form. Could this gust front kind of tuck back in and something develop near Hilton? It could. That's why we're on the air. And the storm back here, it's behind the boundary. That's not going to produce a tornado. That's not going to produce a tornado. The only chance of anything trying to spin is right here. And even that doesn't look that good right now. It's not that impressive. Okay? So that's good. So for Ardmore, to Gene Autry, down to Overbrook. The severe storms continue. And they're moving east-southeast. We're looking for any spin in here. Don't see any spin. Don't see it. We see wind, 40 to 50, but man, we just don't see anything crazy. All right, no more tornado warnings down here. And see how this is all, see all these streaks behind this? This thing is just letting go. It's not all tight, it's just a big blob. And we like blobs. We don't like it tight. We like just big, let it just blob on down to Ardmore and Marietta. I don't need the rain. Clean up, I get it, I know, but it's April and May and we're going to get more rain. But at least we're not talking about a tornado warning or anything like that, okay? For Carter or Love County or Murray County. We're not doing that, okay? All right, so anyway, severe storms now south of Elmore City, coming into Ardmore. Cassie, give me a storm track, if you can, just on that again down here, the whole thing, if you can. Running from whatever, Milo, west of there. All right, so hail sizes, nickel and dime. There are some quarters, but those are going away. What do Vills look like? Vills have to be coming down. Vills are coming down. We're losing the brighter the colors. We're getting weaker. They're getting weaker. Getting weaker. We're getting back to the greens. Mark, did you say something?
Mark said yay.
Hey, Mark, that was kind of rude.
He said yay. That track is ready at 3.
It's midnight. It's May 1st.
Yep.
It is.
Isn't it May Day? May Day is May 1st?
It is May Day.
You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay. Andrew, thank you.
Star Wars?
Anytime. Well, that's May 4th. May the 4th be with you.
I don't even know what May Day means. I just know it's May Day.
Okay.
I
believe you.
About ships?
Why is it called May Day? Help me out. I used to know. I forgot because I don't care. But why is it?
Something about ships in the ocean. I don't know.
Isn't it the NSYNC thing?
It's the NSYNC thing.
It's going to be May. And now it's May.
Okay, I don't know what happened. Guys, we've been here too long doing this. All right. Happy May Day, everybody.
I'm going to Google it. I don't know
All
what
right,
you're
go
talking
ahead.
about.
All right, so here's your storm track. Cassie, lapses for me. Are these moving? I just want to see them, make sure they move it. Let's see.
You want to put it more south?
Yeah, a little bit. Yep, just a hair. Yep, bring it on down. Take it down to Marietta. Okay. Yep, include Marietta. All right. Milo, 1205. Falls Creek, 1230. Doherty, 1240. Gene Autry, 1257. Ardmore, 1 o'clock in the morning. Right now, wind, a little bit of wind, a little bit of some hail, heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. And I know there's people that are not, their homes are destroyed, and you're not even at home tonight. You're at other places tonight. You might be watching us down here, but that's why we're here. There's no risk of a tornado right now. There's nothing showing up like that. Right now, we're here. We're watching. Mill Creek, 121 in the morning. Reagan, 140. Marietta, 152 in the morning. And we'll say Tishomingo at about 2 o'clock in the morning. So these are storms that are strong, producing wind and hail, but they are not tornadic. Okay?
I just Googled it just because it's a day commemorating the historic struggles and gains by workers in the labor movement.
Really?
So
how about that? I thought it was really tied to something.
It's almost like Labor Day, according to Google.
Okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was something kind of, I don't know.
I got a different definition.
What'd you get?
But it's just the radio word to signal distress.
Well, yeah, Mayday.
That's how I took it.
Oh, no.
David, you've got to let her go home.
Oh, no. This is where she starts to say things like Yosemite. Anyway, all right, so storms down south, again, severe, sliding southeast, going to Wilson. So again, folks, down in southern Oklahoma, they are severe, but they're not tornadic, okay? All right, so let's go back north one more time, talk about what's going on in northern Oklahoma. And man, that's a big cell. Get ready, Perry. You're going to get some hail, and it's the hail core's smaller. It's shrinking, but it's still a pretty good hail core now, northwest of Perry, sliding off to the southeast. Okay, and it'll come into Perry and north of Perry, crossing I-35.
And we did have a little rotation with it earlier. I don't see that signature at the moment.
No, I don't either. No, you're right. I don't either. So.
But still hail.
How big? What do we have here now? Yeah, it
still says a tennis ball.
Yeah. Yeah, it does for sure. Hey, maybe Andrew, while he's here, can adjust that, what we talked about.
Okay.
You might have to explain it to him.
What am I adjusting?
Here, Cass, you do this for a sec.
And you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, so here's here talking about the hail coming into Perry. This is going to be golf balls. This is going to be maybe some tennis balls. But it looks like the hail core continues to shrink and get smaller, which is always a good problem to have. And it's going to head down towards Perry and north of Perry. And then it's going to keep moving across Noble County. But the hail is not near as big as what it was. It's still pretty good size, don't get me wrong. And it'll still do some damage, but not as big as what we had. Not as big as what we had. Okay. All right, and notice how much smaller it is. Okay, so severe storm now in Noble County, severe storm in Alfalfa County. And Cassie, go ahead and turn radar back on here. Let's see what we're doing with this. Heavy rain, man, over Cherokee, over Alva, some nice rains up here. Hillsdale, not severe, small hail. Severe storm in Noble County, north of Perry, that's severe. Winds in here 40 to 50. Big hail is a big threat right now. And then Newkirk, Blackwell, you're drying out. Good news. And then let's go a little farther south once again. Let's check out Perry. And go ahead and zoom on in here, Cass. Let's take a look at this. A little closer shot here. Lake Perry's here. And this is going to come into Black Bear and Oto and Perry. Downtown Perry is right here. So if you live in Perry, north of Perry, you're going to have some golf ball size hail out of this. Okay? And that's going to move east-southeast. Has he got it figured out? Was that easy?
Yeah.
Sweet. Which one did he change it on? So we have to restart them.
5, yeah.
Does it look good?
Yeah.
I think it changed.
They've always been like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does look better.
All right. Okay. So Marty's still stationary. All right. So storms in the north. Again, not tornadic. Severe. Noble County. Severe. Alfalfa County. The biggest, baddest storm appears right here, and we're going to have some golf ball size hail, maybe a little larger on or just north of Perry. Okay? Lots of lightning. It's loud. Nothing tornadic. Let's go back south. Take a look at what's going on in southern Oklahoma. Nothing in the metro. And storms down here. Now coming into Hilton and Wilson. They're going to Ardmore, like we said. Going to Overbrook. Going to Marietta. They're severe, but they're not tornadic. And there's nothing along this line that's tornadic right now. And nothing really even thinking about it. I don't see anything. What's going on right here?
That is the only area of shear.
Yeah, that's come up a little bit. Yeah, that's come up a little bit.
And you can almost see it in the precip, too.
It's almost like an MCV.
Yeah, which means you might start to get winds a little stronger down the line.
Yeah.
From Milo to Hilton, down to Wilson.
Yeah.
Andrew, it's Marty. You got me?
Yep, we have you. Marty, can you hear me? Yeah, go ahead. Take it. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So the troopers and I are talking to a county guy here, and he said, do not go down any of the county roads because they are all the same. They are completely impassable. And then I had a game warden buddy. He must be from this country, and he said, don't do it because there's a lot of low water crossings. So as far as looking on the highway here, the only thing we found was that trailer that was overturned. So I am going to call it a night and probably have Jim come down here and look tomorrow and see what he can find from the air, because it is a swimming pool down here. There is water running everywhere. A lot of flooding going on in this country.
Well, Marty, what do you think?
That's all I've got from down.
Okay. Well.
Yep.
Yeah, what do you think?
I've got a short 3-hour drive home and then get ready for tomorrow.
Well, how about this? Why don't you, and I'll just do this on the air. Why don't you get a hotel, not in between there and home, and then start from there if you need to. I mean, I don't want you driving all night and getting tired, but you're by yourself, so I don't want you doing that. If you don't have to, I mean, you can you pick any hotel just wherever you want to do.
Okay. Yeah, the Hilton would work great. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, stay on the line. Just if you're going to turn around, just stay on with us. We're here.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay.
David,
Okay. Gotcha.
looking at that,
Right.
I think you're exactly right with the whole MCV forming, because the hail course coming up now over Fox headed towards Milo, and you can see the precip pivoting like an area of low pressure forming there up near Hennepin.
It's about time, right? I mean, you have all this convection.
Yeah.
We've had all this going on. You would think that there would be finally something that's going to be and usually these are what they are. I mean, we'll get some wind out of this, and hopefully that's all we'll get out of this, and more wind and all that as everything moves off to the southeast. But let's go back to velocity data. So Ardmore, there's an area of spin, but the whole thing is spinning.
Right.
It's very broad, and the winds in here aren't even that strong, but I mean, there's an area of low pressure that's developing right here. Looks like a sink drain spinning. And that's going to be, right here. It's right over Milo. But it's not tornadic, okay? It's not like that. It's not tight enough for that, but we just want to watch it here. And here's Ardmore. Here's Overbrook. I love the fact that some of the model data, which it's great. It's the best the model data has ever been. And we're in that time. It can always be better, but it had nothing over here this evening. It had storms going up and making it to like Highway 81 and just falling apart. And
Yeah, our in-house BAM had it all morning, had it doing
did it have it go all the way to here?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yep.
I didn't see this morning's BAM.
Yep, it did.
Did it have helicity streaks, like 10 of them?
No. No, it did not.
Gotcha.
Did not. There's also some hail within this. Talk about the hail core
Yeah.
coming up some. So from
It
Fox
is.
to Milo down Highway 53. And so folks to the east and southeast,
Yeah,
Falls
go ahead.
Creek down to Gene Autry, and maybe Springer, end up getting some hail out of this, severe hail. So quarter golf ball size hail can do some damage. So if you're still up and it's midnight and you haven't put your car in the garage, if you have that ability, I would do that, because this could be damaging hail. We hope it doesn't make it over those tornado paths, but it's going to be possible. It is. I mean, this storm up and down the line actually could produce severe weather, and even down towards Hilton and Ringling.
And Lacey, we just got actually a mesonet gust report of 62 at Ringling.
62 mile an hour gusts at Ringling. So there is some wind within that line, and that's what's going to head towards Wilson and Ardmore and Overbrook, and all the way back down to Lake Murray again, and Dixon and Gene Autry. So winds to 60. And when you get that area of spin, sometimes around that, kind of where everything's feeding into one area, a tornado is not completely out of the question, can't be completely ruled out. But like David said, there's nothing showing that that's going to happen anytime soon. But these storms have been wild. All day today, all afternoon since they first fired up through the evening. So there's the area of spin right now over Milo. It actually is lifting up to the north some, which would put it further, basically crossing I-35 between Falls Creek and Springer. Maybe an area of winds to 60, 65 miles per hour. Maybe some quarter-size hail too. So take a look at this. We've got winds 60, 65, and the hail core still pulsing up. Quarter, maybe golf ball size hail. You look down towards Ringling and then all the way down south into Waurika. Still getting heavy, heavy rain in this area. And the flooding rain, as Marty mentioned, all the county roads back where he is are just swimming pools. So there's been a lot of flooding rain. And we know this area in south central Oklahoma that had those training tornadoes on Saturday had 6 to 8 inches of rain. So any additional rain with that area being so saturated could also cause the roadways to be underwater. So if you have to get out and travel, it's midnight. Hopefully a lot of folks don't have to go anywhere, but if you do, please be careful. It's dark. It's going to be hard to see if you're traveling with the rain and the rainfall rates are so high. Don't drive into water over roadways. We always say turn around, don't drown. It's not worth it, and we know that we're going to have some of that going on for sure on some of these smaller areas, low-lying areas in our southern counties. Now let's go back to the north. We're dry in Oklahoma City. One thing to note, I'll kind of turn on our different radar here. See the lines coming in from Dover to Crescent to Kingfisher and down into North Edmond. That's the gust front from the storms to the north. That's a north wind coming in. It'll be a cool north wind that comes on through. Could get some gusts 35, 45 with that. And then farther to the north, we've got severe storms that have come through Payne County, now pushing into Pawnee County. from Jennings to Manford. That's going right over Keystone Lake. And I'll turn the lightning on. I turn it off because it just gets so cluttered because there's so much lightning with these storms. But a lot of possibly wind out of that, 50, 60 mile an hour wind, and a lot of lightning going over Keystone Lake. And then up to the north, the storm from Red Rock to Perry. The southern end of it has weakened a little bit from what it was, but the hail core now over Red Rock is coming up. We'll see what that looks like. Quarter size hail maybe. And that tennis ball size hail that was showing up for so long is really starting to dissipate. So that storm has weakened at least on the south end, but it's still a supercell. So it's still spinning, which means it can still crank out some pretty big hail at times. And then back up to the northwest, just looking at hail detector, there's not much hail left in these storms up to the north. But man, they've dumped a lot of water. So from Alva to Cherokee, back to Nash and Pond Creek. I know it's been loud, it's been noisy. From Kremlin to even Enid getting another storm overhead. A lot of lightning and maybe winds 45 to 50. And I would say nickel and dime size hail. They're really below severe limits at this point. And I'm going to turn the rain on, the totals on. I'll take it back about 12 hours now. And you can see where the storm's really trained. That's back where Val was much earlier today. I don't remember how many hours ago at this point, but Val was up near Medford. And there's 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 inches of rain that fell in that area. And then north of Jet to Nash to Jefferson to Hillsdale, Garber, Billings, we're talking 2 to 3 inches of rain. And then some of the highest totals running from Byron to Medford. And then I'll take it a little further off to the east. And there we've got it there of 3 inches of rain up near Kaw Lake, back over to Pawhuska. And all of these areas, similar to what we were saying in southern Oklahoma, don't get out and travel if you don't have to. The water's probably up over the low-lying areas. It's very flat in northern Oklahoma, especially Kay County, back into Noble County, and it floods pretty easily along those areas. So just be careful. And the severe threat still ongoing with the storm near Red Rock down to Perry, and that's tracking off to the southeast. And then down in southern Oklahoma, Cassie, you've got that track ready for folks, because I'm sure a lot of folks just hearing the rumbles of thunder will wake up and check and want to know what's headed their way.
Yeah, especially as you get closer to, Sulphur and Ardmore and Marietta. Obviously, they've, had that huge storm that came through this past weekend, so they're concerned about what is headed their way. And this storm, it seems like it is speeding up a little bit more. So earlier it was looking like it would take a little bit longer, but right now we've got Falls Creek at 12:27 and Ardmore now at 12:33. So I have this storm moving at 35 miles an hour, and that would put it at Dixon at 12:48 and Marietta at 12:54. And down the line a little bit, we're talking Medill at 1:11 if this continues to hold on. And again, it's dumping a whole lot of rain. There's obviously still some hail with it. I will go ahead and I'm going to turn on our Barron button real quick, and it is showing just north of Milo there up to golf ball size hail, but that's going to be very isolated. You think you're going to use Frederick or TLX when you're looking at these storms down
TLX, that's what I was doing, yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and go back TLX and just kind of look at the same thing, and it's also showing up to golf ball size hail just north of Milo. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit closer, and so that would put it basically over Poolville, and that would be 1, 2, 3, almost 3 to 4 miles just northwest of Milo. And again, these storms are kind of tracking off to the southeast at about 35 miles an hour. But more hail with this is more likely you're going to see some smaller hail. We're talking dime or maybe up to quarter size hail, but there could be those pockets of up to golf ball size hail. And just kind of looking at the wind, I don't see anything too imminent right now, but Lacey, we definitely have some heavy rain, and there's obviously that pocket of large hail that's just going to be north of Milo as it moves a little bit closer to those hard hit areas from the weekend.
Yeah, you hate to see that. You just hate to see that because that folks have, that don't have really extensive damage that are still living in their homes. They've got tarps up. They've got ways that they're trying to, keep the water out and protect their property and just clean up efforts in general. It's hard when you get more rain and storms, but unfortunately we've got this round and another round that will be moving in tomorrow and tomorrow night that will also likely be severe. So let's go back to links 2 And we'll kind of show you the broad view here on Next Gen Live at the storm. So we've got severe storm in Noble County, moving into Payne County. Thunderstorms are really weakening back to the west of I-35. You've got the gust front coming into the Oklahoma City metro. That's the green line. That's a north wind, kind of that cool air rushes out of those storms to the north, and that pushes into central Oklahoma. Some data brings rain and storms into the metro overnight, really into like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, with a low severe risk. So we will, we'll be here. We'll be watching that as it comes in. The severe thunderstorm watch goes until the early morning hours. I think 5 a.m. it was, but there's a chance we don't get any severe storms in central Oklahoma. Showers ongoing from Chickasha to Dibble to Purcell, Ninnekah, Lindsay, down to Rush Springs. And then rain and storms, like Cassie was just mentioning, down around the Red River and down in our far southern county. So I'm just going to turn back on reflectivity. The storm that's coming in from Hennepin and Milo is starting to look a little stronger. In fact, I bet if we turn on our VILs here, which is going to show storm strength, it's actually increasing. Yeah, it is. It's increasing. And that is an MCV. It's a mesoscale convective vortex. What it just means it's a big area of spin. And sometimes that can bring in more damaging winds. And that will pose a low tornado risk as well. And that'll give, because it's an extra area where everything's spinning together and kind of swirling around. But when we look at velocity data, what we're watching for is an area where everything is a little more isolated and coming together, showing that you've got a couplet where winds are towards or away from the radar that indicates a tight area of spin. And we don't have that happening right now. But the wind threat is increasing. The damaging straight line wind threat is increasing for Falls Creek, for Springer, from Lone Grove down to Ardmore. And I mean, 50, 60 mile an hour wind. We had a 62 mile an hour wind just a bit ago in Ringling as it moved in. And when you start to get a system like this developing, you can get winds to 70 miles per hour possible. So you can just watch the spin there from Hennepin to Tatum's to Ratliff City down to Milo that kind of goes up and circulates around. And then look down the line to Wilson, to Lone Grove, and then basically down to the Red River, down into Texas. So the heavy rain is moving in. It's going to move into Springer. It's going to come into Lone Grove. It is going to be raining in Ardmore and Overbrook and Marietta, back over Lake Murray again. And there's a lot of lightning within this as well. And David mentioned it earlier, but it always happens and always will after areas have been hit by a tornado and then they get storms. It kind of brings up the PTSD, and especially the kids after hearing the roar of a tornado and then getting thunder. But right now, these storms they're not tornadic. We'll watch them. We're watching them. We're here. We're all in the building, and our trackers are watching them too. Watching on shear rate, there is a little bit of shear where everything's feeding back into kind of the head of that complex to the west of Falls Creek. So from Milo, approaching I-35, we do have a little bit of shear going on there, but it's nothing tight. That's really the only severe storm. So we've got the severe complex to the south, which is actually strengthening, and then we've got the severe storm up to the north that is closing in on Red Rock and Perry, and the storms have lost their strength significantly from Hunter to Garber and back over towards Jet and Nash and Cherokee. And it's storming like crazy over northeastern Oklahoma. Those storms aren't severe, but they're loud. That's from over Keystone Lake. I would say that is severe. So if you have friends or family at Keystone, it's already there. We've been talking about it, but they know it's there too. There's no way they don't at this point. Not tornadic, and but winds to 60, possibly quarter-size hail with that. So that's kind of the broad view. We know we've had several tornadoes today, at least 5. The first one was at about 5:45 this afternoon, and that was a tornado that was probably an EF1, did damage in Cordell, started south of town and lifted up through town. And then storms were tornadic as they moved into southwestern Oklahoma, and the big complex moved in. I'm going to take radar back and just go back, gosh, how many hours would it have to be? At least 6 hours when things began. We'll go here. Yeah, there's the storms that fired up. I'm going to take it back even 7 hours, 8 hours here, and just kind of show you what's gone on for the day that's led us to where we are here. So storms fired up. They weren't severe initially, took them a little bit, but they really started intensifying. The first tornadic storm was Cordell, and then we had under Cooperton and Roosevelt. They pressed to the south. Some of the individual circulations lifted to the north. We had a tornado warning in Caddo County down near Apache. Then the storm that produced the large tornado in Tillman County. I lost count of the tornadoes in Tillman County, 3, maybe 4 tornadoes in Tillman County this evening. And now the storms are really limited to the south and to the far north. And the most threatening part of the storm in the state, the strongest storm, is the one that's about to move into Murray County and Carter County. And again, it's not tornadic, but it does have a bit of a hook orientation to it because it's got inflow and it is rotating in a broad sense, in a very broad sense. If you look at max rotation, there's nothing organized or tight on shear rate, nothing of that sort either, but just the whole area is a broad area of low pressure that is circulating. David, I'm going to stop the laps here and put it back on, the 5-minute laps, but take a look. You can kind of see that coming down Highway 53 and then up to the north, and there's nothing that's circulating tight like an area of spin of a tornado. It's just broad, especially when you look at reflectivity, you can see.
Man, look at that right there.
Right. And that storm's going to start producing, I think, stronger winds as it keeps moving east because it's organizing and it's strengthening. The vills are coming up with it. The hail core is coming up some.
Yep.
So, and we're watching down the line because there's now a new feature kind of hanging out there south of Overbrook, but as of now, not super organized.
Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, I see that. But man, that MCV, that mesoconvective vortex or system, it's an area of low pressure, and it's just, there's been so much convection and it's taken up so much of the atmosphere that eventually it just turns into an area of low pressure. And they're good for rain. You get a lot of rain, it's widespread, but they also still produce severe weather, like she was saying. So there's nothing on shear rate, correct? There's nothing up there that you're like, oh.
No, it's like it's stretched out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Totally fine. Mm-hmm. So, folks, as of right now, if you're just now, again, if you're in Gene Autry down to Ardmore and you hear the thunder, we got lightning obviously in this line, you hear the thunder, you're like, oh no. We get it, and you're going to be like that for a while, and that's normal. We still have people in Moore, Oklahoma, we will forever, that when they hear thunder and storms start to go, they get nervous. And it makes sense. I get it, especially if you've been through something like what happened Saturday night. So we're with you. Lots of lightning. The intense lightning is up near Milo and Hennepin, but still going to Falls Creek, going to Gene Autry. And remember, Lacey, there's people staying in Falls Creek.
Oh, right. The power company, right?
Yeah, they're staying there. I mean, I don't know. Did any other cabins open up for anybody? I don't know.
I don't know. I definitely heard of Falls Creek. I forgot about that. Yeah.
I think you're right. The
I heard of OG&E.
Jen just said OG&E.
That's right. They had opened it up and said, hey, if you want to come and help restore power, then...
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. And again, this is going to head across I-35, down to Ardmore, down to Overbrook, down to Marietta. There's some wind in here. Winds are going to be 40, 50. There might be some gusts on this bulge right here of 60, but there's no tornadoes in this, okay? So you folks in Sulphur, you're going to get some rain in Sulphur and some lightning and some thunder. But it's going to be mainly south of you. But it's going to be Falls Creek, to Gene Autry, to Ardmore, to Overbrook, and then from there off to the east, okay? And then back in here, south of Waurika and Ryan, thunderstorms here going into Texas. Eventually. They're still in Oklahoma, but they will. So this is kind of lunging. So we might start to see some winds along this bow, maybe 50, maybe 60. Right here, big hail. What's the hail size on that now? I don't like that. Okay, that's...
It had golf ball for a while.
Yeah, now it's come down. Okay. All right, so we'll keep bringing this east-southeast. Let's go back into northern Oklahoma.
Okay.
And just update on that little cell that was going on there. There it is. God, that thing is still alive. Goodness. All right, from north of Perry and Red Rock and Marlin. Yeah. I mean, the lightning, it looks like to me it's come down. These all look like they're...
Yeah, especially everything west of that storm.
Yes. Now this is going on, and I get it. But see how these are kind of lifting to the north versus lunging southeast or whatever.
Yeah.
And it looks like to me they're starting to lose it a little bit. Not quite as, winds are not as strong. Winds in there now are 40. Certainly not anything crazy. Nothing spinning that I'm worried about. Nope, none of that. Lightning and thunder, heavy rain. So.
And even the hail, I mean, this was tennis ball size hail a county ago.
Yeah, so that's about gone. Okay.
I was going to put a track down here just because this is the most intense storm.
Yeah, by far.
Really the only severe storm at this point.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Okay.
I'm going to turn off all this.
Yeah. Okay, coming into. Yep.
We're about a mile south of Bill's Corner, just kind of watching.
Okay, so Springer about now, Davis 12:31, Ardmore 12:32, and what'd you do the speed on that? You have
35.
20? Is it really that fast now?
It was.
Wow,
yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's good. They won't hang around all night.
Yeah.
And definitely not anything like what it was. Remember, this is the same complex. It's a totally different animal, but it's still the same animal, right? That was produced all the tornadoes, the violent tornado. I mean, this is part of that in a way that was, back to the southwest. So Ardmore, 12:32, Turner Falls, 12:34, Marietta, 12:45, Dixon at about 12:45, Sulphur is at 12:49, but it's going to be really, the wind is going to be on or just barely south of Sulphur, it looks like. And then the Artesian Hotel, that was hit by the tornado last Saturday night, 12:49 there. And Mill Creek, it's funny, all these names on here all had, not all of them, but many of these towns had tornadoes on Saturday.
We said those towns 3 or 4 times with different storms.
Yeah. Remember, Saturday night they were moving north-northeast.
Yep.
Just a conveyor belt, just an escalator of tornadoes. Insane. All right, so this is now crossing I-35. Lightning strikes have come down. Lightning's decreasing, and these storms are quickly, this storm now is getting weaker. So that's good news. You really don't need any more rain in the Falls Creek area, but that means rain rates will be less. And it is moving, like she said, 30 to 35. I mean, hopefully that keeps doing that and doesn't stall or anything weird. But we need this thing to fill in and just kind of blob out and just kind of rain itself out down here, but be much weaker. It looks like it's trying to be.
Yeah. In just the last 5 minutes, even.
Yeah, no, I agree. All right, so coming into Ardmore, coming into Falls Creek, moving east-southeast, and nothing tornadic, nothing.
Yeah, look at the hail core, David.
Doesn't even look like it. Yeah, the hail core's going away. Wind and hail. And this thing just keeps sliding off to the east-southeast. So, well, we're still tracking it, folks. And just want you folks to know down south that there is no tornado threat right now with any of this. And there won't be with the stuff on the backside. And really on the front side, it's got to go a complete 180 on this deal before anything weird happens. So storms up north continue to weaken and push to the east-southeast. We have a wind shift line coming through Oklahoma City. That's a north wind. Thunderstorms up here are weakening. And we have nothing in Oklahoma City except the north wind moving in. Then down south, we have storms over Milo, Hilton, Ardmore. And those are now crossing I-35, coming into Ardmore with some wind and some hail, but nothing crazy at all. What do you see on winds? Anything?
No, and I've been watching just for updates from the mesonet. And I mean, the winds right now have been 30, 35 miles an hour down there in southern Oklahoma.
All right, we got nothing.
We had a 62 in Ringling. That was the most intense.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was
right
when
here.
it passed over Ringling. And since then, there's been nothing even remotely close to that.
Hey, just for fun, turn on Durant radar.
Okay.
See what it looks like.
Well, I mean, the only reason, maybe there's one way is that if
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, it's coming way down. There's a little bit of wind right here. Okay. I just thought of something.
That's like maybe up to 60 potentially.
Yeah, How high up are we?
2,400 feet.
Yeah, okay, well,
Not that high.
So Ardmore, this little blue right here coming down Highway 70. This blue showing up, that's going to be wind 60 plus. It's coming right into Ardmore. See the blue, little shades of blue? That's going to be winds to about 60. So that'll be coming in. All right, so nothing tornadic. We're watching it. And Marietta, rain coming on top of you. Storm is severe. Winds again coming into Ardmore on the bow here are going to be 50 to 60, maybe a couple of 65s. Coming into Ardmore here shortly, going right down Highway 70 over to Dixon, Gene Autry, Mill Creek, Falls Creek. Sulphur, I think, misses out on the big wind. I think it's going to be just to your south. But to areas that don't need any more rain, you're certainly going to get more rain. But from Sulphur south, winds, again, 50 to maybe 60 miles per hour. So, been a crazy day. Cordell got hit by a tornado. Our trackers were there just south of town. Tom Pastrano, Brandon Pennell. Then we had multiple tornadoes again. Had a violent tornado down in Tillman County. Winds, radar estimated over 200 miles per hour. And then we had a multitude of just small tornadoes scattered in the southwest. So right now the count's like 5 or 6, give or take. EF zeros, EF ones, and then the Tillman County storm might have been I don't know. Be surveyed. Got to find some damage down there. But folks, velocity data says every bit of an EF3 or an EF4. I mean, seriously, it was crazy. It was right here. It's a monster. All right, so here's what's left. Dying, weakening thunderstorms up north. They might pulse back up, but right now they're weakening, and the activity down south continues to weaken. Coming into Ardmore right now with winds at about 50 to maybe 60. There might be a 65 in there. Moving to the south, east, and again, severe thunderstorm warning for everything from Sulphur down to the south. Nothing in Oklahoma City, and no severe storms in northern Oklahoma. It's just wind and hail. But again, we're going to keep pushing this to the south. Let's go down here one more time.
Okay.
And Cass, is that all coming together?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what we got and what we don't have and everything? Just need to break it down. Yippee-yi-yay. You know what I'm saying? By the way, Jen told me that the desk is people have been calling a lot about he's breaking down the Mayday thing for you.
Yeah. Well, good.
I'm just saying.
You confused all of us with
lots
that,
of ideas, lots of suggestions. So I guess there's some kind of a Mayday group, and you're going to be asked to speak at it. I hear next week.
Good.
Mayday.
Good.
Anyway.
I mean, I'll be honest. The only thing I knew of was what Andrew said with Justin Timberlake. So,
I was about to say, I did get a DM from a viewer on Facebook.
Yeah.
Can't hear you.
Is my mic on?
I don't know. I can hear you because I'm in the room with you, but nobody else can.
Well, perhaps now you can hear me.
You sound great now.
All right. I was gonna say I got a message on Facebook from a viewer who said my wife says the "It's Gonna Be May" is from Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
Yeah.
But that has nothing to do with Mayday.
No.
Yeah.
He found one other person in the whole world that agrees with him.
I agree with him.
Jen said all the millennials in the room already know that. That's fair. All right. Okay, so we're hanging with you here a little bit longer. Ardmore, not severe. Ardmore, Overbrook, Marietta, Gene Autry, Falls Creek. Not tornadic. It is severe. Running from Hennepin, down I-35, down to Ardmore, down to Overbrook. Moving east-southeast across Carter County, Love County. And this storm's going to keep cruising east. It's going to go over to Reagan and Tishomingo and Medill, Lebanon, Lake Texoma land. We're going to put some water in the lake tonight. Lake Texoma, by the way, is going to rise. Been a lot of water in southwest Oklahoma, and it all drains into Lake Texoma. Lake Texoma's coming up over the next several days. It's going to rise.
David, the emergency manager who was all over the storms in Tillman County this evening, they're starting to do some of the damage survey and looking around, and he said one of the things they did find was an entire tree debarked on top of metal that had been thrown into a fence and that sort of thing. But a tree without bark, that's significant.
Yeah.
Very significant. So,
we had winds in excess of 150.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Which that's EF3.
Yeah. And we had a couple wind gusts over to 100 and 205 or whatever. So take that down. Yeah, 150, 160, yeah.
David, if you want to remind people what this looked like, I threw the picture back up on 5.
Okay, links 5. And let's take a look, and then we'll jump back into radar one more time. And this was east of Hollister and at the Hurricane Lee, okay?
That's the Twitter account.
And gotcha. And there's the left side of the tornado. And the lights are kind of messing me up here. Maybe I see a right side right here. But either way, if this was taken at the right time, looking off to the west-southwest, east of Hollister, looking back to the west, that is a large wedge tornado. That's what it looks like. Radar supports that. Velocity data, everything supports that. We had that down there tonight, and it's just amazing. It's incredible. And we've not heard any reports of any injuries today, believe it or not, and no fatalities. Let me tell you, you take that and stick that through any other town in Oklahoma tonight, and let me tell you, it's a whole different world. I mean, that is a large, strong to violent tornado. And that was going on just a couple hours ago down in Tillman County. So anyway, thank goodness it didn't hit a town or, God, that would have been horrible. Less than 3 days, a couple of days having that
Absolutely.
in a town. And we've already had Cordell got hit today, which is bad enough. Hey, let's show that Ring doorbell video again. You have that? This is from Cordell.
Yeah, let me
and Jeremy,
scroll up and get
let me
to
start
that.
over. Tom Pastrano and Brandon Pennell, where south of they were on the storm, they were just south of it looking back to the north, and the tornado goes across. And here's the Ring doorbell. Watch the tornado go across between this house and that house. This is the Cordell tornado. So you're just hanging out. Watch the condensate. Watch this get sucked off. There goes the tornado. Winds are counterclockwise, so as it moves through, everything around it gets pulled into it from all different angles, right? Now watch this bucket right here and something else on this front porch. And does this get pulled off? I don't know if that does. No. And the flamingo stayed.
Lucky flamingo.
We've saved the flamingo. All right, let's watch this again, though. Yeah, look at that. There's your tornado. There it is. That's your EF1 in Cordell over a mile path. Okay, so let's go. Wow, incredible stuff. Incredible. If you have any video or pictures, send them in. That's crazy. Okay, let's go back to Links 1. And this is what we have going on down south. Still severe. Ardmore, back to Ryan. Nothing to the west to southwest. Northern Oklahoma, settling down some. Rain, yes. Some small hail, gusty winds. But this is we've been tracking here all night. And it's now weakening. The hail core is coming down. The lightning is decreasing. Some, it goes down, it goes up, but it's nothing like what it was. And this is now crossing I-35. So we're doing good. And this will just keep moving through Carter and Love County, and then eventually over into Johnston and Marshall County. All right, winds, yeah. Let's take a look at that. Ardmore, back down 70. See the pockets of the blue. It's still showing 66.
Yeah.
Any reports of that on Mesonet? Anything like that?
No, not yet.
Nothing like that, huh?
Nothing. I mean, Ringling had it at a 44 again, but getting into Newport, that whole area, we'll see. It's just moving over the Mesonet sites.
Mm. Okay. Well, 60. 66 might be a little. I don't know. Most of that looks like lots of 60, lots of 50 too, and lots of 40. Pockets of, every now and then you might get a 60 or 62. Okay, so that's moving through Ardmore. One more time, reflectivity, moving east, coming into Falls Creek. Sulphur, you're going to get some rain, you're going to get some thunder, you're going to get some lightning. You might have some small hail in Sulphur. Look at the hail here, folks. This is going away. I mean, this thing is, it's going away. It's almost not severe. It's almost not severe. I mean, the winds are still there, so we got to watch that. I get it, but certainly nothing tornadic. Rain back to Velma and Marlow and Rush Springs, all light rain in here, not a big deal. But Carter, Love County, It's moving in, moving through. It's now into Ardmore. The strongest winds are going to be on and east of Ardmore. Now coming into Marietta. Again, nothing tornadic. Nothing tornadic. Everything across the north and northwest continues to gradually slide east-southeast and weaken some. So, okay, well, that's good news. No tornado warnings in effect. Lots of rain. Tulsa's going to wash away tonight, by the way. Tulsa is going to be so flooded. Wow. All right, so down south, again, no tornado warnings. Flash flood warning, yes, for Murray County, back into northern Carter County. Severe storms coming into Ardmore, moving east-southeast at about 30. Some wind, some hail, winds to about 60 miles per hour. But nothing too crazy, okay, as far as a tornado threat at all. And where we had all the tornadoes today in the west and southwest, that's all gone. We're clearing out. We're doing good. We will have more storms tomorrow, by the way, and it's all going to hinge on this outflow boundary to the north coming through, and the dry line's going to be out west. But the severe storms tomorrow begin in northwestern Oklahoma, western Oklahoma, and southwestern Oklahoma, out near the Oklahoma-Texas border. They'll be severe. There'll be a very large hail threat out here, and there'll be a wind threat, and there'll be a tornado threat. But we got to wait and see what this boundary does tonight and tomorrow morning. Where does this settle up? This will play because the air behind us is going to be stable, but I'll say this, it's still early in the night. And a lot of this is going to push south, and this boundary is going to try to wash out, and we'll flood some of this back. So I have to wait and see on how far. But anyway, count on severe weather starting in the west tomorrow, moving east into central Oklahoma late tomorrow evening and tomorrow night. Like we did today, except today it was down south. I think tomorrow, Oklahoma City, we get storms here in the metro. They come right down I-40 tomorrow evening. Okay? All right, guys. You guys have anything else down south? What do you think?
No, just looking at exactly what you're saying, everything's been weakening on a really nice, welcome weakening trend down south. The hail core's come down, the winds have come down on velocity, and even in the precip, when you look at it, as far as like seeing holes in the precip and starting to become light rain in places, noticing that as well. And we're just looking for pictures. You know, damage pictures are still coming in from Tillman County, and looking at that to get that together.
Anything crazy?
No.
Nothing that you're like?
Not that I've seen. I'm not saying it might be down there, but I've not seen anything too crazy.
Okay, where's that from?
Tillman County.
And that's from the Hollister tornado?
One of them. I don't know which one. There were multiple, so I'm not sure which one that was.
Right. Okay. All right, everybody. Well, we have been tracking this since 5:30. No tornado warnings in effect. Storms down south in Carter and Love County. There are no tornado threat down there. This is just some wind and some hail down there. These continue to weaken, and we're tracking these as they move off again to the east, southeast at about 30 miles per hour. So the strongest part of this now is going to be east of Ardmore, east of Overbrook. They'll move into Marietta with a little wind, a little hail, and then they're going to just keep moving east. So we'll keep tracking it, folks. We are here. We're going to take a break. We will return. And as always, stay with News 9. We'll keep you advised.
Feel like I'm in prison.
Wrap this around your chest.
Regret number one, publicly revealing he's at high risk for Alzheimer's. Quote, "It really kind of pissed me off. No matter how much I said,